3 days before the second task, Hogwarts Castle. It was a quiet night. The corridors, bathed in shadow, carried the stillness of midnight, but that stillness was broken by two sets of hurried footsteps echoing against the stone floor tiles. Severus Snape moved swiftly, his sharp eyes darting around as he led the way. His paranoia was palpable. This mission demanded absolute secrecy, and no one could witness it. Behind him, Professor Rookwood followed at an unhurried pace. But his demeanor was strikingly different from usual. The typically vacant expression was replaced by a cruel grin that stretched unnervingly across his face. His unnaturally red eyes gave away who was the one in charge of this body. "This way, almost there," Snape whispered. Rookwood chuckled, his voice carrying a mocking edge. "You think I don't remember where the office is?" Snape ignored him, keeping his focus on their surroundings. The less they spoke, the better. When they reached the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office, Snape sighed in relief. The small stone wedge he'd placed earlier to keep the passage open was still in place. With a firm push, the statue moved aside, revealing the spiraling staircase. "I'll go first," Snape muttered, glancing back. Rookwood, or rather Voldemort to Snape, and so far the gamble appeared to be paying off, gave him a nod. The Dark Lord had entrusted much. If the curse placed on Dumbledore had worked as intended, tonight's mission would be disturbingly simple. Together, the two men ascended the staircase and stepped inside the headmaster's office. Voldemort, inhabiting the flesh puppet of Rookwood, already had his wand in hand. While he appeared composed, he understood the limitations of this form. The flesh puppet's body lacked magical potency, making him vulnerable in any serious duel. Still, if Severus had done his job, there wouldn't be much of a fight. And if he hasn't, Voldemort's thoughts darkened momentarily as he imagined the excruciating punishments he would inflict on the potion's master for treachery. "My lord," Snape whispered, breaking the silence. Voldemort's attention shifted to the slumped figure at the desk. Albus Dumbledore was fast asleep, his upper body sprawled over scattered papers. The sight sent Voldemort a rush of exhilaration. The room was as it should be. The enchanted paintings were obscured with an obstruction jinx, no doubt Snape's handiwork, and Dumbledore's wand lay carelessly on the desk. Voldemort snatched it with a quick, fluid motion. "Why take unnecessary risks?" he mused to himself. But something was amiss. His eyes fell on the perch in the corner of the room. "Where is the phoenix?" he asked, his voice sharp. Snape glanced at the empty perch, feigning surprise. "I don't know, my lord. It wasn't here the last time I checked." Voldemort didn't appear fully convinced, but chose not to dwell on it. "It often disappears on its own," Snape added. "It won't return unless called. We should proceed quickly." Voldemort nodded, reluctantly agreeing. He turned his wand toward the slumbering figure. Voldemort frowned, his expression unreadable. "Is something wrong?" Snape's voice wavered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I can't detect any magic on him," Voldemort thought. It was unsettling. Even with the curse draining Dumbledore's strength, the Dark Lord had expected some trace of resistance. But there was nothing. The man before him was as defenseless as a muggle. "It's nothing," Voldemort said after a pause. "Let's wake him, shall we?" With a flick of his wand, an invisible force shoved Dumbledore from his desk, sending him crashing into the stone wall. "Ugh," Dumbledore groaned, his body crumpling to the floor. "My lord," Snape hissed, his irritation barely concealed. "We agreed to be quiet. This isn't subtle at all." Voldemort chuckled darkly. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment? Let me savor it." Dumbledore stirred, struggling to his feet. He clutched at a nearby chair for support, his piercing blue eyes locking onto his intruders. "Severus." His voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief. "What is the meaning of this?" Voldemort's grin widened, his satisfaction plain. "I wish I could draw this out further," Voldemort said mockingly. "But here's the short version. Your loyal Severus has betrayed you." Dumbledore's expression faltered. He staggered toward the large window behind his desk, leaning against it for support. "Betrayed," he repeated, his voice trembling. "How could you, Severus? The curse that reduced you to this pitiful state?" Voldemort sneered. "That was my gift. I stripped you of your magic, and now," he raised his wand, the tip glowing menacingly, "I will take your life. Please no." Dumbledore clasped his hands together, his eyes wide with desperation. "Don't kill me." The plea gave Voldemort pause. His grin faded, replaced by a look of disgust. "This is pathetic," he muttered. "You once hailed as the next coming of Merlin, reduced to this." Without further hesitation, he uttered the words, "Avada Kedavra." The deadly green light struck Dumbledore squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling backward out of the open window. For a moment, silence filled the room. Both men stood still, the enormity of the act sinking in. But the stillness was soon followed by a thud noise, caused by the body of the headmaster hitting the rooks at the bottom of the tower. "It is done," Voldemort murmured at last. Years of planning, hatred, and anticipation culminated in this moment. Hogwarts was nearly his. With Dumbledore gone, there was no one left to oppose him. "All that's left is to ensure no one discovers this," Voldemort said, turning to Snape. "Clean this mess and delay anyone from uncovering the truth. I don't want my plans disrupted." "Yes, my lord," Snape replied, bowing his head. Voldemort allowed himself a rare smile. "In 3 days this castle will be mine." "Harry, are you even listening to me?" Neville shouted, tugging at his robes in frustration. "SHH, stop making a fuss and come with me. We don't have all day," Harry replied, his voice a mix of urgency and irritation. "But I can't find Lyra anywhere." "How can you not be worried? Something could have happened to her," Neville insisted, his concern unmistakable. Harry stopped, glancing around to ensure they were alone in this deserted wing of the castle. "Didn't you figure out the task already? Surely you managed." Voice was low but sharp, his patience wearing thin. "That much, Harry's I did." Neville fished a few leaves from his pocket and held them up triumphantly. "I got the egg underwater and heard the clue. The task is underwater. Look. This is gillyweed. You won't be needing that, remember," Harry said flatly. "And that's not the part that I was referring to." Neville froze as he thought about the next part of the message, the leaves still clutched in his hand. "You mean, we've taken what you'll sorely miss?" "Oh no, I thought it meant something like an important object, a family heirloom or something. Are you saying are they really going to put people inside the lake? That's crazy. That's Hogwarts for you." Harry shook his head. He'd known from the beginning that Neville's greatest treasure wasn't an object, but his sister Lyra. Harry would have preferred someone else. Ron perhaps would have been taken instead, but the Weasleys were still taking refuge at his home, making Lyra the most obvious choice. Despite the risks, Harry had taken every precaution to ensure Lyra's safety during the task. "She'll be fine. Now come on, we need to hurry before anyone sees us," Harry said, steering Neville down the corridor. "This isn't the way to the headmaster's office," Neville said nervously as he noticed that Harry was leading him toward the dungeons. "You'll see soon enough." Harry didn't bother explaining. Minutes later, the reason for their detour became clear. Neville stopped abruptly, his face draining of color. Snape's office, not giving him time to panic. The door creaked open, and the familiar voice of Professor Snape greeted them. "It's Professor Snape to you, Longbottom," he sneered. "Oh. Sorry," Neville stammered, his voice trembling. Snape turned to Harry. "Did anyone see you coming here?" he asked, poking his head into the corridor and glancing both ways. "No, everyone should already be at the lake. That's why we waited until the last moment," Harry said, brushing off the concern. Snape muttered something unintelligible under his breath before ushering them inside. "Good, we've only 30 minutes until it begins. Let's get this matter solved already." Inside the office, a wooden box rested on the last table at the far end. Snape walked over and opened it, producing 2 potions. "You know how this works already, so I won't explain. Drink it, but change your clothes first," he instructed. Neville hesitated, eyeing the potion nervously. Harry was far less squeamish, downing his dose before pulling a set of robes over his head. Moments later, Neville doubled over, his stomach lurching as his body twisted and transformed. "Ugh." Neville groaned, trying to steady himself. "Don't you dare ruin my robes," Harry scolded, his voice sharp. Snape's cold eyes scrutinized them both, ensuring the transformations were flawless. Harry stepped to a nearby mirror, checking his reflection. Boy, who lived as before, the Polyjuice potion had worked perfectly. No one would be able to tell that he wasn't the Harry. "Where should I sit?" Neville asked shakily. "Go to the Gryffindor section of the stands. You'll find my parents and the Lovegoods there. Stay with them, they'll protect you." Harry's tone left no room for argument. He'd warned his parents that something might happen during the task. Though the chances of them needing to fight were slim, Harry wasn't willing to leave them unprepared. Neville blinked, confused. "Protect me? From what? I'm just going to be sitting in the stands." Snape remained silent, observing Harry with an inscrutable expression. Even he wasn't entirely sure how Harry planned to keep his bold promises of defeating the Dark Lord today. Dumbledore had insisted over and over that Harry could handle the task, that he had a plan. But Snape struggled to accept that, even knowing how powerful Harry had become. But it was too late to go back now. The cards were on the table. Now he could only hope he was on the winning side. "You'll be fine, Neville. Just stay with them. And don't be surprised if they say anything strange." "They already know who you are." "Do they?" Neville exclaimed, his nerves briefly giving way to relief. If nothing else, he wouldn't have to pretend to be Harry in front of them, something that he had proven to be incapable of doing. Have yes, but the rest of the audience doesn't know, so watch what you say and how you act. You to pretend to be me in public. Understand? Right, I'll do my best, Neville said, trying to muster some confidence. Well then, Snape said, his dark eyes narrowing as he turned to Neville. The great champion shouldn't keep everyone waiting, should he? Harry, are you sure you don't need the gillyweed? Neville asked, holding out the slimy plant. Harry waved it off. I hate that stuff. I've got a different plan this time. This time? Neville echoed, confused. When have you done this before? Harry smirked but didn't answer, walking out of the office and leaving Neville to ponder the mysteries of his friend's past adventures. Where is he? We need to get started already, Mr. Crouch said, pacing back and forth, his impatience palpable. I'd like to know that too. I haven't seen Dumbledore in days, Madame Maxime said, glancing at Professor McGonagall. And Karkaroff, no news about him either, I suppose. I'm afraid not, McGonagall replied, her lips pressed tightly together. She glanced at the Durmstrang professor acting as a substitute for Karkaroff and sighed. I'm sure the headmaster has a very important reason for his absence. In truth, she hadn't seen Dumbledore either, and it was making her increasingly uneasy. All she got was some excuses from Snape and a written note from the man himself, informing her that he was going to be taking care of some unspecific emergency. It was all very suspicious to her, as this was not something he would normally do. A young ministry official approached in a rush. Mr. Crouch, sir, Neville Longbottom has arrived. Well, that's something. At least all the champions are accounted for, Crouch said. If Dumbledore insists on missing this event, we'll just have to carry on without him. McGonagall was about to protest when she spotted Snape approaching. She turned sharply to him. Where have you been? Snape's expression was unreadable, as usual. For reasons known only to him, he seemed to have some inkling of Dumbledore's whereabouts, but no matter how many times she asked, he refused to elaborate, only insisting the headmaster was busy with important business. I had to handle some last-minute matters, Snape replied smoothly. So you don't know where Dumbledore is either? Crouch asked, his brows furrowing in frustration. I'm afraid not, Snape said, his tone clipped. That's it then, Crouch declared. The stadium is packed, and we can't keep the audience waiting any longer. Professor McGonagall will act as Hogwarts' representative in Dumbledore's place. I agree, Madame Maxime said. The waters will only grow colder as the day progresses. Her concern for Fleur was evident. Vila and cold water were a poor combination, and she couldn't hide her unease. I'll handle the opening, if there are no objections, Crouch said curtly. Get everyone into position. Harry, who was disguised as Neville, was led by boat to one of the 4 wooden platforms constructed in the middle of the Black Lake. The platforms were designed to hold spectators as well as champions, with many audience members watching from stands on the shore. Harry knew his parents, the Lovegoods, and the real Neville were seated among the crowd, keeping up appearances. His heart thudded, but not from nerves about the task. Thanks to his new spy within Voldemort's ranks, Harry knew exactly what the Dark Lord had planned. With Dumbledore absent and the castle's wards weakened, Voldemort intended to attack on 2 fronts. Half of his forces would storm the front gates of Hogwarts, while the other half would target the lake, aiming to subdue the gathered crowd. There was also a likelihood of a third assault on Hogsmeade to remove any possible routes of escape for the castle occupants. The defenses around the lake were alarmingly sparse. Only a handful of Aurors had been sent by the Ministry, Aurors loyal to the Minister, who was nothing more than one of Voldemort's puppets. Aside from James Potter and a few other Order of the Phoenix members, there were few who would stand and fight when the Death Eaters arrived. Harry glanced at the lake's dark waters. Voldemort had also arranged a surprise for the so-called boy who lived, and it was something Harry would have to deal with on his own. Are you nervous? Cedric asked, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. His colder-than-usual tone might have been interpreted as nervousness, but the truth was far from it. He was already calculating his next moves. Not far off, Victor Crumb stood with his usual scowl. I am not losing this time, he said curtly. Meanwhile, Fleur stared at the water, her face pale. This task terrified her far more than facing a dragon. Not only was water her weakness, but her younger sister was one of the hostages. The thought of failing her made her hands tremble slightly. The crowd's energy was extremely high at the present moment, with a wave of excitement and anticipation as they watched the champions prepare. Harry scanned the audience briefly, catching sight of his parents and the Lovegoods in the Gryffindor stands. Even from a distance, he could see his father's tense posture, his hand gripping his wand. His mother leaned in, whispering something to Luna's father. Stay sharp, Harry thought, directing the silent command to them. He needed everyone in position. The calm before the storm wouldn't last much longer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Crouch's magically amplified voice echoed across the lake. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers reverberating through the chilly air. Crouch raised a hand, silencing the crowd. Last night something was stolen from each of our champions, a treasure, if you will. These 4 treasures now lie at the bottom of the Black Lake. Each champion must retrieve their treasure and return to the surface as quickly as possible. The time limit is 1 hour. Failure to retrieve the treasure within that time will result in disqualification. As the crowd murmured with excitement, Harry let his magical senses extend into the depths of the lake. "Wait for me, Lyra. I'll get you out in no time," he thought. He had already located her and the other hostages, their faint magical signatures glowing like distant stars in the darkness below. "The task will begin at the sound of the cannon," Crouch announced. Harry braced himself as the tension mounted. Boom, the cannon fired and the crowd erupted into cheers. "Start," Crouch shouted. Without hesitation, the 4 champions dove into the freezing water, their figures vanishing into the lake's inky depths. The second task had begun. As his body broke the surface of the water, Harry's improvised protective charm enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. Unlike Cedric's and Fleur's, which only covered their heads, Harry's magic formed a larger sphere that surrounded his entire body, allowing him ample space to maneuver without being drenched by the icy lake. The moment he descended into the dark depths, the world above dissolved into silence. Visibility was minimal, with the lake's murky waters pressing around him. He spotted the other champions as they began their descent. Crumb had used a unique partial human transfiguration, morphing his upper body into a half-shark, complete with gills and powerful fins. It was an impressive and intimidating sight. Fleur and Cedric, by contrast, relied on standard bubble head charms, their enchanted pockets of air glowing faintly in the gloom. Harry barely spared them a glance. His task had nothing to do with competition. The tournament didn't matter. Not the fame, the glory, or the prize. The only thing that mattered was getting Lyra out of the lake safely. Propelling himself downward with a burst of wind magic, Harry moved quickly, his wand guiding him like a rudder. As he descended further, the water grew colder, and the darkness deepened to near total blackness. He didn't need light charms, though. His magical senses reached out like tendrils, honing in on the unmistakable magical signatures tied to the hostages. At the heart of the merfolk city, he reached the plaza. It was eerily beautiful, illuminated faintly by bioluminescent algae and small glowing stones. At the center, tied to a massive stone statue of a merman, were 4 figures: Cho Chang, Hermione, Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle, and Lyra. Harry's heart tightened as he spotted his sister. She appeared unharmed, the hibernation charm leaving her in a peaceful slumber, but he could sense the faint hum of additional magic around her bindings. A trap, he thought grimly, his mind flashing back to the Triwizard Cup in the maze years ago. The memory of being portkeyed to Voldemort's resurrection was seared into his consciousness. He knew the signs well. The ropes around Lyra's feet weren't ordinary, they pulsed faintly with layered magic. He scanned them carefully, quickly confirming his suspicion. This wasn't just a prop for the tournament, it was a portkey ready to activate the moment he touched her. Who did this? Harry's mind raced. Snape was the most likely culprit. He was close enough to the tournament and had the skills to weave such an enchantment. Surely, he was just following his instructions, but a heads-up would not have hurt. But Harry didn't have time to dwell on the who or how. What mattered now was keeping Lyra out of Voldemort's hands. The merfolk stirred around him, their glowing eyes and sharp spears cutting through the gloom. They gestured at him impatiently, one sharp finger pointing upward, their message clear: take 1 hostage. Only 1. Harry ignored their growing agitation as his gaze swept over the other hostages. Each was unconscious, suspended by magic that ensured their survival underwater. He briefly considered taking all of them, but the merfolk were unlikely to let that happen without a fight, and he had no time for that. Focusing on Lyra, he devised his plan. He couldn't remove the portkey without activating it, but if it activated while she was in his arms, he could control the situation. If they want the boy who lived, they'll get him, he thought grimly. The water around him shimmered with movement. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were approaching. He needed to act quickly before they arrived, lest they would also be dragged into this mess along with him. With one decisive motion, Harry gripped Lyra's arm and pulled her into the bubble while slicing through the ropes with a swift, wandless cutting spell. The moment the rope snapped, the portkey activated. A burst of blinding light exploded from the statue, sending shockwaves through the water. The merfolk recoiled, their sensitive eyes overwhelmed by the brightness. Harry gritted his teeth as he felt the familiar stomach-twisting pull of the portkey. The underwater gloom vanished in an instant. Harry's feet hit solid ground as the disorienting spin of the portkey ceased. The air was damp and cold, filled with the stench of decay. Slowly he raised his wand, illuminating the scene. They were standing in the middle of a graveyard. The tall, weathered tombstones and crooked iron gates were unmistakable. It was Little Hangleton Cemetery, a place he was unfortunately very familiar with. Lyra stirred in his arms, groaning softly. Harry held her upright as she regained consciousness. His wand hand remained steady, scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. The protective bubble had dissipated, leaving them exposed to the cemetery's cold, oppressive atmosphere. Lyra's eyes fluttered open and she coughed, the foul air shocking her fully awake. "Neville," she croaked, her voice hoarse. Where are we?" "Not Hogwarts," Harry muttered grimly. Lyra glanced around, her confusion giving way to fear as she took in the eerie surroundings. The darkened sky, the gnarled trees, and the cracked tombstones made it clear this wasn't any ordinary place. "What's going on?" she whispered, clutching his arm. Before Harry could respond, a chilling sound echoed across the graveyard, the snap of footsteps on wet grass. Harry tensed, raising his wand higher. His sharp green eyes scanned the shadows until a bone-chilling voice broke the silence. Well, it seems our guest of honor has arrived, with company." Before Harry could answer her, they were interrupted by the sound of strange-sounding laughter. "Look who it is, no other than the marvelous boy who lived." Barty Crouch Jr. came into view. He waved his wand around in a threatening manner and flicked his tongue. "Ah!" Lyra was startled by the sudden appearance and by the fact that she now realized where she was. This is a cemetery. She had no idea how they got there. Her latest recollection was falling asleep inside Professor Snape's office along with the other hostages. But now that her mind was working properly, she also realized that the person at her side was not Neville. "Harry," she asked in a whisper, "it's okay, I got this." He still looked very much like Neville, but the confidence in his expression was all Lyra needed to confirm his identity. "Oh, he's got this. How brave," Crouch Jr. chuckled. "Barty, now is not the time for games." A harsh voice came from the other side of the cemetery. "We must capture the boy without fail." An old man wearing black robes approached. "Come on, Yaxley, I missed the last hunt. Let me have a bit of fun," Barty Crouch Jr. complained. "HMPH, he can't escape anyways, he is already ours, so let's get this over with," another person said as they came into the picture. It was a very tall and strong-looking man. He wore the same robes as the others, but his face was still covered by a white mask, making it difficult to guess his identity. "See, McNair agrees, where's he going to go? As long as we have that thingy," he pointed at the metallic object in Yaxley's hand, the portable blood ward their master had created for them. Yaxley grumbled, "Drop your wand, boy, you have no chance against the three of us, so save yourself some suffering at least." "What about the girl?" McNair asked. "We only need the boy, kill the other one," Yaxley replied. Barty licked his lips. "What a waste." His wand moved like lightning and aimed directly at Lyra. Avada Kedavra, Yaxley and McNair acted at the same time, sending a disarming charm and a stunner directly at Neville. "Harry," Lyra didn't even have her wand with her, so she could only scream for help. Not that it was necessary at all, since Harry was already next to her. There's no need to scream. Harry groaned as he felt the pain in his ears. His sister had really powerful lungs at least. Lyra could have sworn she saw a killing curse flying directly at her, but there was nothing there now. The three Death Eaters were equally confused about what had happened to their spells. They all disappeared before hitting their intended targets. After a moment of silence, one of them raised their voice to ask, "What happened?" Barty was looking around, as if he was trying to find the missing spells. "Does it look like we know?" Yaxley glared at Neville. "The boy may be more skilled than we gave him credit for." It was the only explanation he could think of, that Neville had done something to defend himself. Then, Barty clenched his teeth. "We fire again. Avada Kedavra." Another flash of green light was aimed at Lyra. "Crucio." McNair got more serious now and used his favorite spell against Neville. Yaxley added a petrifying curse for good measure. This time they were all paying much closer attention to what was happening. If Neville made any movement to block the spells, they wouldn't miss it. And they didn't miss it. Despite the gloomy atmosphere, it was still daytime, so when three pure black holes appeared around the two students, they were able to spot them. What they didn't notice were the holes manifesting behind them. That was all McNair had time to say. As Barty crouched Jr.'s killing curse entered one of the holes around Harry, it emerged from the one behind him and struck McNair directly in the back. The lifeless body of McNair fell forward, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Yaxley also fell, but he was luckier than his partner, as he became a victim of his own petrifying curse. Barty crouched, let out a blood-curdling scream as the Cruciatus curse landed on him, causing him to lose his balance. "How did you do that?" Lyra asked. She had seen her brother do a lot of strange things with magic over the years, but this was new. "I can't believe he'd only send these 3 idiots. It's kind of insulting." Harry pulled out a small flask from his robes and drank it. As he did, the transformation from the polyjuice potion began to fade. He no longer needed it and felt much more comfortable in his own body. "Harry," Lyra stared at her brother as he regained his normal appearance. "Why you?" "Arg." Barty, still twitching in pain, remained conscious just long enough to see him change and realized they had been deceived. "Why you're not? Why you?" "No, I'm not Neville, sorry about that." Harry pointed his wand at Yaxley first. An explosive charm made quick work of the old wizard, shattering his head into hundreds of pieces. The petrifying curse made the gruesome scene slightly less horrifying than it could have been. Lyra was startled. "Give me a warning, will you?" Barty's eyes widened with fear as he realized what was happening. His shaking hand tried to reach for his wand, which had fallen just a foot away. "Now, let's." Harry suddenly stopped moving. An unpleasant sensation washed over him. "What's wrong?" Lyra noticed his odd reaction and became worried. "He's already there," Harry thought. "Hogwarts is being invaded," he said. "Hogwarts invaded?" Lyra exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Who is invading it?" Her eyes moved over to Barty Crouch Jr. This was exactly what Harry had been waiting for, but it also meant he needed to return quickly and make sure that things stayed in control. "Can't waste any more time with you lot." Harry aimed his wand at the head of Barty Crouch Jr. He had nothing useful to learn from this one, so eliminating a threat took priority. Wait," Barty shouted. He knew he had to say something, else he'd be dead long before reaching his wand. "I know you." "Anything," immediately, or Harry raised an eyebrow. "I'll make this quick." The tip of his wand began to glow. "Wait, you're Harry Potter, your family is in danger." Lyra hurried to Harry's side. "Whoa, what? Our family? What is he talking about?" She looked up at her brother for answers. Harry stared at Barty Crouch's son, as he also had no idea of what he was talking about. His knowledge of this particular Death Eater was limited, but that hardly mattered. Anyone in Barty's position would say anything to survive. "You expect me to believe that? At least die with some pride instead of spewing nonsense." Harry was quickly losing patience. "It's true, I'm telling the truth." Harry was just about to end this miserable man's life, but Barty's next words managed to stop him. "It's Wormtail, he found them." Lyra's eyes widened at the name. She was familiar with her parents' old stories from their school days, and the Marauder's adventures were her favorite. "Wasn't that one of Dad's friends?" Lyra asked, still unaware of the darker parts of the story. She didn't know about the rat's betrayal that led to Sirius's death. "Wormtail is here." Harry hadn't thought he'd hear that name again and had almost forgotten about him. In this timeline, Wormtail had been solely responsible for what happened to Sirius. "I've been meaning to get my hands on that rat, but still." Harry's eyes moved back to Barty. Barty didn't appear to be lying, but if his house were under attack, Harry was certain he'd have sensed it immediately. "We have someone inside the Ministry who's an expert in tracking wizards and witches. He's been trying to locate the Weasley family since they disappeared and managed to find their general location." "Oh no," Lyra muttered. If someone could track the Weasleys, it meant they could also find the Potter family manor. Wormtail seemed to remember something about that area. "Something from his old days as a friend of the Potters," Barty added. "I see," Harry murmured, now sure Barty wasn't making this up. The defenses around his family's property should have removed any memories of its location from Wormtail's mind, but under specific circumstances, there were ways to partially recover them. The chances of that rat finding their home were not zero, at least. "I'll tell you everything, just let me go, okay?" Barty pleaded. Lyra frowned. There was no way they could trust this shady man. All the while, Barty had been subtly moving his hand, trying to divert their attention from what he was really doing. A sly smile appeared on his face as his index finger touched the wood of his wand. With a swift motion, he grabbed hold of it and twisted his body to aim at his target. "Harry!" Lyra shouted in an attempt to warn him. Harry's body moved like a blur. In a single instant, he knelt and pressed his wand against Barty Crouch Jr.'s temple. The Death Eater had only a fraction of a second to feel an agonizing pain before his body disintegrated into dust. Oh, it all happened too fast for Lyra to process. One moment she had been startled. The next, the source of her fear had literally vanished. Harry stood back up and brushed the dust off his robes. "You seriously thought I didn't notice your true intentions? Is he dead?" Lyra asked, immediately realizing how dumb her question sounded when she saw her brother's expression. "Yes, Lyra, he is. Transfiguring a living being into a gaseous substance tends to have that effect." Harry looked around. There were no other magical signatures. These three had been the only ones Voldemort had sent to capture him. Either Voldemort didn't take the rumors about Neville's magical prowess seriously, or this wasn't high on his list of priorities for the day. "Harry, was he telling the truth? Is our family in danger if someone attacks our house now?" Lyra trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Right now there were 3 families staying there. James and Lily had come to Hogwarts, but their little sister Holly was still at home. "Holly is, I know," Harry interrupted. He didn't need to be reminded of that. Lyra was about to speak again when she saw Harry's expression shift, just as it had before. "They dare." Harry's green eyes began to glow as powerful magic surged through him. His wand vanished, promptly replaced by his goblin-forged steel staff. Neville's borrowed robes were consumed by the Death Visage, which conjured a new set of black robes over him. The 9 Arkstone jewels appeared out of nowhere and moved into place. Rings adorned his fingers, a necklace circled his neck, bracelets formed around his wrists, and the last 2 jewels tied around his ankles, completing the formation. Lyra stared in shock as her brother transformed. She noted how his entire demeanor shifted, from her confident, reliable older brother to the battle-hardened wizard who had survived countless fights. This was the same Harry who, just 2 years prior, had battled that colossal snake outside Hogwarts. Harry turned to his sister and extended his hand. "Let's go. We have a home to save first. I don't see anything but trees." A burly man clad in black robes muttered while pacing in circles, his eyes scanning the dense forest. "Are you sure it's here?" asked another equally large man, mirroring the first's movements. "Yes, I'm sure." A third figure, crouched low to the ground, sniffed the air and the grass in frustration. "Crab, Goyle, shut your mouths and let the rat work," snapped Bellatrix Lestrange, her icy voice cutting through the air. Instantly, silence fell. Despite their thick-headedness, even Crabbe and Goyle Sr. knew better than to irritate Bellatrix when she was in one of her moods, and right now, her mood was downright murderous. "Ah!" Bellatrix let out a shriek of frustration, flinging her black umbrella to the ground before smashing a nearby tree branch with her bare hands. "Nothing but grass, flowers, and trees. What a disgusting place." "Miss Bellatrix," Goyle yelped, panicking as her discarded umbrella left her exposed. The sun in this part of Britain was mild, but it was still daylight, and vampires were notoriously vulnerable to sunlight. "The sun," Crabbe shouted, pointing skyward. "The sun." He scrambled to retrieve the umbrella, fearing she would burst into flames at any moment, and attempted to return it back to her. "Do you two think I'm an idiot?" Bellatrix hissed, her sharp yellow eyes narrowing dangerously. She pulled back the black robes covering her arms, revealing pale, glittering skin. With a flick of her wand, her flesh shimmered as if made of diamonds. "I can protect myself from sunlight just fine." "Magic," Crabbe mumbled, scratching his head. "But vampires can't do magic," Goyle added, equally confused. "They're simpletons, Lady Bellatrix," Wormtail muttered as he slunk closer, his hunched figure casting a shadow over the grass. "Your gift knowledge among the Dark Lord's ranks isn't exactly common. It was well known that vampires couldn't wield magic in the same way wizards and witches could. However, rare vampires could awaken unique gifts that set them apart. These abilities elevated their status, often placing them above even older, more experienced vampires. Bellatrix's gift was an extraordinary one at that. She retained her ability to perform wand magic. While her spells were largely limited to dark magic, it was still a formidable advantage when combined with her vampire speed, strength, and senses. This, coupled with her fanatical loyalty, had made her Voldemort's second-in-command with no contest. "Forget about me," Bellatrix scoffed, her lip curling disdainfully. "Focus on finding those traitors." The cowardly Wormtail needed no further prompting, returning to the ground to sniff and crawl like the rat he was. "This place. It feels familiar," he muttered, frustration clear in his voice. "I know I've been here before, but the protections, they've erased it from my memory." The group had narrowed their search to this field, but there were still miles of forest and grassy plains to comb through. The wards around Potter Manor rendered it completely invisible, even to seasoned dark wizards. If they could at least find the edge of the wards, they could attempt to break through using the bludgeoning approach. A crude, brute force method of dismantling magical defenses. But until then, they were grasping at shadows. An hour passed with no progress. Bloody hell, Bellatrix screamed, stomping the ground in frustration. Her yellow eyes blazed with fury. Need, at this rate, I'm going to miss my lord's conquest of Hogwarts. I won't allow that to happen. I'm to be at his side when he claims his victory. This is bad, Goyle muttered nervously. Very bad, Crabbe agreed. Wormtail felt their eyes boring into his back, their unspoken accusations weighing on him. Don't look at me like that, he snapped. I'm trying my best. He could feel the noose tightening. If they failed to locate Potter Manor, their deaths at Bellatrix's hands were all but guaranteed, and even if the Dark Lord would likely scold her for that, that was not going to help them right now. Bellatrix's patience finally snapped. She raised her wand and began hurling fireballs in every direction. That's it. I had it, Lady Bellatrix, please stop. Goyle ducked behind a tree, narrowly avoiding a blazing projectile. You traitorous fools, she shrieked. Get over here, I'm going to rip your skulls out and turn them into a necklace. Wormtail, trembling, was about to transform into a rat and flee when something caught his eye. One of Bellatrix's fireballs exploded midair as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Wait, Lady Bellatrix, he cried, pointing. There's something there. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with predatory delight. She had not missed it either. There is something there. She stalked forward, wand raised. Did we find it? Crabbe asked hesitantly. Is it finally over? Goyle added. What do you mean? Bellatrix sneered. I found it. If you imbeciles were more useful, we'd have done this hours ago. Why didn't we do this from the beginning? Well, that would have completely given away our intentions to the ones inside the house, Wormtail said without thinking. Silence. Bellatrix snapped, her gaze sharp enough to cut steel. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of a pack of cowardly traitors hiding behind wards? No, of course not. Wormtail hurried to say, as long as my lady is with us, there is no enemy to fear. Ignoring him, Bellatrix approached the spot where her spell had collided with the invisible barrier. Now, let's get in there. Her voice was brimming with eager anticipation. Move aside. Bellatrix barked, pointing her wand at the seemingly empty space before her. Lady Bellatrix, what spell are you planning on us? Crabbe Sr.'s question was cut short. Fiendfire, Bellatrix cried, her face lighting up with glee. The destructive spell was her favorite, and she was ecstatic to still wield it even after becoming a vampire. No, you're going to destroy everything, Wormtail squealed, scrambling away as fast as he could. Bellatrix had given them no warning before unleashing one of the most dangerous spells in existence. Ah, Goyle cried, shielding himself as an oppressive heat engulfed the area. From the tip of Bellatrix's wand, a massive flaming crow emerged, its body composed of dark crimson flames. It loomed above her, crackling with raw destructive energy as she laughed maniacally. Tear it all down, she shrieked. Burn the traitors who dared defy my master. The three men could only watch as the fiery bird screeched and flew toward the hidden boundaries of Potter Manor. It promised annihilation, its flames roaring hungrily, but then something unexpected happened. The fiendfire struck and disappeared. The blazing crow seemed to vanish into a void, its light and heat extinguished in an instant. What in Merlin's bloody balls just happened? Bellatrix snapped, staring at the empty space where her spell had faded into non-existence. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged nervous glances, completely at a loss for words. Her yellow eyes turned to Wormtail, blazing with fury. Wormtail trembled, knowing he had to say something, just anything, or risk becoming her next victim. It could be the wards, he stammered, his voice barely audible. The wards, Bellatrix repeated, narrowing her eyes. It wasn't impossible, but she didn't know enough about protective enchantments to confirm it. She cursed herself for not bringing Yaxley, one of their best experts in wards. They had assumed Wormtail would lead them to the manor and that her power would be enough to tear through any defenses. Crabbe and Goyle had only been brought along for grunt work. Well then, let's try again, she declared, raising her wand. There's no way those wards can withstand another fiendfire attack. Again, Wormtail exclaimed, taking a step back. Perhaps we should return later with some proper ward breakers, and he didn't get to finish. In a blur of motion, Bellatrix was upon him, her cold hand wrapping around his throat. She lifted him effortlessly off the ground, her strength vastly surpassing his. Ugh, Wormtail wheezed, kicking his legs in a futile attempt to break free. You think I'm going back to my lord with a failed mission? She hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Me, Bellatrix Lestrange, failure was not an option. Not for her, she was Voldemort's right hand, his most loyal and capable follower. She would not return empty-handed, no matter the cost. With a snarl, she flung Wormtail to the ground, just shy of unconsciousness. "Stay there and watch," she commanded, "and don't even think about suggesting retreat again." Wormtail coughed violently, clutching his throat as Crabbe and Goyle helped him to his feet. No one dared to voice another complaint. As Bellatrix prepared to unleash another fiendfire, Wormtail noticed something strange. His face was close to the ground, and amidst his coughing fits, he saw a black substance spreading beneath him. At first he thought it might be a snake, but it moved unnaturally, expanding rapidly like liquid shadow. "Cough, look, look," Wormtail croaked, his panic mounting. His desperate cries caught the attention of Crabbe and Goyle, who glanced down to see the spreading blackness. "What is that?" Crabbe muttered, his voice shaking. The substance had grown alarmingly fast, now forming a large, ominous circle beneath them. "Lady Bellatrix," Crabbe began. "Shut up, I'm focusing," Bellatrix snapped, not bothering to look down. But Goyle stammered, his panic escalating. By the time Bellatrix noticed the strange sensation at her feet, it was too late. The black substance had engulfed the entire area. "What the?" Bellatrix began, but the next moment, darkness swallowed them all. The grassy field was gone and was replaced by an eerie background. "Where did the field go?" Goyle asked, his voice trembling. Not that he expected an answer, but he got one. "For the field is exactly where it was before," said a calm, disembodied voice. "It is you who have been moved away from it." The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "I can't see anything," Crabbe yelled in a panicked voice. "Ah, let me out," Goyle exclaimed. "Who's there?" "Show yourself," Bellatrix demanded, her yellow eyes scanning the pitch-black void. "Is it you, Potter? J. James is here," Wormtail cried. This would be the last person he wanted to see right now. There was a silent pause after that. "You are partially correct," the voice replied smoothly. "I am a Potter, although not the one you were thinking about." Bellatrix's lips curled into a sneer, but before she could speak, the voice continued. "But that is irrelevant. What matters is this: none of you are ever leaving this space." The darkness shifted, and the four Death Eaters felt an oppressive weight pressing down on them. It was not just the lack of light. It was as though the space itself had turned against them. Moments before the attack, Hog's Head Tavern, do you have any idea how worried we were? 3 whole days without contact. Remus Lupin paced back and forth, his movements quick and agitated. "Sit down, Lupin." "You're ruining the mood," grumbled Alastor Moody, his magical eye spinning lazily. He took another swig of beer, simply unbothered by the tension that was filling the room. "Should you really be drinking so much right now?" Kingsley Shacklebont's deep, calm voice carried an edge of disapproval. Hogsmeade could be in danger at any moment. This Auror had always been a very uptight and correct individual. Seeing his former colleague behaving in such an unprofessional way was not something he could tolerate. "We're no longer on official duty, remember?" Moody scoffed, slamming his mug down on the bar. "The Ministry's gone, and so's our authority. Now I can drink whenever I bloody well please. Ha, that's the spirit, and screw the Ministry." Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner of the tavern, said, laughing and placing another pint in front of Moody. The group's tension remained palpable until Albus Dumbledore, seated quietly in the corner, finally spoke. His voice was calm but commanding, instantly drawing every gaze in the room to him. "In any case," Dumbledore began, his fingers lightly steepled, "let me first apologize for keeping you all in the dark these past days, but I assure you it was necessary. At this critical juncture, we could not afford the risk of any information falling into the wrong hands." Lupin frowned, crossing his arms. "You disappeared without a word, Albus. We were worried sick." "Surely you could have. It was for the greater good," Dumbledore interrupted softly. His tone was tinged with regret, not that he planned on telling anyone either. This whole plan was something he still felt deeply ashamed of. They have caused the death of an innocent Muggle in order to deceive Voldemort. Yes, it was a willing participant. An old actor with a terminal disease had agreed to partake in their ruse, in exchange for a large amount of money to be given to his family after his passing as compensation. Harry used human transfiguration to make him look like an exact copy of himself, and they had given him all the information he needed to play a believable part, as well as employ every means they had available to ensure that the Muggle could not break character. Dumbledore did not want to think about how many laws they broke on that day. Several of them were even written by him, but at least it had worked. Voldemort had accepted it completely, and now he finally had the confidence to launch a full-on assault on Hogwarts, just like Harry wanted. But when Severus Snape's urgent message warned of an imminent attack on Hogsmeade, Dumbledore had no choice but to act. He may not be able to protect Hogwarts, but he could at least do this part. "I trust you had your reasons, Professor," Hagrid rumbled, his large hands gripping the edge of a table. "Everyone here believes in you." "I didn't say I didn't believe in him," Lupin muttered. "I just, never mind. Is Hogsmeade really going to be attacked? Are you know who?" The beer glass of Mundungus Fletcher's hands was shaking hard enough to spill the liquid everywhere. "Are we enough to stop something like this?" Lupin asked, voicing the concern on everyone's mind. The Order's numbers had dwindled. Only 8 members were present, and none could afford the losses that seemed inevitable. Dumbledore had refused Molly and Arthur Weasley's offer to join, as they lacked proper combat training and would only add to the casualties. "No, he will not be coming here in person. What we are to face today, I'm honestly not certain, but it will be dangerous nonetheless, even without the presence of the Dark Lord, Dumbledore, and who's protecting Hogwarts if you're here?" Aberforth cut in, his sharp gaze fixed on his older brother. "Isn't that your job?" Albus nodded. "Hogwarts is under the protection of someone more capable than myself." The room erupted in murmurs. "More capable than you?" Hagrid exclaimed. "Is this about that mysterious member you've never told us about?" Lupin pressed. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Dumbledore, scrutinizing him. "Can you at least tell us their name this time?" "I'm afraid their identity wouldn't reassure you," Dumbledore said, carefully avoiding the truth. "If they knew he'd placed such responsibility in the hands of a fourth-year student, chaos would break out. That would benefit no one. Always so secretive," Daedalus Diggle muttered, adjusting his tall top hat. "But you can count on me, as always." Dumbledore smiled warmly. "Thank you, my friend." The other members gained a bit more confidence after hearing Daedalus speak. He was a short man with a colorful suit and a disproportionately large top hat, but despite his size and looks, no one would dare to undervalue him. He was a veteran who fought in the 2 Least Wizard Wars and had even survived several encounters against the Dark Lord himself. "All right then, I'll have a beer before," Lupin began, but his words were cut off by the sudden, jarring sound of a bell. The room fell silent. "The alarm," Mundungus whispered, his face pale. "It's time," Moody growled, standing abruptly and downing his pint in one swift motion. "Let's get to it." "This is madness," Mundungus protested. "We don't even know what we're up against." "Then let's step outside and find out," Aberforth said curtly, unlocking the doors and striding into the night. Remus was close behind but froze when Aberforth's voice rang out, filled with shock. "Bloody hell." Lupin stepped outside, his breath catching as he followed Aberforth's gaze. Marching toward Hogsmeade's gates was an army, an endless tide of pale, shambling figures. Their eyes glowed with unnatural light, their decayed faces locked in twisted snarls. The wind carried a bone-chilling moan, one that sent shivers down Lupin's spine. "An army of the dead." "Bloody hell, what is that?" Mundungus shouted, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the advancing horde. That looks like an army," Daedalus Diggle replied, his voice barely steady. "It wasn't just any army." Before them was a grotesque assembly. Rows of inferi marched alongside skeletal warriors and decaying zombies. Among them, hulking undead trolls lumbered forward, and looming at the rear were 2 massive giants, their eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Horrified murmurs spread through the village as the alarm echoed. Residents peeked out of their homes, only to be frozen by the sight of the nightmare unfolding before their gates. "This is Voldemort's army, or part of it at least," Dumbledore declared calmly. "We knew he had the power of necromancy. This should not surprise us. Still, this is a lot more than I imagined," Kingsley muttered, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the advancing horde. They of course knew about James and Moody's encounter with the inferi, so this was not new, but the size was still shocking. "You say this is just part of it? Well, if you're thinking of running, now's your chance," Moody growled while glancing at Mundungus. He then readied his wand. "But I'll be damned before I let these creatures destroy Hogsmeade," Kingsley bristled. "Running was never an option for me." He unsheathed his wand, its polished surface gleaming even in the dim light. "I may no longer be officially an Auror, but I still consider my duty to protect the citizens of this country from harm." "That's the spirit." Hagrid's booming voice added strength to the group. Dumbledore smiled. "I'm counting on you all." A thin wooden staff appeared on his hand. "What is that?" "You are using a staff now?" Aberforth noted. "Ah yes, I had some time to visit a couple of nice craftsmen from across the sea." Since he already knew he had to leave his real wand for Voldemort to obtain, he had previously made some preparations in advance. Dumbledore's expression softened as he regarded them. "I trust each of you to fight valiantly. Now remember, Fire is our greatest weapon against the undead. If you can conjure a patronus, that will also serve you well." "I can do that," Remus said. "Fire, no problem," Moody nodded. "We should intercept the undead before they can reach the gates. If the Inferius get inside the village, it would be a disaster. Those things can move very fast when they want to," Daedalus Diggle said with an expression of concern. "Indeed, we should move quickly." Dumbledore was already walking as he said this. Villagers clustered near the entrance, their faces pale with fear at the sight before them. "Back to your homes. Doors and stay inside," Aberforth barked, waving them off. "Mr. Dumbledore." The villagers recognized the tavern owner immediately. "The headmaster is here too." One of them saw Albus Dumbledore and her face completely changed. "The headmaster of Hogwarts is here to save us." "Now," Dumbledore began, "I need you all to listen. Go back to your homes and lock the doors. Keep your wands ready just in case. These numbers," Mundungus's voice quivered. "It's worse than I thought." Daedalus studied the creatures carefully. "Most of them should fall easily. What concerns me are those trolls and the two giants. Even though they have become undead, would they still retain their magical resistance? Let's give it a try, shall we?" Moody moved ahead of the group and pointed his wand at the bulk of the army. Infernus! A roaring fireball shot forward, striking the trolls square in the chest. Zombies and skeletons nearby recoiled, emitting guttural moans that scraped against the nerves of all who heard them. At first, it seemed effective, but as the smoke cleared, the troll remained standing. Its eyes blazed with greater intensity, and it let out a deafening roar that sent a chill through the group. "Brilliant," Lupin muttered. "Now it's angry." "It didn't do much," Mundungus said. "The Inferi are advancing," Daedalus called out. The group turned to see the front line of Inferi break away from the larger army, sprinting with unsettling speed toward the gates. Expecto Patronum, Lupin's silver fox burst forth from his wand, darting toward the creatures. The Patronus slowed their advance, but only briefly. "Fire spells now," Kingsley bellowed. "Bombarda Maxima, Incendius Todatus, Flammare." The air filled with a barrage of blazing spells, each one ripping through the ranks of Inferi. The stench of burning flesh and bone filled the air as bodies collapsed into smoldering heaps. Dumbledore stepped forward, raising his staff. "Fox!" With a piercing cry, the phoenix appeared, its golden-red plumage lighting up the night. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp and steeled. "Go burn them all." Fox soared into the fray, raining fire down upon the horde. Inferi ignited wherever the phoenix's flames touched, their twisted forms collapsing into ash. "Ah, I haven't used it in a long time. Hope I haven't gotten too rusty." Aberforth stepped closer while holding the wand inside his closed fist. Aurea, clenching his wand tightly, he punched the ground with a resounding crack. A shockwave erupted, sending Inferi and flames hurtling back into the larger mass of undead. The group turned to him, stunned. "Still got it?" Aberforth exclaimed with a grin on his beardy face. Albus smiled wryly. "Of course you do. I'm leaving those trolls to you, brother. I'll do something about those giants." "Shoo. I'll bury those damn trolls," Aberforth exclaimed. Now that he had his confidence back, he felt capable of anything. "Albus, how are you going to defeat those giants?" Lupin asked. Even thinking about it for a while, he could not come up with any spell capable of taking one monster like that. A normal giant alone would already be difficult to kill, but an undead one was much worse, since they would basically ignore any damage that you caused, as long as it did not completely destroy them. The phoenix flew back and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. "This old man still has a few tricks left. The rest of you, make sure none of those creatures ever set foot inside the village." After saying that, Fox took into the skies while carrying him. Dumbledore hovered above the battlefield, a sea of undead sprawling below him. The two undead giants towered over the rest, their blank white eyes fixing on the phoenix gliding through the air. As their attention shifted to Dumbledore while he was carried by the Firebird, they began to move. "Fox!" Dumbledore called with a note of urgency in his voice. One of the giants swung a massive club at them. No, it was actually a giant tree that had been crudely fashioned into a weapon. Giants weren't very creative craftsmen when it came to weapons, and would use whatever large heavy thing they had close by. It appears that death had not changed that part about them. Fox, while still holding Dumbledore by the shoulders with its claws, evaded the attack with a sharp ascent, soaring higher into the sky. The second giant let out a guttural, angry noise as it lumbered closer, crushing skeletons and zombies beneath its enormous feet. The destruction didn't seem to bother it one bit. Dumbledore observed the scene, weighing his options. He couldn't distract the giants forever, and at his advanced age, stamina was a concern. He was no longer the young man who had fought in the Great War, but decades of wisdom had to count for something. Even my strongest fire spell won't be enough to completely destroy one of these monstrosities, let alone both, he mused. His thoughts turned to fiendfire, dark magic so powerful it could annihilate nearly anything, but even that might not suffice. Fawkes let out a piercing cry, narrowly dodging a massive hand that had attempted to grab them. I know, Dumbledore said softly, understanding his companion's urgency. They had to hurry up. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out a flying carpet and used it to separate himself from Fawkes, allowing the bird to fly free as it no longer had to carry him. I've made my decision, Dumbledore murmured, stepping onto the carpet. And I'll need your help, my friend. Fiendfire wasn't enough, but there was something else at his disposal now. 2 years ago, he had learned an intricate piece of elemental magic from a most unlikely source, a mysterious young boy. At the time, Dumbledore had requested the formula out of academic curiosity, never imagining he would use it in a real-life battle. Yet here he was. Harry, you always did surprise me, Dumbledore said aloud, positioning himself just beyond the reach of the giants. Fawkes continued to distract them, their connection so strong that the Phoenix already knew its role in the plan without having to explain anything. The moment Dumbledore made his decision, Fawkes also knew exactly what was expected of him. Standing on the carpet, Dumbledore raised his staff and released it. Rather than falling, it hovered in midair before it began to spin along its vertical axis. Flammare, Incendio, Auge, Fulguras. He began invoking a series of fire spells. One after another, the incantations wove together, forming a brilliant sphere of fire before the staff. The sphere grew both in size and intensity, but this was only the beginning. Fiendfire. As the words left his lips, the surrounding temperature spiked dramatically. A monstrous bird, wings ablaze with dark crimson fire, emerged from the staff and flew into the air while raising the temperature in the entire area. Its cry was different from a good-natured creature such as Fawkes. This one was one of pure fury and rage, a manifestation of the dark emotions Dumbledore rarely showed. Fawkes unleashed one final wave of golden flames on the giants before retreating to Dumbledore's side. I'm sorry for what comes next, my friend, Dumbledore said softly, but Fawkes did not falter. The dark phoenix of Fiendfire and Fawkes moved closer and closer until they converged in the middle, colliding with the sphere of fire in the process. The resulting explosion of light and energy was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It's ready, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze fixed on the miniature sun he had created and that now hovered before him. The fire burned so intensely that it had lost all color and shone with almost pure white light, its heat so overwhelming that even Dumbledore felt as though he might melt away at any moment. Yet he knew this was only a shadow of the spell's true potential. The version Harry had once cast was much more potent than this one. However, he could not go that far. Without the containment charms that only Harry could conjure, the original spell could end all life on the planet. Even so, this version was a sight to behold as far as Dumbledore was concerned, and it should be more than enough to end this battle. It's a shame you never gave it a name, Harry, Dumbledore remarked as he guided the blazing sphere toward the giants. The two undead behemoths, relentless in their pursuit, were halted by the sheer intensity of the spell. The miniature sun hung above them, its heat and light unbearable, a supreme fire magic created by a potter. Dumbledore paused for a second, a faint smile on his lips. I shall call it Kiln. With a snap of his fingers, the sphere descended, engulfing the battlefield in blinding light. The members of the Order of the Phoenix shielded their faces, casting heat-resistant charms as the heatwave washed over them. The blazing inferno lasted only 10 seconds, but felt like an eternity. When it subsided, everyone was left shaken. Merlin, that hurt. Mundungus Fletcher groaned, poking his head out from behind a charred brick fence. His face was flushed red from the residual heat, his charms insufficient to fully protect him. A little warning would have been nice, muttered Daedalus Diggle, still patting out small embers on his robes. Whoa, Hagrid rubbed his wide eyes, staring at the scorched field in front of him. The once vibrant landscape had been reduced to a barren expanse of blackened earth. No vegetation remained. It was as though life itself had been burned away. He got them all? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked, scanning the horizon for any signs of movement. I thought he was only going for the giants. Not all of them, Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling. He pointed with his wand. There are a few left crawling around over there. Remus Lupin followed Moody's gaze and nodded grimly. Let's finish them off, don't waste this chance. But Aberforth Dumbledore's sharp voice interrupted him. Where's my brother? Everyone stopped and looked up, expecting to see the headmaster still hovering above the battlefield like they last saw him. But the skies were clear, with no sign of Dumbledore or his flying carpet. There's something over there, Mundungus called out, pointing to a dark shape on the charred ground. The specks of white in the dark bundle stood out against the ashen field. Aberforth wasted no time, rushing toward the figure. Albus, he called while running, but got no answer. Hagrid and Remus followed closely, while Moody barked orders at the remaining Order members to handle the crawling undead. Professor, Hagrid shouted as they approached. The shape was unmistakable now. It was indeed Dumbledore, curled into a fetal position. His robes were completely scorched, leaving his white hair and beard stark against the blackened ground. Albus, come on, Remus said urgently, kneeling to perform a quick diagnostic spell. He wasn't a trained healer, but he knew enough to assess the damage. Dumbledore groaned weakly, his body trembling. He's alive, Hagrid exclaimed, relief evident in his booming voice. Oh no, Aberforth muttered as he helped Remus carefully turn his brother over. His stomach dropped at the sight. The entire right side of Dumbledore's body was burned black and half of his right arm was missing. This is awful, these burns, Remus whispered, shaking his head. They're too severe. We need to get him to St. Mungo's immediately. He also noted the unnatural angles of Dumbledore's legs, likely broken in the fall. No, Dumbledore rasped, his voice barely audible. Albus, Remus protested, you need proper care. The hospital won't be safe, Aberforth interrupted. His tone was bitter, but his reasoning was sound. That bastard has spies everywhere, remember? What about Madame Pomfrey? Hagrid suggested. She can fix anything. She's a great healer, Aberforth conceded, but I've got someone in Hogsmeade who's just as good. We'll take him there. No time to argue. Remus finished applying emergency charms to stabilize Dumbledore, just enough to move him without worsening his state. Let's move him quickly, he said, carefully levitating the injured headmaster. Dumbledore stirred weakly, trying to raise his left hand. Albus, don't, Remus urged. Save your strength. But Dumbledore's trembling hand pointed toward something on the battlefield. Fox, Hagrid was the only one who realized what the headmaster was trying to point to. The Firebird had also disappeared in the blast of fire. But Hagrid knew that even if Fawkes had died during that spell, the bird should be able to reincarnate for as long as he found its remains. He sprinted to the spot, trying to find a pile of ashes that stood out starkly against the scorched ground. The remaining Order members approached, their tasks completed. You did it, Albus, Moody said, his gruff voice softer than usual. You took most of them out yourself. Hogsmeade should be safe now, Kingsley added, though his eyes scanned the horizon warily. Let's hope none of those things come back, Mundungus muttered, shuddering. As Aberforth and Remus carried Dumbledore toward the healer in Hogsmeade, the others lingered on the battlefield. We should stay on guard for a while, Moody warned. Just in case more appear. More? Mundungus looked horrified. You think there's more out there? With the one behind all this? Always possible, Daedalus said darkly. Before anyone could respond, Hagrid's voice roared across the field. Found him, I found him. What's he yelling about now? Kingsley asked, watching as Hagrid sprinted to the center of the field. He was looking for something, I suppose, Daedalus replied with a shrug, although he had no idea what the giant had been trying to find. But the air suddenly grew tense as Moody silenced them with a raised hand. Hold it, I heard something. The group froze, scanning the charred landscape, expecting to find more of those horrid creatures. For a long minute all was silent, then a deafening roar shattered the stillness. What was that? Mundungus shouted, covering his ears. A beast, Kingsley said, his voice grim. That sounded like a beast roaring. It came from... Daedalus turned toward the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Get out of there! Hagrid's frantic scream made their blood run cold. Before anyone could react, a massive shadow passed over them, followed by a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, nearly toppling them, and the sound of the impact rang in their ears. When they recovered, they turned to see an enormous object embedded in the ground just feet from where they'd stood. What in Merlin's name? Mundungus stammered, staring at the massive shape. Who threw a rock at us? That's no rock, Daedalus said, stepping closer. It's bones, Kingsley finished, circling to the other side. His voice dropped. That's a dragon's skull. A D-dragon skull? Mundungus exclaimed, his face pale. What's going on in Hogwarts? Remus said with concern. Moments before the attack, Hogwarts Black Lake, who thought this was a good idea for a tournament task? I can't see anything. Lily Potter's frown deepened as she stared at the lake. Harry should be about to resurface at any moment, James said, hoping to get this over with. He did not feel comfortable knowing that his daughter was somewhere inside those dark waters. It had been several minutes since the second task began, but after the champions plunged into the water, there was little to observe from above. The audience murmured in equal frustration, many pulling out magical binoculars to try and glimpse the action beneath the surface. "You mean Neville," Luna corrected, pointing at Harry, who sat beside Lily, doing his best to remain inconspicuous. "Stop fidgeting so much," Daphne muttered, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Sorry." Neville's nerves were evident, although he couldn't tell what it was. Something was unsettling in the air, and it was keeping him on edge, so he began to pull on his robes and move on his seat. Daphne adjusted the hood of her robes to conceal her face further. She had no doubt Voldemort had members of his faction among the audience, and she'd rather not be recognized before it was time. Her eyes scanned the crowd, catching brief flashes of suspicious figures that made her grip her wand tighter beneath her cloak. Lily glanced at her with concern. The situation was growing increasingly dangerous, and she was anxious about Lyra still being underwater. Most of the Order of the Phoenix had been stationed elsewhere, and Lily was sure McGonagall had no idea what was truly happening. "I don't like this," Lily murmured, half to herself. Her gaze flickered to James, whose expression, though calm, betrayed a growing tension. Daphne caught Lily's worried expression and decided to reassure her. "It's okay, Lily, everything will be fine." Lily's concern gave way to a mix of surprise and amusement. "You know, you're starting to sound a lot like my son." Had he been here, I would expected him to say something like that. She had known Daphne since before she started at Hogwarts and could see how much the girl had changed over the past year. Daphne's once stoic demeanor had softened, her loyalty to Harry evident in every word she spoke. Daphne pulled her hood lower to hide her embarrassment. "I do not." "Wait, something's happening." James shot to his feet, pointing at the lake. The water's surface began to stir, the current becoming violent. Waves lapped against the shore with increasing intensity, sending scattered droplets into the air. "Are they coming out?" Lily perked up. "No," Luna said softly. Her voice was almost drowned out by the rising uproar among the spectators, but it was loud enough for the ones next to her to hear, and the certainty in her tone made the others pause and turn to look at her. "Luna, what are you saying?" Lily asked, confused. The commentator was equally puzzled, expecting one of the champions to resurface. However, the water abruptly returned to its previous calm, leaving the audience in a hushed, uneasy silence. "He's gone, and Lyra too," Luna murmured, her gaze fixed on the lake's surface. Nothing stirred below. "Then, what we saw was a magical reaction, and a strong one at that," Daphne concluded. "Something happened down there." "What could have happened? Were they attacked by the merfolk or something?" Neville, unaware of the looming danger, offered a naive suggestion. His brow furrowed as he tried to recall anything Harry might have hinted at before the task began. Daphne stood and approached Luna. "Are you sure he's gone from the lake?" Luna nodded. "Harry is very bright. I can always see him when he's close, but he's gone." "Daphne, did he?" James trailed off, wanting to ask if she knew this would happen but reluctant to discuss it openly in such a public setting. "He expected something to happen," Daphne said, "but we didn't know exactly what it would be." "Still, knowing him, he's prepared for anything they might throw at him," James nodded. "That's true. A portkey," Lily muttered, piecing it together. The phenomenon they witnessed made the most sense if a portkey had been involved. Her mind raced back to other instances where similar tactics had been used, her stomach churning at the implications. A trap meant for... Oh, Neville finally understood. "That would explain it," Daphne admitted. A powerful magical reaction followed by Harry and Lyra's disappearance pointed to teleportation. Her mind immediately began calculating possible destinations, weighing the risks. Lily turned to Neville, recalling something her son had told her about his original fourth year and what had happened during the last task. "He's trying to capture the boy who lived, isn't he?" Her words were a hushed whisper, but those nearby heard her. "Then someone's about to get a surprise," Daphne said dryly. Her confidence in Harry was absolute. Lily and James exchanged knowing looks. If Voldemort's followers were attempting to abduct their son, mistaking Neville for him, they were in for a rude awakening. Luna suddenly looked skyward, her expression distant yet focused. "Pudding, what is it?" her father Zeno asked gently. He leaned closer, his eccentric demeanor momentarily replaced with genuine concern. "Am I seeing things again?" Luna murmured. "There's a big black dot up there." "Black dot?" James began to look up when a commotion broke out at the lake. At the central floating station where the champions had initially jumped in, something was clearly amiss. From their vantage point, they could see McGonagall yelling urgently at the other judges and organizers. Her gestures were sharp and panicked, her wand drawn as she pointed toward the castle. "Minerva looks very distressed," Lily observed. Her hands gripped the railing in front of her, knuckles whitening as her anxiety mounted. "She likely felt the castle wards being breached," Daphne said. "This is what she had been waiting for." Now everyone could see it, a large black dot rapidly growing larger, indicating something massive was approaching. The air around them grew colder, an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into their bones. "What is that?" Lily asked, alarmed. The unease she'd felt earlier now bloomed into full-blown dread. James' eyes widened in recognition. "Oh no," Daphne's expression sharpened. "Get ready, it's begun." Things quickly turned from confusion to chaos when a large group of black-robed individuals descended toward the lake on broomsticks. Their attire made them easy to identify for anyone familiar with the last war. "Death Eaters," Professor Flitwick yelled. "Death Eaters inside Hogwarts. What is the meaning of this?" Headmistress Maxime exclaimed, her voice rising above the growing panic. "Where did those men came from?" "Protect the students," McGonagall commanded, her wand already in hand. "Death Eaters, you say?" Mr. Crouch trembled at the mere mention of the name. "No, that can't be. The minister assured me," he muttered, his face pale. Snape ignored the panic around him. These people were already terrified, and they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. His eyes moved to the skies, where the Dark Lord was about to make his grand entrance. The 24 dark wizards did not immediately attack. They simply circled the lake on their brooms like vultures, waiting. But it soon became evident to everyone that this was only the beginning. A large number of shadowy figures began to emerge from inside the castle, marching toward the lake at a brisk pace. "James," Lily whispered. "I know, stay quiet," he warned her. Now was not the time to draw attention to themselves. The opportunity to act would come later. A dark army marched along the shore of the Black Lake, advancing toward the stands. Screams erupted from the crowd as people realized the nature of the approaching creatures. "Undead," someone cried. "Trolls," another voice shouted. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. At the front of the army, hundreds of sword-wielding skeletons moved in unnatural, jerky motions. Two glowing red dots burned like fire within their hollow eye sockets. Behind them lumbered dozens of enraged trolls, bound by thick chains that their handlers struggled to control. Further back, dozens of vampires strode leisurely, their faces twisted into delighted smirks at the thought of the feast awaiting them. And towering over them all were 6 giants. Each was massive, even by giant standards, but one stood out from the others, not just for its size, but also because it wore gleaming metallic armor and carried a massive cleaver over its shoulder. "How did all these dark creatures get inside Hogwarts?" Mr. Crouch demanded. "And where is Dumbledore during all of this?" "Yes, what happened to the wards? They should not have been able to breach them so easily," Professor Flitwick said. McGonagall frowned. She wanted to know that as well. Her eyes flicked towards Snape, but she noticed that he wasn't paying any attention to the Nightmare Army. His gaze remained fixed on the sky. "Severus, what is going on?" she asked, a sinking feeling in her stomach. She was sure that this man knew more than he was letting on. He had been hiding something nefarious. "You know what is happening, don't you?" Without turning around, Snape replied in a cold tone. "You'll see in a moment. He's already here." McGonagall frowned. She was about to grab Snape by the robes and demand an answer when the chaos around her increased tenfold. Now people were screaming and pointing at the sky, the same spot Snape had been watching. When McGonagall looked up, she froze, her heart sinking at the sight. Descending from the skies was a horde of Dementors. Hundreds of them that almost formed a black cloud. If that was not terrifying enough, at the center of this was an impossibly large skeletal dragon, moving its bony wings around and flying toward the sky with its pearly white bones gleaming in the dim light. It seemed so surreal that for a moment, McGonagall wondered if she might wake up in her bed, relieved this was all just a nightmare. But she didn't wake up. While the Dementors spread across the sky, the skeletal dragon landed near the shore, opposite where the army had assembled, trapping the spectators in the stands with no way to escape. They were covering land and air, leaving them no way to go. The Death Eaters on broomsticks had begun hovering near the floating platforms, pointing their wands at students and other school personnel. "What do we do?" McGonagall heard Professor Flitwick whisper urgently from beside her. She struggled to process the situation rationally while glancing around. She saw some of the champions being helped out of the water. Crumb and Cedric looked bewildered as they handed over their rescued hostages, clearly unaware of the chaos erupting around them. Fleur was yelling frantically, pointing at the water. McGonagall still saw no sign of Neville or Lyra Potter, but there was nothing she could do about that now. An army of monsters was advancing along the lake, and a gigantic skeletal dragon had landed nearby. What to do? What can we even do? She thought, despair creeping in. The situation seemed hopeless, but then something occurred to her. Wait, where is? If this was an army, someone must be leading it, and she could think of only one individual who could orchestrate such a terrifying spectacle. Then she saw it. 3 figures were riding on top of the dragon. Standing on its massive skull was one who stood above the rest. McGonagall's blood ran cold when she saw the figure's bright red eyes. She couldn't see his face from this distance, but the aura surrounding him left no doubt in her mind. This was the Dark Lord. What do we do? Professor Flitwick's earlier question echoed in her mind. Is there even something we can do right now? Greetings, Hogwarts students and citizens of magical Britain. The cold voice was magically enhanced, echoing across the entire area of the lake. Oh no, McGonagall exclaimed with horror in her eyes. Don't do anything stupid, Snape warned, noticing the look in McGonagall's eyes. He pointed his wand at her for emphasis. Severus, you, McGonagall looked shocked for a moment, but the gravity of the situation quickly sank in. We are completely surrounded. Those masked men are everywhere, Professor Flitwick informed her. There are countless Dementors up here. Merlin, what is this? Professor Babbling was staring at the dark sky in awe. Did they all come from Azkaban? This is bad. This is really bad, Mr. Crouch began to yell. And where are the auras? They should be doing something. McGonagall looked around herself. The platforms were mostly filled with students who could barely handle themselves during defense class, and those were not going to be of much help during a situation with real danger like this one. There were also 2 auras, but McGonagall did not have too much trust in any new personnel selected by the current Minister of Magic. Her frown deepened as she realized that she couldn't even find the auras among the crowd, making it obvious that they were not willing to take any sort of action. Her suspicions that the men sent by the Ministry of Magic were already compromised were now confirmed. I would like everyone to remain calm and listen to what I have to say. The Dark Lord's voice resonated once more all across the lake. We'll start with an introduction. Some of you may already know who I am, but for those who don't, I am. He dramatically removed the hooded cloak draped over his robes, revealing his true form. I am Lord Voldemort. What is that? Neville yelled, nearly leaping out of his seat. Lily grabbed him, holding him down. Although she had been forewarned about Voldemort's current form, she was still visibly shaken. James felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. This was a monster unlike any he had faced before. Luna observed the undead in silence while her father held her protectively. Daphne glanced at Voldemort briefly before turning her attention elsewhere. She had a job to do now. Harry was counting on her to create a distraction after all. The rest of the audience, however, could not maintain their composure. Screams erupted as many people bolted in different directions. Those attempting to escape were quickly captured by vampires lurking in the area and dumped in front of a colossal skeletal dragon. The Death Eaters stationed on the water platforms laughed and taunted others to try fleeing. That was rude. I wasn't finished. Voldemort descended from the dragon, glaring at the trembling spectators brought before him. Monster, a man cried out, struggling to break free from one of the vampire's iron grip. A monster, huh? Voldemort replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Is that what I am to you? No, please let me go, the man begged. Today at this lake, we have some of the most influential wizards and witches of magical Britain present, along with the next generation and even some foreign guests. Voldemort continued, ignoring the terrified man before him. I chose this precise day for my return so that all of you could bear witness, and to give each and every one of you the opportunity to declare your loyalty to me. Voldemort's gaze locked onto the man in front of him. Except for you. With a wave of his hand, a yellow substance materialized, splashing over the man's body. A blood-curdling scream filled the air as the man's body began to dissolve. Horror gripped the onlookers, but no one dared to move. Return the others to their seats and make sure they stay there, Voldemort observed as the vampires dragged the terrified member audience and waited for a moment before continuing. No more attempts to escape. That's good. Where was I? Ah, yes. Voldemort pointed a bony finger at the remnants of the dissolved man. My tolerance for disrespect is none, but for everyone else, I assure you that I am no monster. I can be quite reasonable." While Voldemort continued his speech, Lily and James whispered hurriedly to each other. "Did Harry mention what he planned to do?" James asked. To be fair, their son had only warned them about the imminent attack, not expecting them to do anything other than keep themselves safe. "Wait for him to come back. It won't be long," Daphne interjected. "He told you more than that, didn't he?" Lily asked, glancing at the blonde girl. Daphne nodded. "I've already activated them. That should buy us some time." "Activated what?" James asked. "Hogwarts defenses," she replied. "And I'll tell you one more thing." Voldemort's voice grew sharper. "Resistance is futile. There is nothing you can possibly do to—" The Dark Lord was abruptly cut off by loud rumbling noises from the other side of the lake. "What is going on?" As he began to ask what was happening, several skeletons from his undead army were flung into the air. "My lord, something is moving beneath the ground," a nearby vampire warned. Beneath the ground, Voldemort's sharp eyes scanned the area. Now he could see white objects emerging from the earth, attacking his dark forces. "What is that?" he muttered, shifting his gaze toward the water platforms. With the headmaster dead, the only person who could have activated magical defenses was the deputy headmistress McGonagall, but she stood right there next to Snape, looking as surprised as everyone else. She couldn't have done anything, or at least that was what he thought. "Golems," one of the Death Eaters shouted. "White golems are emerging from the ground," another added. "Golems," Voldemort repeated thoughtfully. "I can see them now. It appears that we'll face a bit of resistance after all." The light in his crimson eyes glowed even brighter. "I suppose it would have been boring otherwise. I brought my army all the way here after all." There was a hint of amusement in his voice. "How curious. Are those living statues?" a curious voice asked. Two more figures descended from the skeletal dragon and stood beside Voldemort. One was a beautiful black-haired girl wearing a dark dress and holding an ornate umbrella. This was Ankara, the vampire lord whom Harry had met recently. The one who spoke was next to her. He was an elegant-looking middle-aged man with blonde hair and a well-groomed mustache. Like Ankara, he was also a vampire lord, though far less ancient. "Something like that, Lord Sebastian," Voldemort replied carefully. Those two were the only ones he had to treat with tact. "They are created by combining several branches of magic. There are many ways to make them." Voldemort had not requested the presence of these two today, but Sebastian had insisted on watching the grand event, and he could not refuse a request from them. Also, Lady Ankara was the one whom he had promised the Hogwarts castle after it was conquered, so it's not like it didn't make sense for them to be here. It still made him uneasy and was very much looking forward to the day when he would not have to interact with them again. "Ah yes, I've seen you create those flesh golems using corpses," Sebastian noted with a nod. "Yes, the Inferi," Voldemort clarified. "Aren't they fascinating, Lady Ankara?" Sebastian asked his companion. "The things that these wizards can makeshift to compensate for their physical shortcomings." There was a not-so-hidden mockery towards wizard-kind in his tone. "No," she replied curtly, then proceeded to ignore him entirely. "Oh ho, in a bad mood today, are we? I thought acquiring a new castle might make you smile at least," Sebastian teased with a chuckle. Voldemort did not like having these two ancient vampires so close to him, but their presence was a necessary evil. Without their support, he wouldn't have achieved what he had so far. It was Lord Sebastian who had created most of the vampires in Voldemort's service and turned several of his most loyal followers into undead. Lady Ankara, while less involved, held enough influence that her approval had been essential for rallying the vampires to Voldemort's side. Sacrificing the castle of Hogwarts as payment had been a bitter pill to swallow, since it was an important place for him. But in the end, it would all be worth it. Once he ruled over all of magical Britain, he could construct a dozen castles more magnificent than Hogwarts. It seems your troops are struggling over there," Sebastian remarked. Voldemort returned his attention to the conflict that had just started. As Sebastian had pointed out, the golems were crushing his skeleton soldiers and overpowering even the trolls. This was no time to appear weak. He was trying to leave a lasting impression on the magical community, and that would not happen if his magnificent army was having so much trouble against some stone constructs. "Would you like me to take care of those magical toys for you?" Sebastian offered with a smile. Though the suggestion seemed sincere, Voldemort could tell he was being mocked for his displayed weakness. "There is no need for your involvement, Lord Sebastian. I will handle this inconvenience myself." No matter what his true intentions were, He could not handle being more indebted to these dangerous individuals. All eyes were on the undead Lick as he moved toward the battlefield, where his army clashed with the golems. Before Voldemort could reach them, the ground around him trembled, and more golems emerged from below. Counting the ones already engaged in battle, Voldemort estimated there were over 50 constructs, and it seemed like more were still emerging from the ground. Several ones had just appeared next to him, and the moment they surfaced, they moved all to attack him. Humph, the Dark Lord huffed with annoyance. The first golem to take a step closer to him was obliterated by a powerful blasting charm. Voldemort found it irritating that his specialty, death magic, was going to be useless against these constructs. As they weren't living beings, they were unaffected by it, but it wasn't as if he didn't have other weapons at his disposal. A few more blasting charms were enough to reduce the remaining golems to rubble. It was easier than I thought. Just as Voldemort prepared to advance, he sensed movement behind him. Something tried to grab him. He sidestepped just in time as a white stone hand passed by, brushing against his robes. "What is?" Voldemort turned to see the upper torso of one of the shattered golems crawling toward him. He was certain he had reduced all of them to rubble. There shouldn't have been anything left. Then it happened again. Another broken golem reassembled itself and attempted to attack him. They regenerate, Voldemort realized. Now he could see it clearly. The fragments of broken golems reassembling themselves as though they were under the effect of a massive reparo charm. A self-repairing golem wasn't entirely unheard of, but these constructs regenerated far faster than anything Voldemort had ever encountered. He also noted that they had some magical resistance on top of that. Otherwise, his blasting spells would have reduced them to dust, instead of big chunks of rock. Did the old man always have these hidden away somewhere? Voldemort wondered aloud with some wariness. An army of such golems could have decimated him and his followers in the previous war. Back then, he only had a handful of Death Eaters with him, and his magic was much weaker. The only plausible conclusion was that either Dumbledore hadn't possessed them, or they could only operate within the grounds of Hogwarts. "I see, so this was your last obstacle left behind for me, you old fool." Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. "I'll show you." The undead dragon shifted from its position, taking flight. "How pointless this is," Voldemort bellowed as the dragon descended upon the golems, crushing most of them beneath its bony claws. Their remains were drenched in a viscous, acidic liquid conjured by Voldemort, causing the constructs to dissolve rapidly. Once the golems were neutralized, Voldemort resumed his march. "This is nothing but a mild inconvenience to me. Today, I'll destroy the rest of your legacy and take this castle." "That thing is insane. It's crushing the golems like they're toys," Lily exclaimed, staring at the skeletal dragon. She had seen firsthand just how powerful those white marble golems were during the werewolf invasion, but now even 100 of them didn't appear to be enough. That's a true monster like its master," James said, his mind still haunted by the image of the dragon standing over the ruins of the Bones Manor. "Shouldn't we try to escape?" Neville asked hesitantly. "Look around you," Daphne replied. It was then that Neville noticed not everyone in Voldemort's army was distracted by the golems. Several Death Eaters were flying around the audience stands, and a dozen vampires stood nearby, ready to intercept anyone who tried to escape or fight back. Oh, Neville's desire to run quickly disappeared. Still, if we just sit here and do nothing, Lily's restlessness was growing. She knew that once Voldemort's army finished dealing with the golems, they'd come for the rest of them next. James, however, knew just how hopeless the situation was. Even if every single member of the audience stood up to fight at the same time, they wouldn't accomplish much. Most of them were students from Hogwarts or the 2 visiting schools. When it came to combat, they likely knew little more than the disarming charm, and under this pressure, many might not even manage that. As for the few adults present, the vast majority of the country's magical population had little experience defending themselves with their wands. That just wasn't how magic was used in their daily lives. Even the weakest of the Death Eaters could make quick work of them, and that wasn't even accounting for the vampires. James shuddered, remembering just how deadly those creatures were. They moved with incredible speed, and some carried cursed daggers. Even a tiny wound from those blades could kill within seconds. There were only a handful of people James could rely on. A few former Aurors who had joined the Order of the Phoenix were present, but they were likely thinking the same thing he was, that any resistance they mounted would be nothing more than a brief distraction. "Harry, what were you thinking?" James wished his son had shared the specifics of his plan. He could be a lot more relaxed if he knew what he had planned. His eyes moved to Voldemort's army. They were still struggling with the golems, but it wouldn't last much longer now that Voldemort himself had joined the fray. Then his gaze shifted to the two figures who had descended from the dragon. They hadn't moved from their spot. James noted that those two were traveling with Voldemort, which could only mean their positions within his ranks were significant. That also meant they were likely even more dangerous than the others. "Daphne," Lily whispered, "can you bring more of those golems?" Voice betrayed her growing concern as their numbers dwindled. "There are 101 white marble golems in Hogwarts. 100 are already here. The last one is on its way. There's only one more." Lily's tone grew desperate. "What is one more golem going to do?" "This last one is special," Daphne replied. "Special how?" Lily asked. A slightly mischievous smile appeared on Daphne's face. "You'll see in a moment. It's almost here." As she spoke, the ground began to shake violently. "It's happening now," Neville cried. Voldemort himself seemed to wonder the same thing when, all of a sudden, something massive emerged from the ground beneath him. Large amounts of dirt and stone were pushed aside as something else came into view. The first thing they all saw was a colossal white hand grabbing the dragon's equally massive neck and pulling it down. Voldemort was forced to retreat as the ground became unstable. The dragon let out a chilling screech, struggling against the grip of the enormous hand. Slowly but steadily, more of the golem came into view as it emerged from the ground, its grip never loosening on the dragon's neck. When the colossal figure was fully visible, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. "That's a golem too," James exclaimed. "Whoa, it's kinda big," Luna commented. "Kinda, that thing is as big as the dragon," Neville added. "It's on our side." "Right." Lily turned to glare at Daphne, clearly expecting an explanation. "I told you the last golem was special," Daphne stated. "I believe it was originally designed to fight against giant monsters that dared to attack the castle, so it is fitting to be used against that one." That was speculation on Daphne's part, as Harry had mentioned the foundations where the golems were stored were much older than Hogwarts itself. "Wow, Merlin, what the—" the audience collectively gasped as the colossal golem lifted the dragon with one hand. With its free hand, it punched the creature square in the face, sending it tumbling. Where did something like that come from? James wondered aloud. He could believe the smaller golems had been hidden somewhere in the castle, even if he and his friends had spent years exploring and mapping Hogwarts during their school days. But this thing, this massive stone creature, there was no way they could have missed something like that. The golem stood nearly 300 feet tall, a true colossus made of white marble. Okay. This one might actually make a difference, Lily had to admit. It was a surreal spectacle, seeing these two gigantic creatures locked in combat. The golem's every step sent tremors through the ground, and each of its punches created shockwaves that rippled across the shore. The skeletal dragon fought back with claws and teeth, but its attacks seemed almost futile against the sheer might of the construct. The shore of the lake, barely wide enough to accommodate them, frequently forced the combatants into the dark waters. The dragon slashed and bit ferociously, but the golem retaliated with relentless punches that cracked its skeletal frame. It didn't take long for the battle to show a clear advantage. Despite the dragon being slightly larger and heavier, the golem's regenerative capabilities ensured it would eventually come out on top. Not wanting to lose his most prized weapon, Voldemort hurled a barrage of deadly spells at the golem, but that much less effect compared to what they did to the smaller ones. Not just because of the size, but its magical resistance seems also to be stronger. "Tusk, to think you had a weapon like this hidden in Hogwarts." Voldemort's crimson eyes burned with fury. He turned sharply toward his army. The giants were gleefully crushing the smaller golems into rubble. Growl. Voldemort's voice thundered across the battlefield. The largest of the giants, a soaring figure holding a shattered golem in his massive hands, stopped mid-laugh at the sound of his name. "The Lord, cold," Grell rumbled. "Yes, I have cold," Voldemort snapped, pointing at the colossal golem. "Forget the small ones. I want you to destroy that one." Grell turned his gaze to the towering construct. The giant king hadn't even noticed it before, too preoccupied with demolishing the smaller ones. Now he was faced with a rare sight, something larger than himself. But rather than intimidation, Grell felt only excitement. "Destroy it?" "Yes." He barked a command to 5 of his soldiers and began moving toward the Colossus. The battlefield went eerily silent as the skeletal dragon let out a deafening roar, its piercing cry shaking the very air. In the next moment, the colossal golem delivered a thunderous punch to the dragon's head. The force of the blow sent the dragon's skull flying, dislodging it entirely from the rest of its body. "Yeah, take that," James cheered, his voice carrying through the stunned silence. The audience erupted into celebration, their fear momentarily replaced by hope. But not everyone was cheering. No, Voldemort's enraged scream silenced the joyous crowd. Damn it! He stomped his bony foot on the ground in frustration. His only solace was knowing he could fix the dragon, eventually. The skull could be retrieved and reattached, but reanimating it and repairing the extensive damage would take significant time and effort. This meant that he could no longer count on it for this battle. This was the first major loss Voldemort had suffered since his return. He barely spared a thought for the Death Eaters or Lestrangers who had perished. They were replaceable pawns. But the dragon, that was a tool of true value. Grull and his warriors reached the Colossus. Wasting no time, the Giant King swung his massive cleaver, slicing into the golem's leg. Chunks of marble and stone flew in all directions. The golem faltered, struggling to regain its balance, and swung a powerful punch at Grull, who dodged with surprising agility for his massive size. Despite being only a third of the golem's height, Grull compensated with speed and combat expertise. The other giants joined in, hacking at the golem's legs with their crude but effective weapons. While they couldn't reach higher than its knees, the damage they inflicted was enough to distract the construct, allowing their king to continue his assault. Voldemort observed with satisfaction, muttering curses at the lost dragon, but feeling vindicated by the giant's success. The battle then continued to rage on. While the bulk of Voldemort's army persisted in holding off the smaller golems, the combined efforts of Grull, his warriors, and Voldemort's corrosive spells designed to stop the Colossus from regenerating had begun to turn the tide in their favor. In the stands, the spectators' hope dwindled once more. Helpless to intervene, they had pinned all their faith on the constructs to save them. Lily glanced at Daphne, who seemed strangely unfazed despite the brutal destruction of the smaller golems and even the trouble that the colossal one now faced. "Daphne," Lily whispered, watching as the Giant King delivered a devastating blow, severing one of the golem's massive arms. Grull, despite his towering frame, moved with startling precision and agility, his blows deliberate and effective. He was a warrior through and through. "This isn't looking good," James muttered. If it came down to it, he knew he'd have to create a distraction so that Lily and the others could escape. At least his children weren't here. For that, he was thankful. "Daphne," Lily's tone sharpened as she turned to glare at the blonde witch. "If you know something we don't, now would be a good time to share." Because a loud, sickening crack interrupted her. "The golem," James muttered, his face falling as the giant shattered its legs, forcing it to collapse to the ground. Once it was down, the giants began smashing it to pieces with savage glee. Laughter erupted from Voldemort and his Death Eaters as they reveled in the sight of the mighty construct's destruction. "Don't worry about that." Lily turned toward Daphne, startled by her calm tone. Daphne didn't even glance at the broken golem. Instead, she stared at something on her wrist, her expression serene. "There's no need to distract them anymore," she said cryptically. Before Lily could press her further, Luna abruptly stood from her seat. "He's here." Luna's voice was soft, but it carried a weight that sent a shiver through everyone who heard it. In the distance, two vampire lords stood observing the chaos with disinterest. Sebastian turned toward his companion, his stoic demeanor cracking when he noticed her trembling. It was an unfamiliar sight. Lady Ankara was shaking. "Master," she whispered, so faintly it was almost inaudible. Sebastian's sharp ears caught the word, and his eyes narrowed. "Lady Ankara, what did you just say?" His voice was low, tinged with unease. He couldn't ignore the implication of that single chilling word when it came from the lips of the oldest and most powerful vampire he knew. Moments before the attack, unknown location, "Show yourself, you little shit," Bellatrix roared into the darkness. Even with her enhanced eyesight, she could not pierce through the oppressive void that surrounded her. She would never admit it, but this strange place made her uneasy. Where are we?" Wormtail stammered, his voice trembling with fear. "It's too dark," Goyle shouted, stumbling forward. "Can't see my feet," Crabbe added, though the reason he couldn't see them had less to do with the darkness and more with his massive belly. Without warning, a barrage of spells came flying at the group. "Tusk," Bellatrix moved with impossible speed, evading every curse aimed her way. However, her companions weren't so fortunate. Wormtail let out a cry of pain as a bone-breaker Goyle barely escaped with a shallow cut from a uff. That was CL curse shattered his right leg. Cutting charm, his sentence was cut short by the wet splatter of blood, and Crabbe's head, reducing it to a gruesome mess. Exploding curse impacted Goyle stared in horror as his friend's headless body collapsed. His scream stuck in his throat, replaced by a strangled gasp. Damn it. Bellatrix snarled, whirling toward the direction of the attack. She raised her wand and cast a powerful spell. Fiendfire. From her wand erupted a flaming crow, its crimson body radiating a malevolent heat. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. This was her third attempt casting the spell, and it drained her reserves considerably. If her magic became too depleted, she'd have no choice but to rely on hand-to-hand combat, a dangerous gamble against an unseen opponent. They watched the fiery crow soar into the distance, its glow barely illuminating the oppressive darkness. Much to their shock, it vanished completely, swallowed whole by the abyss. For the first time in decades, Bellatrix felt something foreign and unwelcome. Fear. The unyielding void made her feel vulnerable and exposed in a way she hadn't been since childhood. What the? Arg, Wormtail whimpered, his agony a constant reminder of his shattered leg. That won't work, came a calm voice, echoing ominously. Bellatrix froze. Her eyes darted wildly, but she couldn't pinpoint the source. Ah, Wormtail's scream broke the tension. Blood sprayed across his face as Goyle's head exploded just like crabs. Wormtail trembled, frozen in horror, while Bellatrix's breath hitched. She hadn't heard or sensed a spell. If it had been aimed at her, she'd be dead already. Damn it, show yourself. I'll rip you to pieces, she screamed, pouring every ounce of her anger into the threat. No need for that, Harry said, stepping out from the shadows. Wormtail recoiled, his bloodied hands trembling as he took in Harry's face. James, Wormtail's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't what it looks like. They forced me to bring them here. I am not James. I think I already said that, Harry replied coldly. Not James. Wormtail's gaze flickered to Harry's vibrant green eyes. Those eyes, you're Harry, aren't you? Desperation bled into his voice. I'm Peter. I saw you when you were a baby. You probably don't remember me, but I was a good friend of your family. Harry's expression darkened, his disdain evident. You have to believe me, Harry. They made me do this. I would never harm your family. Wormtail's pleading grew more frantic. You really think I'll let you go because you begged? Harry's tone was colder than ice. Wormtail's face twisted into a sneer, abandoning his act. No, I know you wouldn't. You're a righteous bastard like your father. I was just trying to distract you. Bellatrix lunged from behind, a cursed dagger in hand. Got you, she hissed, aiming for Harry's face. With unnatural speed, Harry's hand shot up, catching her arm mid-strike. The force of her momentum stopped with a sickening snap. The dagger's tip hovered less than an inch from his cheek, but no matter how hard Bellatrix pushed, she couldn't drive it closer. Getting this close to me was definitely the wrong choice, Harry said, his voice devoid of emotion. Bellatrix's arm began to tremble. Pain shot through her limb as she felt her flesh decaying under his grip. Her hand disintegrated into dust, and the cursed dagger clattered to the ground. Stumbling backward, she glanced down in horror as her feet began to vanish as well. Whatever magic Harry had unleashed was consuming her whole. Bella, Wormtail screamed. My lord. Bellatrix's last words came as her body dissolved into nothingness. A less painful death than she deserved, Harry muttered, turning to Wormtail. Wormtail had taken advantage of the distraction, pulling his wand and aiming it shakily at Harry. Avada Kedavra, he screamed. The sickly green light of the killing curse struck Harry square in the chest and dissipated harmlessly. Wormtail's jaw dropped. I'm not explaining to you why that didn't work. Harry noted the look of confusion on the man's face. He then drew a line with his finger. Divulsa. Flash of purple light hit Wormtail, sent his shoulder, severing his wand arm in its entirety. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, but Harry felt no satisfaction with just this. I never took joy in torturing my enemies, Harry said, his voice eerily calm. But for you, I would have made an exception. He paused, his expression hardening. You are the worst of them all. Wormtail's pleas devolved into incoherent cries as Harry's spell, a corrosive curse, began consuming him from the inside out. Harry watched for a moment, then turned away. Harry would have stayed there and watched it happen, as it would take him several minutes to die, but he had already felt the marble golems being activated by Daphne. This meant that the situation at Hogwarts was not good and he had to return. Still hearing Wormtail's screams, Harry abandoned this pocket dimension and returned to the real world. Harry found himself within the protective wards of his family's property. Harry, Lyra called, rushing to his side. Where did you go? You disappeared all of a sudden. Had to take care of the intruders, Harry replied. Lyra's eyes scanned the area. Where are they? Gone, Harry said curtly. Stay here, I have to go back to Hogwarts, he added. Wait, why can't I go back with you? Lyra asked, confused. I want to see what's going on at the school too. Stay here, Harry said firmly, raising his staff. The runes along its surface glowed brightly as he channeled his magic. Voldemort's blood wards tried to bar him from returning to Hogwarts, but Harry poured more power into his spell. "That won't stop me," he muttered, and with a final surge of magic, he vanished. Lyra stood alone, staring at the spot where her brother had been. "He just left me here," she muttered in disbelief. She huffed in frustration before turning back toward the house. "Harry, what the hell?" Hogwarts, Black Lake Shore. Voldemort was the first to notice the change in the air. He glanced up and saw the Dementors moving in erratic patterns, emitting loud, unsettling cries. Then, he felt the anti-apparition blood ward stir, and he immediately knew what this meant. He became alarmed. "Someone is trying to break eye." He couldn't even finish the sentence to warn his followers. It all happened in an instant. The metallic spire being used as a catalyst to empower the blood wards was brutality shattered. This was followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the shore of the lake, drawing everyone's attention. A mysterious figure stood there now, wrapped in impossibly black robes that obscured their features. "Dumbledore!" Voldemort yelled at the top of his lungs. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. As far as he knew, Dumbledore was the only wizard capable of breaching his blood wards, but that would mean Snape had betrayed him. As his non-existent blood began to boil with anger, the hood covering the person's face was pulled back. Voldemort instantly realized this individual looked nothing like Dumbledore. Harry scanned the battlefield with his bright green eyes before landing on Voldemort, who stared back at him with an expression of what he assumed was one of surprise. It was hard to tell since the man had no skin. "I am not Dumbledore." "I'm afraid you're not that lucky today," Harry said before shifting his attention elsewhere. "Who are you then?" Voldemort demanded. Harry's face looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it. Harry tapped his staff on the ground. "First things first, let's secure this place." Every member of the audience noticed the immediate change in the atmosphere. The oppressive sensation of Voldemort's blood wards was replaced by a warm and gentle aura. All around the stands at the shore, where Harry's parents were seated, as well as on the floating platforms where the teachers and champions stood, a protective layer began to form. "This is a Protego charm," Professor McGonagall observed the phenomenon surrounding them. "Of this size? Impossible. That would require a tremendous amount of magic," Professor Flitwick added. "Look closely. It's not just a charm. There are runes embedded in it," noted Professor Bathsheba Babbling, who taught ancient runes and found the display fascinating. "Will this thing be able to protect us from those monsters?" Madame Maxim asked. McGonagall turned to look at Snape. Even if they were protected, they still had a potential traitor in their midst. "Shit, what do we do?" "Shut up, you idiot." Nearby, 2 men began arguing loudly. McGonagall was momentarily distracted by their argument and lost track of Snape. When she spotted him again, he was pointing his wand directly at her. "Avada Kedavra," Snape conjured the killing curse. "No," McGonagall didn't have time to defend herself. A simple protective charm would not stop such a deadly spell. She saw the green light appear and streak toward her, only for it to hit one of the arguing men behind her. What? She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The people next to her screamed in panic. The surviving man had his wand ready. "Bloody hell, Snape, you traitor!" But Snape was faster. Before the man could utter a single sound, he was hit with a disarming spell. Snape followed it with something deadlier, Sectum Sempra. Ugh! The man collapsed as his body was sliced open, deep wounds bleeding profusely. "Snape, what are you doing?" Professor Flitwick yelled. "Those 2 are auras." "That's right," McGonagall gasped. She realized these men were indeed the auras sent by the Ministry to bolster event security. She had almost forgotten about them. "Those are no auras. They're Death Eaters. They were about to kill you all," Snape huffed, keeping his eye on the dying man. "Death Eaters, but," Flitwick muttered, his voice trailing off. Snape knelt next to the man struck by the killing curse and tore the fabric from his right arm, revealing Voldemort's dark mark. "It's true, then." McGonagall was about to ask why he had killed them, but the motive was obvious. Snape was a traitor, but not to their side. Snape glared at her. "My allegiance has always been the same." "I'm sorry, Severus." McGonagall felt a pang of guilt for doubting him. Dumbledore had always trusted this person, but she could never bring herself to do the same. "We should be fine now. The others shouldn't be able to get in here," Snape said, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. "I've done my part. The rest is up to you, Potter." "Hey, that's Harry." Cedric pointed toward the figure, diverting the audience's attention away from the now-dead Death Eaters. "It's true, that's Harry Potter," Victor Crumb confirmed. "Is he the one who cast this protection?" That boy, impossible, Madame Maxime said. This must be Dumbledore's work. But where is he? Severus, is that right? Is Dumbledore back at Hogwarts? I'm sure you know something about this, McGonagall asked, her gaze fixed on Snape. The headmaster is not here. This is Potter's doing. He is. Not what you think, Snape said, his eyes fixed on the black-robed figure in the distance. What do you mean by that? Professor Flitwick asked. Snape glanced back at them for a moment. I believe we're all about to see something impressive, or at least he hoped. Otherwise, they were all going to have some very painful deaths. This barrier, did Harry create this? James stared at the translucent substance surrounding the stands. Magna Custodia, Daphne answered. This is his strongest defense. It can even block unforgivables to some degree. Then that's Harry over there, Lily exclaimed as she stared at the lone figure in black robes. He's by himself out there. We have to do something. We do have to do something about them first. James gestured towards several individuals in the crowd who had begun to move. He'd been watching closely from the beginning. 2 of them were supposed to be auras, but he had never seen them before. There was a good chance they were Death Eaters. The other 2 were shady ministry personnel whose loyalty had been questioned for years. Now it was clear who they had been serving. Lily followed her husband's gaze to the 4 men. Right, she pulled out her wand but kept it hidden. Everyone, please remain in your seats and stay calm, one of the suspicious men announced, stepping into the center of the stands while the other 3 moved to different spots. Yes, there's no need to panic. We'll do our best to remove this charm someone has placed upon us, the second man added. Wait a minute, why do you want to remove it? Yes, isn't this protecting us? Some adults in the crowd began questioning their suggestion. Hey, you don't know that. It could be a dangerous spell, one of the men argued. The other pulled out his official badge. And besides, we're both auras. We have more experience with this kind of thing. You're auras. Then why didn't you lift a finger when that skeleton killed a man? One of the students asked. That skeleton? The expression of one of the so-called auras twisted with anger. That's the Dark Lord. Show some respect, you mudblood. Mark, damn it. The other aura cursed at his companion's lack of sense before raising his wand to aim at the crowd. Okay, no one moves, or why? So much for pretending to be the good guys. James had already fired a disarming charm at the man and quickly followed it with a stunner. Lily sprang into action, targeting the other man with a Petrificus Totalis spell. While the fake auras went down, Daphne kept her eye on the last 2. The ministry men hadn't expected to fight and were relying on the Death Eaters disguised as auras to handle any violence. But when they saw their partners being attacked, they knew they had no choice. Lapis Spiker. As soon as one stepped into the open, he was pierced in the chest by a spike made from stone that conjured from Daphne's wand. The other was about to aim his wand at her when someone unexpectedly intervened. Dismember. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his arm was ripped from its socket and flung away. Daphne glanced back at the caster. I had it under control, Luna. The blonde girl shrugged. It's been a while since I had the chance to use it. Xenophilius stared at his daughter. Pudding, did you just rip that man's arm off? Is this what they teach now at Hogwarts? One of the adults in the audience asked, his expression a mix of concern and horror. James and Lily worked to calm the rest of the crowd. Everyone, it's going to be okay. As long as you stay inside the barrier, you'll be safe, Lily assured them. Most seemed unconvinced, considering what was outside, but it wasn't like they had a better option. Lily tried to go outside, but James stopped her. Where are you going? To stay here. James, what are you talking about? I'm going to help my son, Lily said firmly. Lily, Daphne approached her. I understand you're worried for Harry. I am too, to be honest, but you can't help him right now. You'd only get in his way if you went out there. You have seen what he is up against. Can you really do something? He's not planning on facing that army by himself, is he? Please tell me he has a better plan than that, Lily pleaded. You know, Daphne hesitated. I'm sure he has a general idea of what to do, but Harry doesn't really do the whole detailed planning thing. He's more of an improviser. That doesn't sound reassuring, Lily muttered. Daphne smiled. But you can always count on him when it matters. He won't fail. He told me he can defeat the Dark Lord and his army, and I believe it, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Daphne, Lily was taken aback by how much faith the girl had in her son. She's right, James added. Harry assured us he has everything under control. Let him handle it. Trust in our son. It's okay, Luna said softly, drawing their attention. She was staring at the sky with a dreamy expression. It will be over soon. Harry is calling on Hogwarts magic. That's why he brought them here. Hogwarts magic? Daphne asked, puzzled. Harry had been insistent on fighting Voldemort inside the school boundaries but never explained why. She had assumed it was because of the golems. He hasn't tried to repair them. She knew that if he wanted, he could fuel more magic from the main Arkstone at the foundation and make the golems regenerate faster, but he had just been raising wards so far. Luna didn't take her eyes off the sky. I wish you could see it too. It's beautiful. Harry tapped his staff on the ground for the third time. The first 2 taps had created protections around the audience members, but this one was different. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded, his red eyes narrowing in confusion. Someone had appeared out of nowhere, destroyed his blood wards, and now seemed to be activating another one on top. Are those Hogwarts protections? Voldemort watched as several layers of powerful spells wove across the sky, enveloping the entire lake area. This protection felt ancient, like the original wards from the castle that were created by the 4 founders. Kind of. Part of them come from the original protections, but I've modified them to suit my purpose, Harry replied calmly. It felt strange to be having even a brief conversation with this man. He had expected an immediate attack from Voldemort. For now, it appeared like the Dark Lord was more curious than threatened by the new arrival, something that was going to change very soon. What are you trying to accomplish with this? Voldemort pressed, his tone tinged with suspicion. And how are you able to manipulate the castle wards? Are you Dumbledore's apprentice by any chance? Harry could admit that he had once been Dumbledore's apprentice, but that was a long time ago in another life. That is not who he was now, not anymore. My name will mean little to you now, but I am Harry Potter. Potter, Voldemort repeated, his gaze shifting momentarily to the audience stands, where he had noticed the Potters earlier. He vaguely remembers Wormtail mentioning something about them having a son, and this was only because his date of birth was close to fit the prophecy that Snape brought him, but in the end, it was Neville Longbottom, the only one born at the end of the 7th month. Meanwhile, Harry finished the safeguards, and he allowed a sense of relief to wash over him. The most delicate part was now over, and none of these creatures would ever leave this place. You should have been more wary of me. Not that it would have changed the outcome, but you allowed me to put the last nail in your coffin. So thanks for that, Harry said, his voice calm but resolute. Voldemort's curiosity gave way to anger at the boy's insolence. I'll give you this, boy, you're brave. Most would tremble in fear at the sight of me, Voldemort sneered, raising his wand to point at Harry. But I have something to finish here. Don't worry, your parents and the rest of your family will soon join you. He presumed Bellatrix had already dealt with any other remaining Potters at their manor. All they had to do was to kill the ones at the stands, and that family will be no more. Voldemort was willing to accept the servitude of others, but not of those who had opposed him directly by joining Dumbledore's useless order. Those will have to die. With a lazy flick of his wand, the Dark Lord sent a deadly curse at Harry. The spark of light glowed with an unsettling purple hue, promising only death. Harry extended his left hand and caught the curse. It was hard to see if one wasn't up close, but he had created several layers of his protective charm to cover his skin, so he wasn't really touching the spell directly. What? Voldemort's shock was palpable. He had expected the boy to drop dead instantly and had already begun turning his attention elsewhere when he saw him stop the curse midair. Harry's eyes were cold as he glared at his old enemy. You already destroyed my family once. But that will never again. The curse shattered in Harry's hand, exploding into a million particles of light. That's, who the hell are you? Voldemort shouted, his composure cracking. He may have thrown it casually, but that curse he just used was nothing to be taken lightly, and no normal defensive charm should have been able to stop it. He could no longer dismiss the wizard before him just because of his youthful looks. This was someone who had shattered his curse as if it were nothing. An act that must have required magic of an extremely advanced caliber, meaning that this person was no apprentice, but a mature wizard with a mastery of magic that could come close to competing with him. Before Voldemort could recover, loud cracking noises from behind them broke his focus. The giants had finished destroying Harry's colossal golem. They laughed, seemingly unaware of Harry's presence, or the fact that they were now trapped. Voldemort's remaining army, though reduced by heavy losses, had nearly finished off the other golems as well. Looks like your minions have defeated my golems, Harry noted, unfazed. The golems were only ever meant to be a distraction. If they had failed to hold off Voldemort until his arrival, Ankara would have been forced to intervene. Harry had no doubt that the ancient vampire lord could have annihilated the entire army single-handedly, but it was fortunate it hadn't come to that, as it would have alerted Voldemort of the danger he was in and given him the opportunity to escape, something he no longer had. The golems weren't lost, either. With a bit more magic from the main Arkstone, they would regenerate in minutes. That can wait, Harry thought. I have other uses for those magic reserves. The golems had served their purpose. They could rest for now. Voldemort, meanwhile, was beginning to piece things together. If this wizard in front of him truly commanded those constructs and wasn't bluffing, it was terrible news. How did I miss this? Voldemort thought bitterly. He had been cautious, delaying his return for years to ensure every aspect of his plan was perfect. Yet here was a wizard whose power rivaled or exceeded his expectations. Harry turned his back on Voldemort, sensing the Dark Lord's inner turmoil. "I'll be right back," he said casually. Voldemort didn't get to finish his question before Harry disappeared. Harry reappeared at the farthest edge of the shore, near the boundary of the wards he had created. Ahead of him, Voldemort's army loomed. Despite their heavy losses, there were still plenty of vampires, trolls, and skeletons among their ranks. These were Voldemort's elite troops. The rest had been sent to Hogsmeade. "I'll start with you." Harry raised his metallic staff and struck the ground with a resounding pang. The gems embedded in its head began to glow, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. The ground before Harry moved rapidly, forming a large structure. At first, no one knew what it was, only that it was enormous, almost as large as the white marble colossus the giants had destroyed earlier. The mass of rocks and dirt quickly took shape. It was a cylinder with both ends sealed, one side aimed directly at Voldemort's army. "What in Merlin's name is that large thing he is making now?" James pointed at his son's creation. "It's like a—" "Wait." Lily was about to answer when she noticed something strange. The back end of the cylinder became inflated like a balloon, while the rest of the structure started to shrink. The trolls and vampires at the forefront of the army felt an impending sense of doom, while the skeleton soldiers, lacking both self-preservation and fear, stood motionless, awaiting orders. The others, however, tried to distance themselves from whatever was about to unfold. Unfortunately for the trolls, they were too slow to do much about it. Only the vampires were capable of moving out of the way before it was too late. The balloon at the back of the cylinder grew smaller and smaller, producing an eerie noise. The whole process happened extremely swiftly, taking only seconds. Then, all of a sudden, the front part of the cylinder exploded, creating a tremendously loud noise that startled everyone. Something massive shot out of the improvised structure and struck the dense ranks of skeletons and trolls that hadn't escaped in time. Pieces of smashed bones and troll bits were scattered all over the place. "A cannon," Lily shouted while standing up from her seat. "That's a cannon, and a giant one at that." The projectile, a massive spherical stone, moved with such force and speed that it left nothing but destruction in its wake. With that single shot, Harry decimated nearly a fourth of the army. Unfortunately, that transfiguration only served for one shot, as the structure was also destroyed in the process of shooting the projectile. But Harry wasn't done just yet. He had another way to continue the assault. After the cannonball tore through the army, it entered a black hole Harry had conjured in its path. Another hole appeared near an intact part of the army, and the projectile emerged, cutting through the troops again. Half the army was destroyed the second time around, and the giant boulder passed through it. But even after that, the projectile retained enough energy to make several more passes. In a matter of seconds, that single boulder had destroyed most of the Dark Lord's land army, leaving only a few skeletal remains crawling across the battlefield. The trolls stood no chance, being too large and slow to evade the attack. The vampires, however, had survived and were now charging directly at Harry. "How did he do that?" James asked. He understood enough about Muggle weapons and transfiguration to know this was extraordinary. You can't create gunpowder with transfiguration nor conjure it. A cannon should not work with magic. He didn't need gunpowder thought, just having some basic understanding of physics, Lily said. He used compressed air. That balloon that appeared at the back of the cannon was filled with air. When he reduced the container's size, the air had nowhere to go, so it found the path of least resistance and pushed the projectile through the front of it. Daphne explained, "I've only learned to make a small version of that. It looks simple at first, but everything must be transfigured perfectly. The front needs to be thinner than the rest to direct the projectile forward, otherwise it could backfire and harm the caster. But if it's too thin, it would break before generating enough pressure and accomplish nothing," Lily added. "That must require immense precision. Why is he using something so complicated in such a crucial moment?" James wondered. Daphne shrugged. "Doesn't he always do that?" She wasn't thrilled about Harry's risk-taking, but it was part of who he was. Maybe to him it doesn't seem risky, Lily speculated. Maybe he's just that confident in his skills. Bloody hell, James pointed to where Harry stood. Oh no, Lily muttered. Harry was now surrounded by several dozen vampires. These weren't ordinary vampires either. The ones Sebastian had brought were elite warriors, personally chosen and trained by him. That was an amusing display of magic, but that wizard won't stand a chance against my elite soldiers, Sebastian said confidently. He never was too impressed by the army that Voldemort had put together, other than the giants. Those trolls and skeletons may look like a threat to the common human or wizard, but in Sebastian's eyes, they were nothing but useless things. Inkara glanced at him but said nothing. If her master ordered her, she would have exterminated everyone present. Instead, her task was to monitor certain individuals and intervene only if absolutely necessary. Harry counted 32 vampires surrounding him. Argentum, Harry channeled a massive amount of magic into his staff. Centum hasty. From beneath their feet, the vampires saw 100 silver spears emerge. There were at least 3 spears for each of them. While this might have overwhelmed lesser vampires, these elites were far too swift and skilled. Not a single spear touched them as they darted out of harm's way. A feral smile appeared on one vampire's face. These little wizard tricks won't work on us. Ugh. His words were cut short as a silver spear pierced his skull from above, killing him instantly. The spear had emerged from a black circle floating above his head. Harry looked at the remaining elite vampires with amusement. What about that trick? Harry moved his staff, and the silver spears were lifted into the air. With a swift motion, he sent them flying as fast as bullets. The vampires knew they couldn't just stand around and wait for the next attack, so they all moved together and charged at him. Dozens of silver spears began to enter the black circles created by Harry and exit close to their intended targets. No matter how quickly the vampires reacted, they couldn't predict where the next attack would come from. By the time they reached Harry, almost half of them had fallen victim to the spears, reduced to dust. Die already? The first vampire to get close enough aimed his cursed dagger at Harry's chest, hoping to end it in one strike. Before the blade could reach him, Harry apparated away, leaving the vampire to stab nothing but air. Where is he? The vampire roared. His companions were as confused as he was. They all saw Harry disappear, but they could not find where he had reappeared. He used that thing wizards employ to teleport themselves elsewhere, another soldier noted. Didn't the Dark Lord say they couldn't do that here? So, he ran away? Someone asked. That could be a possibility. Wait, look. One of the vampires pointed as the silver spears rose into the air again. How is he doing this? He must be hiding somewhere nearby. But where? The vampires looked around, scanning their surroundings with their enhanced senses. However, the lake was surrounded by flat ground, so there should be nowhere for him to hide. In the end, they didn't even have the opportunity to search for Harry, as the spears were shot into the sky. They already knew what was coming next, but this time, they didn't even have a visible target, so they couldn't stop the spear by killing the caster. Avoid the spears. Their leader, Sebastian, had no choice but to get involved. He wasn't going to let some wizard kill all his elite soldiers. The vampire lord was much faster than his soldiers and could intercept the dangerous silver weapons before they reached him. But even with his help, the other vampires continued to fall one by one. Just 1 minute after the barrage of attacks began, only 10 vampires remained. Voldemort, for his part, hadn't stayed idle. He rallied his Death Eaters and began searching for Harry. He's using some sort of invisibility charm. Find him, Voldemort shouted in rage. His losses had already far exceeded what he deemed acceptable. The skeletons that had been destroyed with ease had been painstakingly revived and modified by him personally, one by one. They were some of his best creations. His skeletal dragon was seriously damaged, and he had lost all his trolls. On top of that, with so many elite vampires dead, he had likely lost the favor of Lord Sebastian. If the 2 vampire lords turned against him, he would be in serious trouble. And the worst part was, he didn't even know who this wizard really was or why he was interfering. Damn it all, Voldemort's red eyes scanned the field. Hominem Revelio. His spell revealed nothing, and his followers weren't having any luck either. Meanwhile, the vampires continued to be assaulted by spears made of silver that vanished and reappeared unpredictably. No! A vampire screamed as a spear pierced his chest. Only the vampire lord and 2 others remained standing. Show yourself! Sebastian had completely lost his calm demeanor. He was absolutely livid now. But no matter how much he searched with his enhanced senses, he couldn't find any trace of the one responsible for killing his most loyal soldiers. He then saw several spears pass by his side and strike the female vampire behind him. "No," Sebastian muttered as he watched her turn to dust. Moments later, the last vampire fell too. Attacked from all sides, he had no chance to escape. "I spent centuries shaping these vampires into my elite squad. The best of the best. Centuries of work." "Gone," Sebastian muttered, his expression twisted with anger. "I will not rest until I rip you apart, wizard," he screamed. The aura of the vampire lord began to change, growing more violent. His eyes gained a red tint, and his hair turned pure white. Voldemort was starting to worry. If the vampire lord couldn't find the wizard, he might turn against him. The Dark Lord's red eyes shifted to the other vampire lord. At this point, she might be the only one who could solve the situation if Sebastian lost control. But Lady Ankara remained motionless, as if she were waiting for something. The only vampires left were those around the audience stands, but Voldemort couldn't command them. They belonged to her. They would only act on their own whims, or if she commanded them. Voldemort felt uneasy as he observed Ankara's vampires. They were supposed to be watching the audience to prevent escapes, but now their backs were turned to the audience, and they seemed to be watching him and his followers instead. Voldemort shook his head. He couldn't deal with another betrayal right now. Lady Ankara had no reason to betray him. She had the most to gain from this battle after all. "Let's hope Bellatrix returns soon, and those troops I sent to Hogsmeade should be done by now." "Wait." Voldemort tried to sense the connection with his necromantic creations, but couldn't feel anything beyond these wards. That should have been impossible. Hogwarts wards shouldn't be this restrictive. It was then that he heard Harry's voice again. "Expecto Patronum." Voldemort saw a bright flash of light originate above him. From the pure white light, 3 magical constructs came into existence and flew away. One was a majestic stag, another was a swift owl, and the last one was a powerful horse. "He is aiming for my Dementors," the Dark Lord screamed while he pointed at the sky with his bony finger. "After him now." The Death Eaters were still unable to see Harry's exact position, so as they flew closer, they began to randomly throw dark curses in the general direction from where the light creatures had emerged. Harry's 3 Patroni were unable to destroy the large mass of Dementors, but that was not their purpose. The 3 of them moved to strategic positions and began to round the dark creatures at the center, like a shepherd dog herding the sheep. All the Dementors let out eerie cries as they scrambled to move away from the pure light constructs, not really realizing they were doing exactly what Harry wanted. His figure reappeared floating in the air, right below the mass of Dementors. His 3 Patroni had done a great job at rounding them all up in a single point. Harry's eyes had gained a clear white shite to them. His black robes fluttered around with violence as if they were complaining to him. "You don't like this magic, huh?" "To be honest, me neither." Harry could feel his blood boiling, and the brand on his arm had begun to inflict a tremendous amount of pain. He also lost his ability to turn invisible, and he could only conclude that the power coming from Death's Hallows did not get along with sacred magic. "I should end this quickly." Harry aimed his staff at the screaming Dementors. "There he is." The Death Eaters found him immediately and then wasted no time in throwing a barrage of curses at Harry. A layer of protection was erected around him. That should hold for a bit. Now, his attention returned to his target. The jewels on his staff began to shine with a pure white light as Harry was surrounded by a consecrated aura. Sacro, a sphere of pure holy light manifested at the tip of his staff. The Dementors began to scream loudly, feeling the incoming danger. But between the wards and the 3 Patroni, they had nowhere to escape. They were completely trapped. Lux Maxima, a blinding beam of pure sacred light shoots out towards the dark creatures. The Death Eaters below him had no choice but to stop their attacks and cover their eyes. Voldemort, who had been approaching, felt an immensely painful sensation when he got close to the light coming from Harry's staff and had no choice but to retreat as far as possible. A short moment later, the area was involved in an unsettling silence. None could still see anything, but they could no longer hear the sounds of the Dementors screaming. And as the light receded and they were able to regain their sight, their worst fears came true. The creatures that were supposed to be impossible to destroy were no more. "No." Voldemort stared at the empty space where all his Dementors had been floating just moments ago. "No. Wait, where did the wizard go?" One of the Death Eaters pointed out. The Dementors were not the only thing missing. Harry had also disappeared. "Damn it, find him, he could not have gone too far," another one shouted, and he was right. "Fullman," the voice of Harry was the next thing they heard. "Fullman." Voldemort saw something akin to a lightning bolt pass near him and strike some of his Death Eaters, killing them instantly. However, this time, Harry had been close enough that Voldemort could pinpoint his location. "There you are." Voldemort roared as he stabbed the air with his wand, producing a sickly yellow orb that traveled quickly and splashed onto the ground, burning a large area and dissolving the stone. "Depulso," Harry said next. The corrosive yellow substance Voldemort had created was promptly lifted from the ground and sent toward the face of an unfortunate masked individual. The man didn't have time to utter a single word before the yellow, thick liquid began to dissolve his mask and then his face. "Judson." Someone flying nearby called out when they saw this. If Voldemort had the capability to frown, he would have done so. Harry could have used any spell to kill that man, but he had purposely chosen to use Voldemort's own spell against his follower. "That's it." Voldemort's red eyes shone like beacons. "Fiendfire," he shouted with rage. A fiery crimson snake flew in Harry's direction, or at least that's what Voldemort hoped, since he was unable to see him at all. Meanwhile, Sebastian and the rest of the Death Eaters had been tirelessly trying to locate Harry. The reason they were completely unable to find him was that Harry wasn't just using the invisibility cloak or his mastery as the Master of Death, but right now, he was also the only one in the entire school who could apparate within the wards. Suddenly, they all heard someone screaming and turned their attention toward the sound. One of the Death Eaters who had been flying near the lake had fallen to the ground and was clutching his side. Several of his companions approached to see what was wrong. "What is that?" They saw some purple substance stuck to his arm, and it appeared to be eating away at him. "A corrosive curse." Another one recognized it, noting its similarity to one of their lord's favorite curses, though this one acted slower. "Can you remove it?" someone asked. Then they heard their lord screaming at them. Voldemort had realized something they all missed. It was a trap. "Get out of there, you fool!" Incendium. Viridescent flames emerged from Harry's staff and washed over the Death Eaters who had gathered too closely together. The dark wizards screamed as their bodies burned and melted away. Voldemort looked around himself. Of the over 20 Death Eaters he had brought, only 6 remained. Bloody hell. "Screw this." One of the remaining Death Eaters pulled out his emergency portkey with shaky hands and tried to activate it in order to escape from this hellish place. But nothing happened. No. He lifted his wand and tried to apparate, but again nothing happened. Another Death Eater, Selwyn, who had been a loyal follower of Voldemort since the beginning, decided to address the situation. "My lord," he approached, "please let us retreat. We've lost the bar." Voldemort stopped him. "It's not me, my lord." Selwyn looked confused. He knew Voldemort had activated his blood wards as soon as they arrived to prevent any audience members or students from escaping. The issue with those wards was that they also prevented them from escaping. "I said that it's not me, damn it," Voldemort repeated. "My blood wards were destroyed." He pointed at the sky. It was enveloped in a translucent bubble with a blue hue. "That's ward preventing you from leaving, not mine." The truth was Voldemort had already tried to activate all his emergency portkeys, but none of them worked. But then, Selwyn watched as his remaining comrades scrambled to escape using their brooms. Torquio, Fullman, Divulsa, Glacies, they began to fall from the sky one by one as they were hit by Harry's magic. "My lord," Selwyn screamed, "you have to do something. You have Confringo." Selwyn's head exploded into a shower of blood. Some of it landed on Voldemort's bone-white skin and robes, but he didn't seem to care at this point. The only ones left were the 7 giants. "Over here." Sebastian punched the ground with tremendous force, sending dust and stones all over. Some of the stones seemed to hit an invisible wall. "Grull," Voldemort called the Giant King while pointing in that direction. The massive creature moved very quickly despite his metallic armor and his incredibly heavy weapon. In just a moment, he had arrived at the spot where Harry was supposed to be and began to use his cleaver to make wide swings. His 6 giant minions followed his example and began to do the same thing, while Sebastian and Voldemort kept track of any suspicious move. As Grull gave his cleaver another swing, he turned to look at one of his fellow giants and spotted something on their shoulder. The human. The figure of Harry could be seen standing on the creature's shoulder, looking at the Giant King with a mocking smile. "Kill." Grull lifted his blade and brought it down upon its target, showing no qualms about hurting one of his minions in the process. Harry disappeared from the spot before the cleaver came close to touch him, but the giant he had been standing in had not been so lucky. The king's powerful vertical slash had enough power to cut through flesh and bone, almost reaching the waist of the giant. His poor minions screamed in agony as a shower of blood poured out of the wound as his king retracted his weapon. They all watched as the giant collapsed on the ground, making a loud thud. "You are going to die soon. I will kill you as I did to your son," Harry whispered to the giant king's ear while staying invisible. Growl roared with rage and swung his cleaver around. In one of those swings, the cleaver passed through a large black hole and out next to the head of another giant, cutting it cleanly at the shoulder. The 4 remaining giants took a step back and glanced at their king with fear. "What is he doing?" Voldemort questioned. He had not been able to see the black hole, and from his perspective, it looked like the Gianton king had just purposely killed another one of his minions. The king then saw the figure of Harry again. This time, he was standing on the ground beneath him. "Ah!" the king stabbed down with full force. Just as the blade was about to touch the figure of Harry, another black hole appeared, diverting the attack somewhere else. Ugh! A giant who was trying to get away from the battle found his chest pierced by his king weapon. Growl's attack may have failed to hit its intended target, but there was someone else watching the battle without missing a detail, and when he saw Harry appear, he also rushed at him. Sebastian punched the figure of Harry with tremendous force, only to find out that the Harry he had just hit was nothing but a transfigured statue made of dirt. Meanwhile, the real Harry continued to provoke the giant king into striking and then using his special Hallow ability to divert the powerful attacks onto the remaining giants. In just a few minutes, the mighty giant king was left alone. All his minions had been taken down by no other than the king himself. The Growl did not care about that right now. In his current berserk state, he was only interested in killing his enemy, no matter the cost. But that same state also made him careless. A Cluedo, a black cloud washed over the giant's face, covering his eyes and preventing him from saying anything but darkness. "Human." The giant did seem deterred by just losing one of his senses and continued to swing his weapon, hoping to get a lucky hit. Voldemort would throw a few curses around the giant, but spotted once he realized it was a waste of his magic to continue without a clear line of sight. Hexalvo Horribilis, a sickly yellow orb exploded on the giant's face and began to melt his flesh. That curse! Voldemort recognized it immediately as it was one of his favorite dark curses. It was obvious that his enemy was not shying away from using any type of magic, no matter how dark. The giant could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream when the agony became too much to handle. He clawed at his face, and large chunks of flesh were peeled off. Venom. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant had his mouth open, Harry conjured a green mist that went down his throat and into his nostrils. Just a tiny puff from this mist would be enough to kill 10 men, so it didn't kill the giant immediately, but it did cause him even more pain and made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ignis. Harry then used one more piece of magic to end things up. When his fire spell made contact with the venomous cloud, this one got ignited, spreading fire all over the giant's head and torso. The powerful Growl, king of all giants, was now running around the shore of the Black Lake, screaming and running like a madman. After using that fire spell, Harry apparated a good distance away while remaining invisible and just waited. It took almost 2 agonizing minutes for the colossal creature to finally go down after clashing against Harry's shields that protected the audience several times. The audience stared with disgust and a bit of pity at the Death Giant King, while Voldemort and Sebastian did the same. "Looks like you've run out of minions." The voice broke the silence. The Dark Lord heard Harry's voice. He didn't need to double-check to confirm that it was true. His Death Army, which he had proudly brought to Hogwarts to demonstrate his overwhelming might to all of Britain, had been decimated by a single wizard. "Who are you, really? What kind of lord have I offended?" Voldemort asked. Despite Harry introducing himself as Harry Potter, Voldemort refused to believe it. Only an ancient wizard with centuries of magical knowledge could accomplish such a feat. That's why he had meticulously studied the area's history and spent valuable resources to learn about Britain's oldest and most powerful magical figures. He was led to believe that the most dangerous individual in these lands was a witch called Lady Yafel, whom he suspected was related to the legendary Morgana Le Fay. However, she was cursed to remain bound to London and could never leave. That's why he had taken his time to seize the Ministry of Magic, using replaceable puppets to do the work, never exposing himself. The biggest threat at Hogwarts should have been Dumbledore, who was nowhere near as dangerous as a lord, and still, Voldemort had ensured he was neutralized before approaching the castle. Yet now he faced an insurmountable obstacle. "I already told you who I am." Harry's form became visible once more and stood before him. His green eyes shone with barely contained power, and his black robes moved in unnatural ways. "Are you ready for the grand finale? I've been preparing for this for longer than you can imagine." "By Merlin, what did I just see?" Professor Flitwick stared in disbelief at the shore of the lake, where Harry stood facing Voldemort. All around them lay the remains of the once terrifying and seemingly invincible army. "That can't be Harry Potter," McGonagall said, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Of course, it's Potter. I told you he wasn't what you thought," Snape responded curtly. "But he cannot be James' son. Someone so young should not be able to wield magic in such a way," McGonagall protested. "Did you not see how he killed that giant? And an adult wizard could do that?" Flitwick shook his head. "Honestly, as much as I admire the headmaster, even he could not come close to what we just witnessed. There is something more to Harry Potter. I believe we are missing a great deal of context here, and we can only speculate." "The headmaster believed he was the only one who could defeat the Dark Lord," Snape remarked. He did not believe it was possible, no matter how much Dumbledore assured him. But now that he had seen what Harry was truly capable of, the Dark Lord he had feared for half his life did not seem that threatening anymore. McGonagall seemed to realize something, recalling Dumbledore's mentions of a mysterious benefactor who had been aiding them in the war against Voldemort but whose identity he refused to reveal. If it was Harry Potter, it would make sense. No one would have believed him, she thought. Victor Crumb let out a chuckle. "I knew he was something else, but this is a bit much. I mean, did you see that? How can someone be?" Cedric trailed off, still trying to process what he had seen. "How is that possible?" Fleur, meanwhile, was too preoccupied with her little sister to pay attention to anything else. "No, let me go. I need to save her," she cried, struggling against Madame Maxime's grip. "Calm down, Fleur," Madame Maxime urged. "Your sister is safer down there than up here. We can get her out once this is over." McGonagall approached the panicked girl. "Your headmistress is correct. The charm placed on her should keep her alive for at least 3 more hours, and the merfolk will keep her safe. I am more worried about Neville and Lyra, who have completely disappeared." Her mind was not able to process that battle, so she rather focused on doing her job as vice-headmistress and making sure that everyone in there was safe and sound. Snape overheard the comment about Neville and Lyra, but chose to remain silent despite knowing that Neville was perfectly fine, watching from the stands, and he was sure that before coming here, Harry had left his sister in a safe place. Right now, revealing the truth about the tournament would only raise more questions he wasn't ready to answer. Back at the audience stands, Luna was shouting with excitement. "Did you see that? The giant went bam and fell down." "Yes, Pudding, I did see that," Zeno said nervously, hoping his daughter's fascination with violence didn't translate to future ambitions of becoming an aura or hit wizard. "Wow, I can't believe he took them all out by himself," Lily murmured, baffled. Even knowing her son's past, it was hard to comprehend such overwhelming power. "Are we going to be okay? I mean, he can win, right?" Neville asked. He didn't understand that much of what was going on, but at least it seemed they were going to be okay. The audience was so focused on the battle that, so far, no one had begun to question why there were 2 Harry Potter since Neville was still under the effects of Polyjuice Potion. Voldemort is still there, and those vampires. James glanced at the dozen or so vampires stationed around the stands. Harry had not attacked them, and they had not moved from their positions. "Let's not declare victory just yet. Don't concern yourself with those," Daphne interjected, "or the one with the umbrella. They're just here to keep an eye on us." "Keep an eye on us? What do you mean?" James asked. "I mean they're not part of Voldemort's army or that other vampire lord's forces," Daphne replied. James wasn't entirely satisfied with her answer, but now wasn't the time for questions. He hoped for answers from his son once this ordeal was over. At the shore, Harry stood tall in front of Voldemort. "You finally show yourself," Voldemort growled, gripping his wand so tightly that the wood began to crack. "Now I will sh." A powerful gust of wind interrupted him as someone else appeared next to Harry. Voldemort was not the only one who had lost his army that day. A furious vampire lord, Sebastian, glared at Harry with bloodshot eyes. "You finally come down. Now die." Sebastian launched a straight punch at Harry's face. The move seemed simple, but it carried an unimaginable amount of energy. Harry had not forgotten about this adversary and was prepared. His most potent protection spell activated just in time, forming a shimmering barrier. The punch struck it with such force that a shockwave reverberated through the area, sending Harry flying toward the lake. Harry's shield acted like a protective bubble, bouncing several times on the dark waters like a skipping stone. He stopped himself just before reaching the audience platforms, floating above the water with a levitation charm. "That's the power of an ancient vampire lord," Harry muttered, examining the damage. Several runes on his shield had vanished, indicating that a single punch had nearly overwhelmed his defenses. That's no joke. Without the shield, his body would have been pulverized. He had been avoiding this individual so far, but now there was no delaying this any longer. He had to face Sebastian before he could get Voldemort. "I'll have to get serious too," Harry murmured, as the 9 Arkstone jewels embedded in his robes began to glow with an eerie blue light. Libero. A torrent of magic surged around Harry, pushing the water away with tremendous force as he floated just a few inches above the lake's surface. The oppressive energy was palpable, a heavy weight that seemed to bear down on everyone present, making their bodies feel inexplicably heavier. This sensation, "That can't be a young wizard lord. I fought one of those before. No, it has to be more. No, it can't be." Sebastian felt shivers on his spine. Desperation crept into his voice as he turned to the only one he thought capable of dealing with this situation, Lady Ankara. The beautiful, young-looking woman tilted her umbrella just enough to reveal her face. Seeing this, Sebastian clung to a thread of hope. "I need your assistance in dealing with this wizard lord. Please, Lady Ankara." Her response was cold and immediate. "No. What?" Voldemort's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. He had no illusions about the loyalty of these vampire lords, but given the dire circumstances, he couldn't fathom why she would refuse to assist. Especially considering that she was the one who had the most to gain in this particular scenario. Sebastian, however, seemed to understand the motives for her refusal more than Voldemort. His voice was tinged with bitterness as he spoke. "I see. I did not mishear you before. You've made a pact with this wizard lord." It was the most logical conclusion he could reach. Ankara offered no reply, lowering her umbrella as if to dismiss the situation entirely. The betrayal stung Sebastian deeply. Though their relationship had never been particularly close, centuries of shared experiences had fostered mutual respect, or so he had believed. Now all that remained was a sharp, cutting bitterness. Turning back to Harry, Sebastian's keen senses could see the sheer density of magic swirling around the young wizard, visible even to the naked eye. He glanced at Voldemort, his fury scaling. "You damn skeleton, you lied to us. What are you playing at?" Voldemort's wand snapped toward him in warning. "This is not the time to turn against each other. Lord Sebastian, we must cooperate, even if it's just this once." Sebastian's narrowed eyes flared with anger, but he couldn't argue on that point. Scanning the lake once more, his sharp eyes could no longer locate Harry's floating figure. "When did he mow? Your opponent is me," came a calm voice from behind him. Sebastian spun to see the tip of Harry's staff poised mere inches from his chest. His centuries-honed instincts screamed at him to retreat and to not allow that staff to touch his skin at all cost. He moved in a blur, disappearing several yards away in an instant. "Smart," Harry commented casually. Had Sebastian allowed the staff to touch him, Harry could have transfigured his body into anything he desired. No amount of resistance would have mattered. Seeing Harry so close to his ally, Voldemort launched into action. Barrage of spells flew from his wand, deadly curses chained together with lethal precision. "You can have this back," Harry said, raising a hand. A black portal shimmered into existence between him and the spells, and moments later, figures were forcibly ejected from it, intercepting Voldemort's onslaught of magic. "Who?" Voldemort's voice faltered as recognition dawned. No, the lifeless forms of his own followers lay before him, mangled beyond recognition save for his intimate knowledge of them. 2 large bodies were missing their heads, but just by their size and the fact that they were together, he could easily guess that these were Crabble and Goyle. Then there was the form of Wormtail. The rat-like man was looking extremely mangled, with his face partially melted and some of his body seeming to have completely dissolved. Wait, his crimson eyes darted across the bodies. 3 men, but no, someone was missing. The most important person that he had sent with them. "Right, you won't find Bellatrix there," Harry said nonchalantly. "I reduced her body to dust." Without giving Voldemort a chance to react to his provocation, Harry vanished with a crack, reappearing next to Sebastian. The vampire lord barely evaded Harry's swift strike, moving with preternatural speed to dodge the thrust of the staff. But Harry did not relent. Every time Sebastian created distance, the metallic tip of Harry's staff would emerge through spatial tiers, striking at him from impossible angles. Sebastian avoided each attack with a skill born of centuries of combat, but his frustration grew with every close call. "Enough of this," Sebastian snarled, making a sharp gesture with his hand. 6 black daggers materialized in the air before launching themselves toward Harry. Harry's shield flared to life, absorbing the impact. The weapons dissolved into nothingness as they struck as if they had never existed. "Interesting," Harry muttered, studying the aftermath. "That looked like conjuration, but—" Sebastian growled. "So be it." Reluctantly, he raised his hands again. This time, dozens of shadowy weapons manifested into existence. There were daggers, swords, axes, and spears. All of them were behind him, floating ominously in the air. "Let's test the limits of that shield of yours," he said with a cruel smile, sending the shadow weapons hurtling toward Harry like bullets. The shadow blades hit Harry's defensive charm with such force that it shook the ground with violence. Even if Sebastian had a personal distaste for it, this was still the gift of an ancient vampire lord, one of the most dangerous creatures in existence, and should not be taken lightly. Harry's barrier ended up shattering under the pressure and breaking up into countless particles of light. Voldemort, who was waiting nearby, saw this as an opportunity to get back into the fray with his favorite curse. Avada Kedavra, the Dark Lord manifested the deadly green spark. At the same time, Sebastian had already prepared another assault of shadow weapons. With his defenses down, they could not waste any more time to finish him. Harry didn't attempt to create another barrier. Instead, he allowed his robes to involve him completely. The impossible black fabric wrapped around him, covering him from head to toe, with his entire figure encroached in darkness. The green light from Voldemort's unforgivable curse ended up hitting him right on his chest, and it was quickly followed by the barrage of blades that had been conjured by Sebastian. The two allowed themselves a brief moment of joy. Even if that didn't kill him, they were sure that it had at least caused some serious injuries. "Wait, something is wrong." Sebastian frowned when he saw the way those robes were moving. The fluttering of the fabric was too unnatural. It was like no one was inside them. While the two of them were distracted by this, all of a sudden, a flash of light came from above. When they looked up, they saw Harry standing in the air, aiming his staff down at them. A circle of runes was floating before the tip of the staff. The runes seemed to have been made of pure golden light. "Luminas," he called. From the circle, a column of pure golden sunlight was forced into existence and traveled from the sky to the ground in an instant. With no time to react, Sebastian's leg had been caught by the beam of pure light. The vampire lord let out a painful grunt as he did his best to move away from whatever magic this was. Vampires as old as he had developed some resistance to sunlight. More than enough to walk on the brightest of days without feeling more than a mild discomfort. But what Harry had brought forth was much more potent than that. It was thousands of times more powerful than the sunlight created by the brightest of days. It was like he was standing in front of the sun itself. Sebastian felt his leg burning and forced his body to take some distance despite the pain he was feeling. "Grggggg." Voldemort gritted his teeth and covered his face. The light column had not hit him directly, but just standing less than 10 yards away was enough to cause a severe strain on him. His body was not able to feel pain in the same way as a living creature, but he knew when his body was taken damage in the form of a very intense discomfort. Liches weren't particularly weak to sunlight either, but he was sure that if that beam had hit him directly, he would have been reduced to dust. The column of light disappeared after a short moment, allowing them to regain their bearings. Voldemort spotted Sebastian kneeling on the ground and clutching his leg. Harry's spell had caused him severe damage, was not going to be able to use his superior speed for a while. Voldemort was trying to think of a way to defeat this wizard, but it was impossible to do so when he didn't even understand why his previous attack didn't work. It was like he could manipulate space at will. But that sounded ridiculous, even in his mind. But the reality was that nothing he had used so far seemed to have any effect, and the Dark Lord was running out of ideas. His thoughts were interrupted when the sky became illuminated again. "Impossible. That was a grand sorcery, I'm sure of that. How many times can he use it? Where is he getting all that magic from?" Voldemort, though. He was sure that the previous spell had been something of a sorcery rank, meant to be cast by the cooperation of several wizards or witches due to the large magical demand of that magic. The monster they were fighting against had already used several of them by himself and was still going. Voldemort thought that nothing could surprise him anymore, but when he looked up at the sky, he knew they had lost. This time, it wasn't just one golden circle up there. There were many of them covering everything. 100 circles or perhaps more had appeared out of nowhere, leaving them nowhere to go. With Sebastian already injured, there was no chance of him avoiding this one, and by the expression on the vampire's face, he knew this. But the Dark Lord was not without hope. A cautious man like himself had been prepared for the worst-case scenario since the beginning. Go ahead. In the end, I will achieve my purpose, even if it takes me another 100 years. Voldemort promised to himself. Today he may lose everything he had worked, but it was not over. He will return one day. With this in mind, Voldemort stares at the golden light in the sky and welcomed its fiery embrace. Luminas Maxima, as Harry called out from the sky, and the entire field became bathed in its deadly sunlight. Sebastian had no time for last words and could barely spare a thought for himself. He had been around for so long, and now it was all taken away. Just because he had the misfortune of angering a wizard lord, there was nowhere he could run. The gold light reached him in an instant and began to burn his flesh and bones away. As this was happening, something odd occurred. A distant memory came to him in the last seconds of his existence, an old story told to him by Lady Ankara, a story that took place very close to where they were now, thousands of years ago, during her vampire childhood, as one would call it. A story about a terrifying wizard lord who exterminated several vampire clans and their lords with no effort. No one had dared to claim territory in Britain since then. How did I forget about that story? And what was the name of that wizard? Ah yes, it was Lord Death. With that, Lord Sebastian died at the ripe age of 1,754 years old. A short distance away was the Dark Lord, also considering his last moments. Voldemort thought it would be more painful. He could see nothing but a pure golden light. He would have loved to have eyelids again so he could close his eyes, but this was impossible for him, so he had to cover himself with his hands the best he could. It will be over soon, he thought to himself. The moment the vessel is destroyed, his soul will jump from the phylactery where he had stored it and into the spare body he had prepared. Then he will have to repeat the process of storing his soul again. His spare body wasn't as magnificent as this one, that was for sure. But it was functional, and he will be safe once more, inside his secret laboratory hidden away in a distant corner of Romania. Its location had been kept secret from even his most loyal followers, and most important, it was far away from here and this monstrous wizard, who he never wanted to see again. The next time, I will have to be even more careful, better prepared. I will take as long as necessary. Voldemort reminded himself. As he was thinking about the future, he noticed that the light beginning to recede. Wait, I am still here. How could that be? He had been completely covered by that deadly light, and he didn't even try to defend himself, hoping for a quick death. When the lights completely vanished, he could confirm that he was still standing in the same place. Everything around him had been burned to a crisp, but the spot where he was, it remained intact. What is this? There was a protective charm evolving him, with rows of runes moving across its translucent surface. He was very familiar with this charm now. It was then that he saw Harry descending slowly to the ground. The young-looking man was still radiating with magic, and he stood before him. Why? Voldemort asked. What reason could he have to protect him from his own deadly spell? Finally alone, Harry spoke with a grave voice. His now blue eyes, tinted by the magic from the 9 Arkstone array, were staring directly into Voldemort one's. You thought you were going to get away that easily, Tom? The Dark Lord felt a shiver in his bones. Tom, that was a name Voldemort hadn't heard in a very long time, since his days at school. At this point, it felt like all of that had happened in a completely different lifetime. All of a sudden, the brief silence was broken by a tremendously loud cracking noise. It sounded like thunder, but 1,000 times more intense. Harry moved his eyes upward, and there it was, a black and jagged line tearing through the pale blue sky in a very unnatural way that made it clear that it was not something that should exist. It was somewhat similar to the one that appeared during the first task, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious this one was much smaller and weaker. As Harry had theorized, the intensity and importance of the events that take place seemed to affect the intensity of the space tears. From what he remembered of his previous life, not much of significance had occurred during the second task. He did recall a brief argument with the merfolk when he tried to rescue Fleur's little sister, but that was all. He hadn't even been sure if there would be a convergence this time at all. But the appearance of the crack today was evidence of how weak the walls between realities had become. I made the right decision, We probably wouldn't survive a convergence during the third task. That day had been too important, and it had affected the lives of thousands. Harry glanced back at Voldemort, who was clearly confused by everything that was happening today. Harry would never sympathize with this monster, but he could at least understand his position. After all, this version of Voldemort was encountering an obstacle that was not supposed to be in his way. Don't worry, Tom, the show is almost over, for all of you. It was becoming difficult for him to speak. His breath was irregular, and his muscles were demanding rest. Voldemort had not missed this. He looked into Harry's eyes and noted that the blue hue in them was beginning to fade, returning to their original color. The shiny stones embedded in the 9 pieces of jewelry Harry wore were losing their vigor. He's tired, Voldemort thought. It made sense. He had seen this person casting one grand sorcery after another. Even an entire cabal of witches wouldn't have been able to do so much without succumbing to magical exhaustion. Even if this individual before him was a legendary wizard lord, there must still be a limit to what he could accomplish. But then, Voldemort realized this gave him a chance. He was also tired, but he could still fight if given the opportunity. With renewed determination, Voldemort sprang into action. Making a simple gesture, the Dark Lord began to levitate, and then he lifted his wand towards the sky. "Arise, my minions!" The corpses of dozens of dead followers scattered along the lake's shore began to twitch and groan. The masked men rose from the ground, moving with sluggish, jerking steps. They have now been turned into zombies. With more preparation, Voldemort could have created something more powerful than simple zombies, but these would have to do. The Dark Lord lamented that the trolls had been reduced to small chunks of flesh. Had their bodies been intact, he could have created formidable creatures from them, but there was no point in regret. He still had an advantage. Ha ha ha, Voldemort's confidence returned. He could still win this. You will regret the day you decided to turn the God of Death into your enemy. The Dark Lord pointed his wand at Harry and unleashed a barrage of deadly curses. Did you say, God of Death? Harry raised an eyebrow. His robes seemed to flutter angrily as they absorbed the curses hurled by Voldemort. The fourth Hallow was unlike the other 3. These robes were more than an artifact created by Death. They were made by tearing a fragment from Death's own robes, containing a sliver of the deity itself. As such, they had a will of their own. This was why they could only be worn by the one chosen by the other 3 Hallows. No one else would be deemed worthy. Don't mind him, Harry muttered to the robes. Voldemort, undeterred, continued his assault. At least the curses weren't being returned to him, as Harry had done before. As far as Voldemort was concerned, this was a sign of Harry's weakening state. What Voldemort failed to realize was that Harry had no intention of killing him, at least not in the way Voldemort expected. The Dark Lord noticed his zombies were closing in on their target. All he needed was one small distraction. If even one of his curses landed on Harry, no matter how powerful he was, he would die. Even a wizard lord was still human in the end, and humans could be killed. Get him, Voldemort exclaimed. The zombies groaned as they shambled toward Harry, arms outstretched, desperate to grab him. Voldemort aimed his wand but held his fire. He couldn't waste any more magic and had to wait for the perfect moment. Come on, get him, he urged, anticipation building. Unfortunately for him, the zombies never got close. Inkara, Harry called out. For the first time since she arrived, the vampire lord moved from her spot, and in a single, smooth motion with her umbrella, all the zombies were reduced to minced meat. What? Voldemort stammered back. With a single word from Harry's lips, the tables had turned once more, and he now found himself face to face with the most dangerous vampire in existence. Voldemort could not believe the vampire lord had finally moved, and that she had done so to attack him. Lady Inkara, what is the meaning of this? I thought we had an agreement. She gave the Dark Lord a look of disdain. That agreement is worthless now. Wait, but, Voldemort faltered, unsure of what else he could offer her. She had already been promised this castle. If Hogwarts isn't enough, we can share this country between us. Inkara almost scoffed at the offer. She wanted nothing to do with this country, even if she hadn't already received an order from her new master to leave as soon as the battle was concluded. Disarm him, Harry ordered. Before Voldemort could react, Inkara leaped into the air and appeared before him in an instant. She grabbed his wand arm and squeezed so hard that the bone shattered into smithereens, despite Voldemort's magically reinforced bones being as tough as steel. Restrain him, Harry said next. Inkara slammed the lick into the ground and wrapped her arms around him, holding him in place. Stop this, Lady Inkara, Voldemort protested. Why are you? Ugh, he wanted to ask why she was following his orders, but she slammed his head against the ground. Shall I dispose of him, master? Or at least permanently silence his disgusting voice, she asked. No, Harry used his staff to steady himself, his body trembling. Just hold him. The light in the jewels adorning his staff flickered. He was running out of magic. Master, Inkara's tone shifted slightly, her concern evident. Whether she liked it or not, she was bound to him now, and he did not look well at all. From the stands, Harry's family watched anxiously. He looked so tired, Lily observed. Why is that vampire helping him? James asked. And why isn't he letting her finish that bastard off? Voldemort is the only one left. Because that's exactly what he wants, Daphne interjected. The Dark Lord placed protections on his soul to guarantee his return if this body is destroyed. If Harry doesn't deal with those first, Voldemort will never truly die. Lily glanced at the Dark Lord, recalling a conversation she'd had with Harry during their visit to Spain, where they met the two staff craftsmen. Harry had spoken about the various methods people used to extend their lives. Tying their souls to a place or an object was the most common one. Even if the body was destroyed, the soul could anchor itself to a new vessel. Harry said it was a cursed existence, Lily murmured. Can he even do it? He looks like he's at his limit already. He's used enough magic to exhaust an entire wizard squad, James remarked. Luna stood up, her gaze fixed on Harry. He still has plenty of magic available, at least here in Hogwarts. She glanced at the sky. I'm more worried about that. Daphne felt a strong pull in the air. It's true, there's a lot of magic stored here. But, she hesitated, worried Harry was about to do something reckless again. The issue wasn't just running out of magic. There was a limit to how much a body could endure, and Harry was likely about to push far beyond that limit. Harry, please be careful, she whispered. Inkara studied Harry closely. He had been silent for almost a minute. Master, what do I? Harry interrupted her by tapping the ground with his staff. Just hold him, I'm ready now. As he spoke, a column of blue light erupted from beneath him, engulfing him in its brightness. Are those magical particles? Voldemort asked in shock. The column of light split into strands, which began wrapping around Harry's body. The jewels that had been flickering and dimming now shone brighter than ever, overflowing with power. Harry's demeanor transformed. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and the exhaustion that had marked his face was gone. I'm sorry, Hogwarts. I'm afraid I'll need to take most of it, Harry said quietly. He wasn't sure if the castle was conscious enough to understand him, but he still felt compelled to apologize for what he was about to do. This would be his final spell, and it couldn't fail. He was not about to take any chances. An immense amount of magic funneled into his body, showing no sign of stopping. The ground shook, and the barriers Harry had placed around the audience began to weaken. Inside the castle, chaos unfolded. The moving staircases froze in place, the magical torches dimmed, and the enchanted ceiling of the great hall reverted to a mundane roof. The house elves panicked as their connection to the castle's magic faded. Deep beneath Hogwarts, the massive Arkstone, the source of the castle's power for millennia, spun rapidly. A beam of light shot from the stone's tip, traveling to the surface. The Arkstone, which had powered Hogwarts for centuries, was now pouring its magic into Harry. On the surface, all eyes were on him. What are you planning to do with so much magic? Voldemort shouted, his voice tinged with fear. If Harry had only intended to destroy his current body, he could have asked the vampire lord to do it. But it was clear Harry had something else in mind. Inkara gazed at her master. He was channeling so much power that his eyes and hair had turned pure white. He was radiating with such a tremendous amount of magic that he no longer looked human. Lord Death, it's really you. Inkara whispered in awe at the incredible sight. Harry held his metallic staff in front of him, gave it a twist, and watched as it began to spin on its own. When he let go, the staff continued to hover, rotating steadily in midair. Harry then began to channel his magic through the staff, constructing the most complex spell he had ever attempted. It was also the only one he had created entirely by himself, with no help from his friends, since they all had already died by then. You know, Tom, Harry said, addressing the Dark Lord. Despite Voldemort's skeletal appearance and unnatural eyes, Harry could still see the fear within them. I created this spell just for you. It took me, well, I don't even remember how long, and I can assure you that it wasn't easy. At the time, I didn't know about the Horcruxes, or how many you'd made. How do you? Voldemort's voice wavered. He had believed it impossible for anyone to uncover his Horcruxes. The only reason he had abandoned the Horcrux method was that splitting his soul had weakened his magic. Moreover, He had grown uneasy knowing that fragments of his soul were hidden in places he couldn't entirely control. That was why he eventually recalled all the pieces and used a different, more secure method to achieve immortality. He had sacrificed his body for this, but at the time, it had seemed worth it. Or so he had thought. Yes, I eventually learned about the Horcruxes. Unfortunately, it was too late by then, Harry said. Back in those days, the only thing I knew for certain was this. If I destroyed your soul entirely, you would die no matter what method you had used to cheat death. That was the focus for this piece of magic. Destroying my soul? Voldemort wanted to laugh. It was impossible to destroy a soul completely. At most, it could be fragmented or damaged, but never erased. Yet the immense amount of magic coursing through Harry gave him pause. No, my soul is safe, Voldemort reassured himself. It's securely hidden in my laboratory. This body is just an empty shell. As soon as it's destroyed, I'll be free. He had to keep that belief alive. Harry seemed to read his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, Tom. How am I going to destroy something I can't even find? The staff was spinning faster now, radiating an intense aura as Harry poured more of his magic into it. While speaking, he was also constructing a complex piece of magic at the same time. Voldemort remained silent, unwilling to give Harry any information that might aid him. Harry didn't care about this and continued, that was my first dilemma, creating a method to track down souls. The air grew heavier as Harry's aura shifted. He pointed his staff at Voldemort, who was restrained by Ankara's magic. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry called out. A beam of light shot from the staff, striking Voldemort square in the chest. Voldemort flinched, expecting the end, but nothing seemed to happen at first. You failed? Voldemort's voice was tinged with disbelief. He felt no different. His soul was still intact and his connections to it remained unbroken. He wished he could smirk right now, but as he was prepared to gloat, he noticed Harry staring at something in the sky. Curious, Voldemort followed Harry's gaze. His blood ran cold. The spell had definitely done something to him. Countless strands of light extended from his body. One strand stretched toward the horizon, while the rest ascended into a crack in the sky. At first, Voldemort didn't understand, but Harry's earlier words echoed in his mind, a method to track down souls. His eyes snapped back to the strand disappearing into the horizon. He didn't need a map to know where it led. It pointed directly to the place where his soul was stored. He had always felt its presence, always known its exact location, and that was exactly where that strand of light was going. This can't be. He can track down my soul. In his many years of study, he had never heard of a method like that. Had he done so, he would have worked on something to prevent it from happening. But now it was too late. You see it now, Tom? Harry's glowing eyes locked onto his enemy. Those lines connect to your soul. I'm now going to erase you from existence. He declared. Voldemort's gaze darted upward again, confusion and terror mingling on his face. He opened his mouth to ask about the other strands. He had not fragmented his soul this time. It should have remained whole, so what were those other ones? There were so many of them. Harry anticipated the question. In case you're wondering, those lines represent other versions of you, many versions of you, thanks to this spell. And the connection to the current you, I've successfully linked to all of them. You want to? Voldemort found these words hard to process. This wizard just told him that there were other versions of him and that he was going to kill them all. It was too much to process in such a short amount of time, but Harry was not going to give him any more. Voldemort did understand one thing clearly at least. He stared at Harry in disbelief. You went to such lengths just to end my existence. What did I do to earn such hatred? Creating a spell like this just to kill him and making all these preparations to end his existence. He had many enemies in the past, but none like this. Harry's gaze didn't waver. The torrent of magic flowing into his staff had ceased. The spell was complete. You took everything from me, Tom, so I'll do the same. But since you don't care about anyone but yourself, I'll take them all. Every version of Tom Riddle that exists. I will erase you from every reality. Voldemort had never been more afraid. His voice trembled as he stammered, wait, just tell me what you want. I'll do anything Shut up. Ankara silenced him, forcing his jaws closed. Harry put everything he had accumulated into his next and last spell. His voice sounded resolute. Exitium animi. Harry's entire body was encased in a vibrant blue light that pulsed from him to the focus of his magic. The goblin-forged steel staff before him spun so fast that it became a silver blur enveloped in the glow. As Harry completed his spell, a beam of blue light shot out, striking Voldemort squarely in the chest as the Dark Lord struggled fruitlessly to break free. The light engulfed Voldemort's body, imbuing it with the same radiant brilliance. From him, the glow passed along the strands of light connected to his form. One strand stretched into the distance, while others ascended into the breach in the sky, seeking their targets across countless universes and timelines. In a secluded corner of Romania, deep underground, lay a hidden laboratory filled with Voldemort's most guarded secrets. Not even Bellatrix Lestrange, his most loyal follower, was aware of its existence or location. Beneath this fortress of secrecy, secured behind 9 powerful seals, rested the Dark Lord's most precious possession. A phylactery, encased in a metal shell and further protected by a crystal enclosure, the phylactery housed a green, glowing substance, Voldemort's soul, the anchor of his immortality. Now a string of pure magic was tethered to it. The string glowed with a menacing blue hue, signaling the impending destruction of the soul trapped within. The soul quivered, aware of its doom, but powerless to act. The phylactery was a prison, and a new connection could only form after the previous one was broken. The magical string grew brighter and brighter. The light burned through the soul as it let out a silent scream, trapped within its confines until it was utterly extinguished. Across the infinite expanse of existence, countless versions of Tom Marvolo Riddle crumbled and died as their soul strings were severed. In every timeline, in every universe, Voldemort was being erased. The process was complex and arduous, yet to the observers, it happened in an instant. All they saw was Harry summoning his magic, followed by a flash of light that spread out in a shockwave, pushing everything back. In Ankara's grasp, Voldemort's soulless body disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only his wand and robes as remnants of his existence. Harry's metallic staff exploded into dozens of fragments, its crystals shattering into countless shards. Despite its masterful craftsmanship, even this artifact could not withstand the immense surge of magic Harry had channeled through it. But the staff had not borne the strain alone. It had first passed through Harry himself. Harry's body, unique in its ability to channel vast amounts of magic, had always set him apart. This quality, enhanced by his role as the Master of Death, allowed him to wield the 9 Arcstones array, a power that would have obliterated most wizards on the spot. Yet this time, even he had pushed himself too far. As the spell completed, Harry's knees buckled and he collapsed. He had not only drained Hogwarts' magical reserves, but also his own. The strain left its mark. His eyes had lost all pigment, turning a ghostly pale with barely visible pupils. His hair was now a pristine white, surpassing even Dumbledore's in its brilliance. "Master," Ankara, recovering from the shockwave, rushed forward to catch him. Harry, Lily and James cried out in unison, their voices filled with anguish as they saw their son's condition. Even Luna, typically calm and composed, looked stricken. "I cannot see his magic at all." Her voice sounded panicked. From the stands, Daphne leaped forward, her wand drawn, and sprinted toward them. The protective charms around the arena had faded, and their power drained along with the castle's reserves. Pointing her wand at Ankara, who held Harry in her arms, Daphne shouted, "Get your hands off him." The vampire lord glanced at the girl with her amber eyes, a faint smile curling her lips. She didn't see Daphne as a threat. "Calm down, girl. You know I'm incapable of harming him." Daphne's frustration boiled over. "Just give him to me." Ankara's gaze hardened, her tone shifting to a sharper edge. "I don't take orders from you." Despite the fear that gripped her, Daphne stood firm, clenching her teeth. After a tense moment, Ankara's smile returned and the oppressive aura dissipated. "I see why he chose you. Here, take him." She handed Harry's limp body to Daphne, who cradled him as if afraid he might break. Looking down at his pale face, Daphne's voice trembled. "Is he?" She couldn't finish the question. "He is alive, but barely." Ankara glanced at the jewels. "There was a strand of magic that remained inside those things," she shrugged. "But don't ask me about it. I don't know much about your wizard toys." "Harry, my boy," James and Lily arrived at Daphne's side. "I should take my leave now," Ankara said, turning to gather her kin. "I have one final order to fulfill." Before disappearing, she glanced back. "Take care of him. Even from afar, he will always be my master." And with that, the vampires vanished into the night. "Harry, please open your eyes," Lily begged, tears streaming down her face. "Is he?" James asked, his voice quaking with fear. "He's still alive," Daphne reassured them, though her own voice was shaky. "We need to get him to a healer." "Keep him there." The group turned to see Madame Pomfrey rushing toward them, followed closely by Professor McGonagall and other Hogwarts staff. Daphne looked back at Harry's unconscious face, her heart heavy. "You're going to be fine, I promise." 1 week later, Hogwarts halls are. "Be careful, you duffer," Filch screamed, clinging desperately to a rope dangling from the 3rd floor. On the other end of the rope was none other than Hagrid, his massive hands gripping it tightly. Just hold still. You're going to fall if you keep wiggling like that. The giant tried to stabilize the rope, but Filch's panicked flailing only made it swing more wildly, much like a pendulum. A crowd of students gathered below, some pointing and laughing at the spectacle, while others watched in horror. There's no way I'm using a rope to get to class, Parvati huffed, crossing her arms in defiance at the mere thought of doing that. Lavender glanced at the stationary staircases. The moving staircases, along with much of Hogwarts' magic, had ceased functioning since the battle by the Black Lake a week ago, making it very difficult to move around the castle. Maybe we shouldn't have come back so soon, Lavender said, gesturing toward the precarious scene. I mean, we can't even get to class properly. This rope and pulley contraption Hagrid had devised wasn't looking very promising. No way, Hermione exclaimed, her face set with determination. Already lost an entire week of classes, the tournament disrupted enough of the term. I refuse to fall further behind. I'll climb that rope 100 times if I have to. Let me help secure it. She made an attempt to lower herself off the edge. Are you mad? Parvati and Lavender held Hermione back, preventing her from joining Hagrid. Several sets of footsteps approached. Yikes, what are they doing? Ginny frowned, taking in the scene. A rope to get to class? Really? Lyra raised an eyebrow. The castle's magic should recover eventually, Luna chimed in, her dreamy tone calm as ever. But how long will that take? Astoria asked, glancing nervously at the swaying rope. Daphne stepped closer to the edge, her sharp eyes scanning the chaos. Harry said it would take at least a month before the castle returns to normal. A month? Hermione exclaimed, overhearing Daphne's comment. We need to find another way to get to class. I'm willing to ride a flying broom if that is what it takes. Daphne knelt and tapped her wand against the stone floor. There's always another way. The ground shuddered, and suddenly, tall stone columns rose from each floor before collapsing forward to bridge the gaps between levels. They flattened and transformed into sturdy ramps. Daphne continued her transfiguration, sculpting the ramps into proper staircases with firm handrails on each side. Blimey, are you seeing this? Ron gawked at the newly formed stairs. Yeah, and now we can get to class, Seamus muttered, clearly less enthused. Oh, Ron's face fell as the realization sank in. Right, no more free days, huh? We just had an entire week off, come on. Neville pointed out, wondering why his friends even bothered coming back to school. That was amazing, Ginny cheered. Yeah, Lyra added, giving Daphne a nod. Your transfiguration has improved a lot. Very impressive indeed. The familiar voice of the headmaster interrupted their conversation, accompanied by the gentle tap of his left hand against his tunic. Apologies, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I would have liked to clap, but this is the best I can manage at the moment. Headmaster, Daphne stood and dusted off her robes. I thought you were still in the infirmary. I've had quite enough of Madame Pomfrey's supervision, Dumbledore replied. I was released yesterday. It's good to walk these halls again. His right sleeve hung empty, the arm lost during the battle. So that arm is not coming back, huh? Luna pointed at where the headmaster's right arm used to be. Now there was only an empty sleeve hanging down. Luna, Lyra hissed in horror, have some tact. The bluntness hung in the air for a moment, but Dumbledore only chuckled softly. He was used to Luna's peculiarities. I'm afraid not. The wound was caused by a very dangerous spell that I used in a time of need. His expression became serious as he looked at them. Let this be served as a cautionary tale. Magic should not be taken lightly. Powerful spells can have equally powerful consequences. The group nodded solemnly. What Dumbledore didn't share was that his arm could, in theory, be regenerated. However, the process would be excruciating and lengthy, something he had no interest in enduring at his age. He intended to retire once the school stabilized, confident that Professor McGonagall was ready to take over. Headmaster, Dumbledore's thoughts were interrupted by Daphne. Yes, Miss Greengrass, I didn't mean to overstep, she said, motioning to the stairs. Was it okay for me to? Dumbledore raised a hand, his expression kind. Perfectly fine. In fact, I came here to do the same thing, though I'm still getting used to performing magic with my left hand. So it's likely a good thing that you did it in my stead. Oh, okay, relief washed over Daphne's face. Dumbledore turned to the gathered students. Well, what are you waiting for? You have new stairs now, off to class. Bummer, Ron groaned as the students began making their way up the steps. Headmaster, Daphne called again as the headmaster was about to leave. He paused, his eyes twinkling. Yes, tomorrow is Saturday, so... Daphne hesitated. You want permission to visit him? Dumbledore finished for her. She nodded. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. I suppose we can make an exception given your contributions to the school's safety. Do you need access to the flu network? Moody has assured me it's secure again. No need, Daphne said. Ah, right, you already know how to apparate, just be discreet about it. You don't have a license yet. Thank you, sir, Daphne said gratefully. What the headmaster didn't know yet was that Daphne could have apparated away from the castle, even if the wards were functioning at full force. In the afternoon, Ginny and Lyra made their way into the dungeons for their last class of the day. Not looking forward to this one, Lyra grumbled, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Ginny gave her a side eye. I still don't understand your dislike for potions. Professor Snape never treats you badly, and you're actually decent at brewing. Lyra shrugged with a dramatic sigh. It's just boring. All you do is stare at a cauldron. I'd rather be in Dada where I can actually throw spells around. She waved her hands as if casting imaginary hexes. Ginny rolled her eyes. After all the chaos they'd experienced in the past few years, she couldn't believe Lyra wanted more excitement. You're not planning on becoming an aura like your dad, are you? She asked, curious about her friend's career aspirations. Lyra tilted her head, considering. Maybe I am. That sounds like an exciting job, you know. Ginny gave a knowing smirk. Then you might want to pay attention in potions. You need an NEWT in it to qualify for that position. Lyra frowned, muttering something under her breath. Changing the subject, Ginny asked, Say, when do you think your brother's coming back? I have no idea, Lyra admitted, her tone softening. He didn't look great when I last saw him. Honestly, he might not come back this year. She glanced at the ground, her voice quieter now. Maybe I should send Mum a letter, ask how things are going. Their conversation ended as they entered the classroom and froze. I don't think you need a letter. Ginny stared at the person sitting at the teacher's desk. Mum, Lyra nearly shouted, staring at the person seated on the other side of the classroom. Lily Potter looked up with a bright smile. Hey, sweetie, come sit at the front. I want to keep an eye on you. She lifted a finger, her expression growing serious. And remember, while we're at school, it's Professor Potter. Excuse me, but where is Professor Snape? A Slytherin student asked hesitantly. Lily waited until all the students had settled into their seats before addressing the class. All right, are we all here? Good. Now to answer your question from earlier, Professor Snape has officially retired. A wave of whispers and murmurs erupted through the room. Enough chatter. Lily said firmly, her voice cutting through the noise. I will be your potions professor for the remainder of the year, or until the headmaster finds someone more permanent. A Gryffindor student raised their hand. Excuse me, Professor Potter, but why did he leave? SHH, who cares? A boy next to him tried to shut him up. Lily's expression softened slightly. Well, he decided it was time to step away from teaching and spend some time traveling the world with his new companion. New companion? You don't mean Professor Snape got a girlfriend? The class erupted in murmurs coming mostly from the Gryffindor side. The Slytherins were mostly in disbelief. That doesn't sound like Professor Snape at all, a skeptical Slytherin student muttered. Yeah, he wouldn't leave without saying anything, another student added. Lily merely shrugged. You're welcome to ask someone else if you don't believe me. Now let's get to work. Ministry of Magic. This is too sudden, Kingsley Shacklebolt muttered while pacing around the room. James Potter leaned against a desk with his arms crossed. Of course it's sudden, but the nation needs proper leadership, and they chose you. Kingsley shook his head. The ICW chose me, not the citizens of magical Britain. James pushed off the desk and placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. There wasn't time for an election, and after everything, I'm sure people will understand. Besides, you're one of the heroes of Hogsmeade. They would have voted for you in a heartbeat if given the chance. Kingsley's expression darkened. Please don't call me that, he sighed heavily. Dumbledore did most of the work, and he paid the highest price. James nodded solemnly. I know Dumbledore well enough to say he'd never take this position. The ICW likely thought the same. Kingsley's pacing slowed. The chaos left in Voldemort's wake had all but dismantled the ministry. Many officials had fled, been detained, or, worse, the ICW's intervention had been swift, ensuring a complete purge of Voldemort's influence from the government. A fresh start was imperative afterward, and a new government had to be formed, starting with a new Minister of Magic. Look, James continued, this country needs a good, honest leader for a change. The people deserve it, don't you think so? Kingsley stopped pacing and sat heavily in a chair, his face lined with weariness. After a long pause, he finally said, Very well, I'll accept the position of Minister for Magic. James started to speak, but Kingsley cut him off, pointing a finger at him. But, Kingsley said firmly, I want you by my side. James blinked in surprise. You know I'm married, right? Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Very funny. But that's not what I meant. With Lady Bones gone, we need a new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I can't think of anyone better than you for the job." "You take it." James hesitated, the weight of the offer settling on him. After a moment, he smiled faintly. "How could I say no to that?" March 6. Someone appeared at the front of the Potter mansion with a loud cracking noise. She could have appeared inside the house, but it just didn't seem polite, so she waited at the door. Her presence must have already been noted. It took only a few seconds before the door opened, and she was greeted by a bubbly house elf. "Welcome, Miss Daphne." "Thanks, Mipsy." "How are things going here?" "Well, Miss Holly is getting a bit restless now that both Mistress and Master Potter are working out of the house." The elf looked a bit troubled while saying that. "Yes, I can imagine that," Daphne responded. "The youngest Potter child was a ball of energy. Isn't Victoria keeping her company?" The elf shook her head. "Miss Victoria is also outside. She mentioned having some business at the ministry." "I see." Daphne knew a bit more about that topic. She recalled having heard that Victoria was starting the legal process to reclaim the title of Lady Black. Proving her claim to that ancient wizarding house was not going to be easy, especially now that the magical government was being reconstructed from scratch, not to mention that she came from an alternative world. Even with the help of James Potter, it would take her a while, perhaps years. But it wasn't like she had much else to do at the moment. Victoria had already decided not to return to Hogwarts and would instead finish her education studying on her own. She told Daphne that it would feel too strange to attend school again and be surrounded by alternate versions of her friends who knew nothing of her. That comment reminded Daphne of how Harry must have felt when he began attending school for the second time. "And how is he?" Daphne finally asked what she really wanted to know. Mipsy sighed. "Still hasn't left his room. Spends most of the time lying in bed, but he looks a bit better." Daphne nodded. "This did not come as a surprise. I would like to see him." "Of course." The house elf escorted her to Harry's room. Once they arrived, Mipsy turned to her. "I will leave you alone. Would you like me to prepare something?" "Some tea would be nice," Daphne told the elf, who then went away. She stood there for a moment, looking at the door handle. Once she gathered the will to continue, she gave the door a soft knock. "Come in, Daphne." Harry's voice was clearly heard. "Looks like you haven't lost all your abilities," she said as she walked inside. As Mipsy had said, Harry was resting on his bed with a book on his lap. He raised an eyebrow at her comment. "And who said that I lost any of my abilities?" Daphne ignored the question. Everyone had assumed that after seeing him like this. "You look better," Daphne commented. It was an honest remark too. His hair had gone from pure white to a healthier silver tone, and his eyes no longer looked devoid of life. His irises had turned to a pale blue, but at least he looked more human now. "I have the appearance of an old man," Harry huffed. "I was even compared to Dumbledore." Daphne chuckled at this. "I can see why." "Yes, he also found it amusing," Harry added. Daphne walked closer and sat on the bed. "I'm surprised Holly isn't here, begging for you to play with her." "She was here earlier. We played Exploding Snap for a while," Harry told her. At the mention of that game, Daphne gave the room a quick scan and noticed the burned curtains. "I see. Dobby is keeping her company now," he then said. "That sounds even more dangerous than playing that game with you," Daphne said. Her eyes then went to an object resting on Harry's desk. It was a glass vial with some metallic shards inside, as well as a few pieces of a green crystal. "Is that?" Harry followed her gaze to know what she was referring to. "That's what's left of my staff, yes. I never knew goblin steel could shatter like that. It's supposed to be nearly indestructible. I doubt anyone had ever channeled so much magic through that material before to test that theory. Nothing is indestructible in the end," Harry suggested. "I suppose not. But who collected them?" Daphne was sure that Harry had not set foot on Hogwarts after the battle, much less to peruse over the remains of the battle. "Professor Dumbledore brought me that. But the interesting part is that it was Snape who made the effort to find all those pieces and put them inside a vial." "Professor Snape did?" Daphne found that truly surprising. The man's dislike for all things Potter was not exactly a secret. The only ones somewhat immune to that were his mother to some extent, his sister Lyra. "I suppose it was his way to say thanks without actually having to say the words to me. I doubt he is capable of such a feat, to be honest." Daphne had to agree on that one. "I'm sure he's much happier now that he doesn't have the threat of the Dark Lord hanging over him." She had a brief taste of that, but Snape had been like that for almost 2 decades. "From what I've heard, he disappeared along with Lady Malfoy after emptying his vault, so I bet he's more than happy right now," Harry said with a tinge of amusement in his voice. "Well, Daphne made a complicated expression. She'd rather not imagine her old potions professor and Draco's mother together. I hope he has some peace. He's earned it. After a moment of silence, she looked at Harry again. And what about you? How are you feeling? Harry shrugged. I'm fine. He was just tired of people asking that question. Yes, you look fantastic, Daphne said with a deadpan expression. Are you planning on coming back to school? Everyone is asking about you. I have no need to return there. My mission is complete, Harry said calmly. Daphne frowned, her body tensed up at the mention of his mission. But that's not what you wanted to ask me, is it? Harry said. When? Daphne finally asked with a serious face. Harry smiled softly. I don't have a specific date, but it must be before the last tournament task. Daphne gasped. That's only 3 months from now. Why so soon? Daphne exclaimed. I thought that maybe. She hoped it was still a few years away at least. I cannot risk another convergence occurring. The next one could be the last. Harry had already explained the basics of it, so she would understand how dangerous it was to wait any longer. But the Dark Lord is no longer here. How could another one occur? She asked. But I am here, he told her. I am the main cause of all this, now that the world is free from Voldemort's threat. I could ruin everything just because I wanted to stay a bit longer. I can't do that. Daphne could tell how determined he was by a simple glance at his eyes. Nothing she said was going to change his mind. You knew this day was going to come, Harry reminded her of the conversation they already had. I know. Daphne had to push her acclumency to keep her emotions under control. Have you told your family? Harry shook his head. I was planning on telling them the day before or so. Tell them now, they'll waste all their time trying to find an alternative way to solve this thing. Maybe No, Harry interrupted her immediately with a firm tone. I already looked into it, and so did Dumbledore and Professor Silverbell. There is no way the three of us could have missed something that my family could figure out in this short amount of time. Daphne stood up with a flushed face. So that's it then, she yelled. You're going to die just like that, after everything we went through. Her acclumency shields were unable to contain the rush of emotions she was feeling right now. Daphne, calm down. Harry spoke in a soothing tone. This is the only way for everyone to have a future. Is a small sacrifice for the greater go. Don't give me that. I don't want to hear it. She rushed out of his room. Even if he wanted to, Harry was unable to follow her. His magic had recovered from the exhaustion, but his muscles and bones had been severely damaged under all the pressure he put them through. Even with the medicine he had been given, it would take him another week before he could walk. He saw Daphne slam the door on her way out and could hear her run through the corridor and away from his room. This is also why I don't want to tell them, Harry sighed. He would really like to not have this conversation again with his parents. In the 4 years he had lived in this world, he had grown attached to this version of his family. After all, it was the only version he knew. But even when he learned that he could not remain here forever, he still felt happy to have met them. Now that his mission was over, he had no more qualms about leaving this world. Okay, maybe I do have just one. He heard a cracking noise and felt Daphne's magical signature disappear. Sorry, Daphne. The door opened, and a panicked Dobby came inside, soon followed by Mipsy and Holly. Master Potter Harry, sir, is in danger, Dobby exclaimed while looking around for threats. Danger? Holly pulled out her toy wand and waved it around. Master Harry, are you okay? Mipsy asked. We heard a loud commotion. I can't wait to get out of this bed, Harry thought. He had hoped for some peace at home, but that obviously was not happening. Knock, knock. Come in, Lily Potter said when she heard someone knock on the door of her office. It had only been a few days since she began teaching potions, but she had already received a large number of visits. Apparently, a lot of students had doubts about the subject, but hadn't dared to ask Professor Snape, so their questions had been accumulating. Daphne, she was surprised to see who was visiting her this time. The blonde girl was one of the best potions students in the entire school, so it was unlikely she had any doubts about the homework she had given. Sorry to bother you, but we need to talk about something important. Daphne's expression was more serious than usual. She had been thinking about this the entire weekend, but now she had finally made a decision and there was no time to waste. Lily smiled. You never bother me, and you're also my first visit from Slytherin. I have the feeling the rest of the house is avoiding me. Daphne stared at her for a moment. That's because they are. Why though? Is it because I'm a Gryffindor? Lily asked. Daphne stopped before her desk. It's because you're Harry's mother. Are they afraid of him? Lily asked. Of course. To be fair, most seniors were already somewhat afraid of him, even before what happened that day, but the Slytherins have more reason for that. Most of their families had ties with the Dark Lord. The war may be over, but I'm sure that most of them were forced to help that monster. Harry would never hurt them without reason. Lily frowned. She didn't like people seeing her son as if he were a dangerous wild beast who would attack for no reason. I know that as well as you, but most don't really understand Harry that well. He is not exactly very open about himself. They just know what he can do with his magic, and that scares them, Daphne explained. That's... Forget it, Daphne told her. You cannot change the way they think. Eventually they'll realize. Right, Lily stared at her for a moment. You know, Daphne, you're very mature for your age. When I talk with you, I sometimes forget how young you are. Thank you. She wasn't sure if Lily meant it as a compliment or if she was just saying she was strange. Oh, but you came here because you needed to talk about something, right? You said it was important. Please sit down and tell me. Daphne nodded and sat in front of Lily. There is something I need. Sure, what is it? If there's anything I can do for you, I'll be happy to help, Lily responded with a warm smile. A while ago, I visited your family library. You were reading an ancient book that contained some rituals. Ah, I remember that one. We found it inside the family vault, Lily said. Wait, you're not planning on performing a ritual, right? Those are very dangerous. Trust me. I know, Daphne said. There's one in particular that I need from there. It's called the Eternal Bond Ritual. Eternal Bond? Lily racked her brain, trying to recall the contents of that ritual. That was a soul-binding ritual of sorts. Yes, I want to use it. Lily's face grew serious. I'm assuming you intend to use it with Harry. A ritual like that was only meant to be used by older couples where one of them might die at any moment, but they wanted their souls to remain together until the end. In a way, it was similar to how Voldemort had tied his soul to the mortal realm, but this ritual required something the Dark Lord could never possess: love. Lily knew that her son and Daphne had grown very close, but Harry and Daphne were still so young, and neither of them was in imminent danger of dying. If you're worried about Harry's condition, I assure you, it's not his condition that worries me. Daphne interrupted her, already knowing what Lily was thinking. Then what is it? What could you possibly need a ritual like that for? Unless you can give me a valid reason, I cannot lend you that book. Lily's tone was firm. Daphne leaned back in her chair. She had already reckoned that the conversation would end up here and had prepared herself for it. I hope you don't have any appointments, because this is going to take a while to explain. An Order of Merlin? Harry asked. First class, James stated with a wide grin. It's the highest honor that the Wisengamot can award, Lily added. Not that I expect anything less after what you did, she said with a happy tone. Harry furrowed his silver eyebrows. He didn't like public appearances. His father, James, noticed his look and immediately knew what he was thinking. Come on. The citizens of magical Britain want to see their hero getting recognized. Even the newspapers are pushing for it. Fine. Harry eventually relented to his father's wish. It had been a week since Daphne's visit, and he was finally recovered enough to walk around, although he still needed the assistance of a cane to do so. Both his parents had come home to celebrate. Holly and Victoria were also at home, but Lyra couldn't return until the end of the year, so she had to stay at school. He hadn't heard from Daphne all week, but after thinking about it, Harry considered this a good thing. Staying in touch would only make things more difficult when he had to leave. He noticed his mother giving him some strange looks, but before he could ask what they were about, his father jumped at him with the whole award ceremony idea. Great, James exclaimed. The award ceremony will take place in 2 weeks at Hogwarts. Wait, why at Hogwarts? The Wisengamot Council is the one giving the award, Harry said. They thought it would be appropriate since you're still a student and Dumbledore is the headmaster. James then realized something. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention, but Dumbledore is also getting an award. It would make more sense if you were actually attending classes, Lily told Harry. Speaking of, when do you think you'll be recovered enough to return? You're missing my wonderful lessons. Yeah, you should take advantage while you can. Who knows what kind of old fogey will be teaching next year, James added. Feeling the stares of his parents, Harry knew he had to say something. He couldn't just tell them there was no point in going back since he didn't plan to live much longer. I guess after the awards, I'll stay, Harry finally responded. Enduring a few weeks of classes was preferable to the alternative. That's wonderful, Lily said with a smile. That reminds me. She turned to look at Victoria. Victoria scowled. I've already talked about this. I have no intention of going back there. I'll finish my education independently and take the test when I'm of age. Lily was clearly unhappy with that answer, but they had already discussed it, and there was no changing Victoria's mind. What about me? I want to go to school, Holly pouted. I'm bored here. Lily gave her youngest daughter a patient smile. My love, you'll go to Hogwarts when it's time. You still have 2 more years to wait. "But I want to learn magic," she said. "Can Harry teach me?" "You don't even have a wand yet," James interjected. "You need to be a bit patient." Holly looked between Harry and her mother. "Can Harry teach me in 2 years then?" "That's—" Lily froze for a moment. Her eyes darted to Harry and quickly moved away. "I mean, sure, he can teach you then." "Still, 2 years," Holly sighed. "You know, I could give Holly a few lessons in runes or even some basic potions. Those aren't dangerous and don't require a wand," Victoria suggested. "You know, that's not a bad idea," James agreed. "Are you sure?" Lily asked. "I know you're busy with the inheritance process. I can make some time for Holly," Victoria said, patting the little girl's head. "Yes," Holly exclaimed with joy. The next 2 weeks passed in a flash. Harry spent his time in his study, where he finally finished writing the new family grimoire. He added a few extra things, like the formula for creating the magicite alloy he used for his jewelry. This was mostly for Victoria, as she was the most qualified to put it to good use. But who knows what the future of his family might look like? Perhaps another rune master would appear generations from now and use it as well. Before leaving, he set the broken pieces of his jewelry in a drawer at his desk. He could have asked Victoria to help him make new ones, but he had no use for them anymore. The day of his return arrived, so after saying his goodbyes, he walked out to the garden and apparated away. He chose to arrive at the giant doors of the Great Hall. He noted they were already closed, meaning that the ceremony had started. "Oops, I'm a bit late," he muttered. Someone was speaking loudly, announcing Dumbledore's award. Harry placed a hand on one of the giant doors and pushed it open with little effort. Now that his body had completely recovered, such a feat was easy. The speaker stopped mid-speech, and everyone in the hall turned to see who had opened the doors. "Finally, our other guest of honor has arrived," Harry recognized the speaker. It was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, former Auror, member of the Order of the Phoenix, and now the new Minister of Magic. The hall erupted in murmurs as people recognized him. His month-long absence had only fueled the rumors about him, and at this point, he was the most talked-about topic in the school. The minister had to make an effort to calm the audience. "Please, Mr. Potter, why don't you come this way?" Shacklebolt gestured toward an empty chair next to Dumbledore. "We can properly commence this ceremony," he declared. As Harry was passing by the Gryffindor table, his sister Lyra stopped him. "Harry, by Merlin, you look normal again," she exclaimed. Harry had no doubt she was referring to his hair and eyes, which had now returned to their usual colors. "I assure you that Merlin had nothing to do with that, thanks," he responded. "So you're completely recovered now?" Lyra asked. Harry noticed the serious concern in her eyes and tried to offer a reassuring smile. "Yes, I feel great." Of course, his current appearance was nothing more than a magical alteration. There was no way to regain what had been lost, but it was very simple for him to change a few of his physical features. "You look very elegant too," Ginny added while eyeing his robes. Harry nodded. "Thank you, Ginny." He wasn't a fan of these types of ceremonies, but he had at least put in the effort to look presentable. After being called by the minister once more, he had no choice but to continue moving toward the podium. He heard a loud rumble of thunder and glanced upward. The enchanted ceiling was working once more. As he had predicted, most of Hogwarts' functions had returned. Still, he knew it would take several decades for the massive Arkstone to fully recover the magic he had taken. The school only used a small fraction of its power on a daily basis, but Harry had pushed the magical castle to its limits. "Sorry," he apologized again, uncertain if the castle could truly sense his remorse, but he still felt that what he did was necessary. "Greetings, Harry. Come sit by my side," Dumbledore greeted him and gestured to the chair next to him. "Hello, Professor." After sitting down, Harry briefly inquired about Dumbledore's injuries. "I feel completely recovered and happy to be back doing some work, and I'm elated to see that you are much better as well," Dumbledore replied. "Today we are gathered here to honor 2 incredible wizards." Minister Shacklebont's voice resounded across the Great Hall, followed by a round of applause. Harry took the opportunity to look around. The professors were seated in their usual places, but an extra table had been added for the ministry guests. Other than his parents, there were familiar faces such as Alastor Moody, who looked distinctly uncomfortable and out of place in elegant robes. Remus sat next to James, and several other members of the Order of the Phoenix were present. Molly and Arthur Weasley waved at Harry. Several members of the Wisengamot were also in attendance, as they had voted to grant the awards. Harry wasn't sure of the council's current size, as many had likely died during the battle. Their family members might have filled the vacant seats, though they were probably reluctant to attend a ceremony honoring the person who had killed their former patriarchs. He did spot the Lord and Lady of the Greengrass family, who offered him a polite greeting for his bravery in the face of adversity and his sacrifice to protect the village of Hogsmeade. The minister signaled his assistant to present a medal to Dumbledore. "I wish to present Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore with the Order of Merlin, First Class." The audience clapped and cheered as the headmaster accepted the award. "And now," the minister glanced at Harry. "To the wizard who accomplished the impossible, the one who defeated the terrorist known as Tom Riddle, or by his self-styled name, Lord Voldemort." The minister's bold statement provoked mixed reactions. Referring to the Dark Lord by both his true name and alias was startling to many. This was a deliberate choice by Shacklebottle to help remove the almost godlike status that people had given Voldemort in their minds. It was a reminder that, at the end of the day, the Dark Lord was just a mortal being like everyone else, no matter how much he liked to say the opposite. Some were offended by the minister's words, as they saw them as disrespectful, but most were still afraid of Voldemort's name. Despite the large number of witnesses, few truly understood the finality of what Harry had done. Many still believed Voldemort might return someday with a new army of undead. It would take a long time for the fear of that monster to fade from people's minds. Minister Shacklebolt continued his speech, listing Harry's accomplishments in saving the school, its occupants, and also destroying the army of the dead Voldemort had summoned. "I wish there was a higher honor I could bestow upon you, Mr. Potter, because I fear this one is insufficient for your deeds." The minister signaled his assistant to present the medal. "But please accept this Order of Merlin First Class for now," Shacklebolt said. Harry allowed the medal to be placed around his neck and nodded in acknowledgement. The audience erupted in cheers. "Yeah, Harry," Lavender yelled. "That's my brother," Lyra screamed. The ceremony concluded with a lengthy speech from the new minister about the future of magical Britain and what lay ahead. Once it ended, dinner was served by the house elves, and everyone began to eat. Harry was seated at the teacher's table next to the headmaster for the occasion. Several professors mentioned how they looked forward to having him back in class, but Harry was only half listening. His attention was elsewhere. His eyes moved to the Slytherin table. Despite the absence of many students, the table was filled with guest students from Durmstrang and parents attending the ceremony, but among the crowd, he couldn't find the one he was searching for. Daphne was nowhere to be seen. Once things calmed down and dinner was nearly over, Harry took the first chance he got to excuse himself from the hall. After leaving the busy room, he decided to take a walk through the empty corridors of the castle to clear his mind a bit. As he wandered, he couldn't help but think about Daphne. They hadn't talked again since the day she stormed out of his house. At first, he had been somewhat relieved that she decided to distance herself from him before he went away. But this time without her had also allowed him to acknowledge how much he had been depending on her company as of late. Without realizing it, that girl had become his closest friend and confidant. She was the only one he trusted with many of his deepest secrets, and the only one he relied on to protect Hogwarts during his absence. He didn't count the Vampire Lord because she was a slave to the contract they made, so no trust was necessary there. Harry stopped for a moment and looked out of the window. Tonight was a moonless night, so there wasn't much to see out there. Still, he lingered a bit longer. Daphne's absence tonight had forced him to acknowledge that he missed her company. "I want to see her, but that would be selfish. If she wanted to distance herself from him, that was for the best." "There you are," a very familiar voice came from his side. "Huh," Harry looked in surprise at the figure of the girl he had just been thinking about. Daphne was wearing her school uniform. While staring at him, she was also breathing with difficulty, like she had been running for a while. "The elves told me you left the hall, but they didn't say where you went after that." It took me a while to find you." "You were looking for me? I mean, if you wanted to see me, you could have attended the event," Harry responded, still feeling a bit confused. "I hate those events," Daphne scoffed. "Besides, I wanted to speak with you in private, not in the middle of the Great Hall, surrounded by all those people." "I see." He had no idea what she wanted to talk about and could only hope she wasn't about to start yelling at him again. After recovering her breath, Daphne took a moment to observe him. "You look much better now. Did you use transfiguration to change the color of your hair and eyes?" "I did." Harry noted that she immediately realized he had used magic to restore his usual look, rather than recovering naturally. "What did you want to talk about?" "Not here." Daphne moved closer and grabbed his hand before guiding him away. "Let's go somewhere more private." Harry didn't try to resist her pull and simply let her lead him. "Oh, Here. After walking for several more minutes, Harry recognized the corridor they were in. Between the third and the sixth floors was where one would usually find the trophy room. From there, if one turned to the right, there was a long corridor with several doors along it. The students knew that these doors were always locked, and many had theories about their contents. The safe room, we haven't been here in years, Harry pointed out. This was the room he had opened one day while escaping from Filch and his cat. He and Daphne had used it afterward for their secret meeting since, other than the professors, Harry was the only one who could open the door, or at least that's how it used to be. Daphne placed her hand on the handle and gave it a twist. The door immediately unlocked and opened. "Let's go," she urged him inside. Since the day she accompanied him to the castle foundations to learn more about the golems, Daphne seemed to have formed a bond with them and with the rest of the castle. In a way, Hogwarts was like a gigantic magical artifact that would only respond to those who had a bond with it, and somehow she had formed one. Harry never thought much about it since he had a lot on his mind at the time, preparing for Voldemort's arrival and all that. But it was truly curious. He knew why he had a bond with the castle, but Daphne remained a mystery. She closed the door and looked around. This should be private enough. Ugh. Harry heard Daphne groan and noticed she was staring at a corner of the room. "What is it?" "I don't know." I suddenly felt my stomach turn. It took him a moment to understand the reason. Despite being destroyed during his fight with that hired assassin in his first year, the room was currently in pristine condition, and the elves had kept it completely clean. Nothing was broken, and there were no foul smells. But Harry then recalled the reason he stopped using this room. His eyes went to the fireplace. That was where he had once hidden the rotting body of the man who had pretended to be a professor to kill Neville. Daphne had been using the secret exit behind the fireplace and found it after one of their meetings. Right, I did obliviate her that day. Harry concluded that despite her memories of the event being gone, the feeling of disgust must have remained on a subconscious level. "We could go somewhere else," Harry suggested. Daphne shook her head, trying to shake off the unpleasant sensation. "No, I'm okay, and this is too important. Something important. To be honest, I thought you were still mad at me," Harry said. She turned to look at him. "I'm still kind of mad, but that's not what I wanted to ask you now." "I see. Well, I'm listening," Harry told her. Daphne got closer to him and stared into his eyes with a serious expression. "Harry James Potter, will you marry me?" Harry blinked a few times. "Huh." Daphne chuckled. "Maybe I should explain that better." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I would very much like that. Here." She pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Harry sat down and read the contents of the sheet. "A soul bonding ritual?" He glanced at her. "What is this all about?" She sat down next to him. "I'm coming with you." Harry stared at her in silence for a moment. "Do you even understand what you're saying? Do you even know where I'm going?" "I don't know and I don't care," she huffed. "I want us to stay together. That's what I've been doing these past weeks, researching this ritual and gathering all the necessary ingredients." Harry shook his head. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "Wait, I remember this ritual. This came from my family vault." He turned to glance at her. "Are my parents involved in this?" Daphne looked a bit guilty. "Only your mother. I needed her help, so I had to give her an explanation. I'm sorry." "I know you wanted to keep it a secret for a bit longer." That explained the looks he had been receiving from his mother for the last few days. "Forget about that, I don't care. But why didn't she try to change your mind about this madness?" "She tried, but I'm determined." Daphne leaned closer. "Do you not want me at your side? I don't want you to die. This is ridiculous." Harry stood up from the couch. "I have a good reason to go. If I don't, this world and many others won't last much longer. But you have your whole life ahead of you. I also have a good reason." Daphne stood up. "Harry, I love you." He took a step back. "This is where your mother gave up on convincing me," Daphne said. "But what about you, Harry? What do you feel about me? Because if it's not the same, then you're right and I shouldn't be doing this." "Daphne," Harry muttered her name. "It's easy. Just tell me that you don't love me, and I'll give up this plan," Daphne said with a firm tone. "Tell me to my face that you don't want me." Harry took a long breath. "Fine, I don't want you." Daphne's expression didn't change one bit. "That's a lie." "What? You said only if you truly meant it," Daphne snapped. "How do you even know that I'm lying?" he asked. "I can always tell when you're lying. You're terrible at it," Daphne exclaimed. "I'm not." "My occlumency is tea to me," she interrupted him. "You're terrible at lying." Harry sighed. "Okay, tell me the truth," Daphne demanded. "You owe me at least that. You know, maybe I didn't realize it until tonight, but I think I do love you, that's why." Harry's wand appeared in his right hand. "I can't let you do this." Daphne didn't move or try to take her own wand out. She just continued to look at him. And what? Are you going to use the imperious curse? Because I might resist that, or maybe in Obliviate, I might break that too, she said, pointing at the fireplace, just like I remember finding that disgusting corpse in there during my first year. Harry looked shocked. You remember that? Since when? A while ago. I told you, Harry, you can't lie to me. Still, Harry clutched his wand. So you'll take that decision away from me? Will you force your will on me? Daphne asked. Harry frowned. That's not a fair thing to say. That's not a fair thing to do, Daphne shot back. She then walked closer, but Harry didn't fire a spell at her. She gently moved his wand aside and wrapped her arms around his neck. I love you and you love me back. Wherever you're going, I'm going with you. Whatever happens afterward, we'll face it together. Is that clear? Harry stowed his wand and placed his hands around her waist. Since when are you so dominant? Daphne grinned. Do you like it? He brought his face closer to hers. I don't hate it. After saying that, he leaned in and kissed her. They began slowly, but soon enough, their kiss became more passionate. Eventually, their lips parted and they stared at each other in comfortable silence. Are you sure this is what you want? Harry felt he had to ask one last time. I am, Daphne responded without hesitation. And your family, you won't see them again. Daphne nodded solemnly. I know, and that hurts a lot, but it would hurt more to live without you in my life. My family will be fine without me. Now that Astoria is well and healthy, she can take over the role of heiress. Harry realized that she must have been thinking about this since their earlier conversation. Very well, let me see that paper again. The two of them sat down and talked about the ritual in great detail. Daphne had already studied it thoroughly and collected everything they would need. Wait, I still don't understand why you mentioned marriage before. That's not part of the ritual, Harry said. If that had been a joke, it was very out of character for her. Oh, that, she pointed at the paper, that's just a transcript I made. In the original text, there's a mention that if the couple has already been bonded through a traditional magical wedding, it drastically increases the odds of success. So you were serious? Harry asked. Of course, she told him. And by the way, I'm still waiting for your answer, she said with a mischievous smile. A few days later, Gryffindor's common room. Congratulations, Luna said in a cheerful voice. You are, ouch. Lyra fell from the couch, the shock too much for her to handle. Neville hurried to help her up. Are you okay? Harry, this isn't a joke, right? Even Ginny had a hard time believing it, despite knowing very well that Harry wasn't one to make things up for attention or any other vain reason. Astoria looked down, focusing on her book. You already knew, didn't you? Lyra pointed an accusatory finger at Astoria as Neville helped her up. No comment. Astoria looked away. So it's with Daphne? Lyra exclaimed. Who else? Harry glanced at his sister like she was an idiot. Isn't it too soon to get married? Ginny asked, noting that Harry had said married and not engaged. He seemed unlikely to have made a mistake like that. It wasn't strange for students to get engaged before completing school, especially among wizarding families, but marrying was a different story. When's the wedding? Luna asked calmly. She was the only one who seemed unfazed by the revelation. Around mid-April, Harry answered. What? That's just 1 month from now. What's the rush? Lyra was still in disbelief. She may have been aware of their relationship, but this had come out of nowhere. Lyra's right, Neville said. Why so sudden? Even among traditional pure-blood families, getting married this young is unusual. Is something else going on? Harry had to admit he'd expected the question, but not from Neville. I can't talk about that right now, but Everyone went silent as they heard noises from above. The door upstairs opened, and people began coming down. Who's making so much racket this early in the morning? The voice was unmistakably Lavender's, as the girl was always speaking. I'll take anything that gets you out of bed a bit faster, Hermione spoke. Lavender was the first to descend the stairs, giving the group a passing glance. How unusual to see this lot so animated. Wait, her eyes landed on Luna and Astoria. Aren't those two from Ravenclaw? What are they doing in our common room? Luna perked up. The door was open, she said without missing a bit. Seriously, who could have left the door open? Lavender asked. You idiot, you can't leave the painting open. It closes by itself, Parvati scolded her friend. They must have sneaked in. By the way, I think I heard someone say something about getting married, Hermione mentioned. Did I hear that right? Married? Who's getting married? A professor? Lavender asked. My brother, Lyra pointed at Harry. Lyra, Ginny exclaimed. Oh, was I not supposed to tell anyone? Lyra made an expression of regret. Well, I didn't want the entire school to know, but I didn't expect you to keep a secret like this for more than a day anyway. I knew the consequences when I decided to tell you, Harry said. Hey, that's not fair, Lyra muttered. He's got a point, Lyra, Neville added. You have a hard time keeping things to yourself. She turned to him. I haven't told anyone that you still sleep with a teddy bear in your bed, have I? Seriously? Hermione glanced at Neville. Ha! Lavender pointed at him, bursting into laughter. Neville's cheeks turned bright red. Not a teddy bear, it's a unicorn. That doesn't help as much as you think, Neville, Ginny said. Yes, it does, Luna intervened. Unicorns are much cooler than bears. It's not even on my bed, just resting on the night table most of the time, Neville muttered. Okay, can we talk about Neville's teddy bear later? I want to know more about Harry getting married, Parvati said. It's not a teddy, Neville muttered again. Yes, I want to know too, Lavender perked up. Who's the... Wait, was that rumor true then? She suddenly remembered something important. You mean the one with the Slytherin girl? Parvati asked. That one? Lavender nodded. Didn't you make that one up? Hermione asked her. No, I just heard it and chose to ignore it. It seemed too unbelievable, Lavender scoffed. I have standards, you know. Didn't you tell everyone that our first-year defense professor was a vampire? Hermione retorted. Can we focus, please? Parvati approached Harry. Is it true? Are you marrying Greengrass? She glanced at Astoria briefly. Yes, it's true, Harry admitted. There was no point denying it now. Still, he kind of wished he hadn't returned to school. Perhaps he could have pretended to be sick for a few more months. On the other hand, being here gave him a chance to spend more time with his mother, his sister, and Daphne, so there were some upsides. This has to be the juiciest rumor I've ever heard. Lavender was excited. It's not a rumor if Harry confirmed it, Ginny pointed out. That's right. At this point, it's just news, Hermione added. The juiciest news, then, Lavender concluded. Okay, now we can talk about Neville's teddy bear, Parvati teased. No, Neville exclaimed. Merlin, those girls are always screaming. They heard Ron complain as he came down the stairs looking sleepy. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas were right behind him. Whoa, there are a lot of people already awake, Dean noted. Hold on. Seamus glanced at Luna and Astoria. Those two aren't Gryffindors. That's true, Ron realized. How did you two get in here? The door was open, Astoria replied simply. Really? Ron turned to his friends. Who was the idiot that left the door open? Daphne walked across the great hall under the tentative gaze of everyone present and arrived at the Gryffindor table. Do you mind? She asked Hermione. Not at all. Bushy-haired girl hurried to make room for Daphne to sit down next to Harry. So, everyone knows already? Daphne asked. I'm not sure about everyone. Harry glanced around the hall. All the students and even the professors were staring at them with interest. Okay, everyone. You told Lyra, didn't you? Daphne asked. Hey, I heard that, Lyra complained. This was mostly Lavender's doing, though, Hermione said. Yes, I've never seen her run so much, Parvati added. I am exhausted. Lavender admitted, gasping for air. Fantastic, Daphne rolled her eyes. You're not really upset, Harry noted. Only a little bit, she admitted, leaning closer, because now I can be with you in public. No more sneaking around. She leaned in further and gave him a wet kiss on the lips. So you two have been together for a while, huh? Hermione asked, trying to distract herself from the awkwardness of being so close to them. It's not even been a year yet, so not that long, Daphne replied. I can't believe I passed on a rumor that turned out to be true. What a waste, Lavender said. I swear this. From now on, I will spread every don't do that. Please, Hermione begged. Yeah, that's not a good idea, Lav, Parvati agreed. Excuse me, rumor I hear. They turned to find Professor McGonagall staring at Harry and Daphne. I understand your situation and am very glad for you too. I would appreciate it if you kept your displays of affection away from the public eye, the professor said. Hold on, wasn't that one of Umbridge's rules? I thought those were taken down, Lyra asked. Old McGonagall shook her head. We did not remove of them. I have to admit, some of her regulations seemed appropriate, and the other professors agreed to keep a few. Very few had questioned Professor Umbridge's disappearance after the battle. She had not left a strong impression on the students, other than being an annoying educator who was there for half a year and then disappeared. This was mostly because Harry had prevented her from inflicting any physical harm on the students with her blood quill with his constant memory wipes. Her class was now being taught by the headmaster until they found someone else for the job. Professor Rookwood had been even less memorable than the ghost who held the position before him. History was now being taught by 3 of Hogwarts' ghosts, those tied to each of the houses. The Ravenclaw ghost was the only one missing, as she had rejected the offer. Oh, Lyra muttered, she and Neville have broken quite a few rules if those have not been removed from the wall. Neville groaned. He was thinking the same thing as his girlfriend. He did not want to get more detentions this year. Noticing Lyra's guilty expression, McGonagall added, I would advise you to take a good look at that wall again. Unless you want to end up in detention, Miss Potter. Yes, ma'am. Lyra looked away, feeling embarrassed. McGonagall turned to Harry. "And you too. We will be careful, Professor," Daphne replied. "I know you will, and congratulations." With that, the professor took her leave. Harry glanced at the professor's table where his mother sat. Lily had a wide smile on her face and seemed to be enjoying seeing them together. The next month passed by extremely quickly. Harry could finally relax and stop worrying about dark wizards and looming threats. From what his father had told him, the new administration was very competent in removing Voldemort's remaining allies and keeping a close eye on sympathizers. As the new head of the Aura Department, James was determined to ensure that no new Dark Lords would appear anytime soon. Harry's life at school was mostly tranquil, aside from dealing with the attention he received from the other students. But he was already used to that, and no one had dared to do more than watch from afar and whisper behind his back. He could tolerate that much. Daphne was happy that she could now walk beside him through the halls and sit by his side in the Great Hall. Normally, a Slytherin girl dating someone from Gryffindor would have raised many complaints from the House of Snakes, but Daphne never heard a single thing from her housemates. Wanting to spend as much time with his family as possible, Harry often visited his house to speak with his father or check on Holly. His little sister had changed a lot since he first saw her. In just 2 years, she would be attending Hogwarts as a first year, and she was excited to learn magic. Harry had a feeling she would excel at runes since she was being tutored by Victoria. He deeply regretted that he wouldn't be there to watch Holly grow into a magnificent witch. His hopes for Lyra were somewhat lower, but she had shown some interest in defense against the dark arts. If that was the path she chose to follow, the grimoire left behind by him would be very useful to her. As for Victoria, his alter ego, Harry hadn't interacted with her much. He knew she intended to claim the lordship of the ancient Black House. Harry had never cared for titles and couldn't understand putting so much effort into claiming one, but he felt the title of Lady Black held special significance for Victoria beyond the wealth it offered. To her, it was likely a faint connection to her old life and her first family. A small group of people had been gathered at Hogwarts' Astronomy Tower. It was already dark and well past curfew, so the halls were empty of students, except for the few present here. A well-dressed Harry stood in the center of the room. Beside him was Daphne, wearing a traditional witch's dress adorned with intricate gold decorations. It was something passed down through many generations of her family. Standing in front of them was Dumbledore. The headmaster held an ancient-looking book, reading through its contents. "Let's see, I have to use this part." And then, Daphne leaned closer and whispered into Harry's ear. "Does he know what he's doing?" "I'm sure he can figure it out," Harry responded. Traditional magical weddings like the one they were performing had long fallen out of fashion, leaving few wizards knowledgeable on the subject. "No, it's this part, you see." McGonagall was next to Dumbledore, trying to help him turn the pages since it was difficult to do so with one hand. At the sides of the classroom were some of their family members who had come to bear witness to the union. Daphne's parents, along with her sister Astoria, stood on the right side. Harry's parents, along with his 2 sisters, were on the left. Lily and James were having a small argument over the camera they had brought. "James, I swear to Merlin, if you don't get that thing working, I'm going to—" "Wait, I've got it," James hurriedly said. "I think I was pressing the wrong side, hee." "Dad, how can you forget how to use a magical camera?" Lyra was in shock. "Seriously, Dad, how can you?" Holly echoed her sister's words. "Not you too," James groaned. "Okay, go stand over there," Lily ushered him away. "I want as many pictures as you can take." "Harry," Dobby was crying at the back of the room. "SHH, don't interrupt the ceremony," Mipsy whispered beside him. The only family member they had left at home was Victoria, who had refused to visit the castle even for a short while. "Very well, I believe we are ready to commence," Dumbledore finally announced. It appeared that he and McGonagall had sorted everything out. James moved to stand at one corner where he could take good pictures of the couple. "This is happening too soon." Lily couldn't help but shed a few tears. "Well, you don't have to worry about me getting married anytime soon, at least," Lyra commented. "You better not. You're only 14, Lily said firmly, casting a wary glance at her. "She's going to have to keep a closer eye on Neville." "I'm never getting married," Holly declared. "Huh?" Lily looked at her youngest. "Boys are icky," Holly added. "You say that now," Lyra chuckled. "That's enough, you two. Now keep quiet." Lily hushed them so she could listen to Dumbledore. The headmaster began to read from the ceremonial book. Most of the verses were written in Latin, speaking of the origins of the tradition and the meaning of the magical union between 2 magical people. The connection formed during the ceremony was much more profound than the Muggle version, as it created a link between their magic. In fact, this ceremony could be considered a mild ritual of sorts, and the only one that could still be legally performed. The witnesses could feel the magic stirring around Harry and Daphne as Dumbledore continued speaking. Harry and Daphne stood in front of each other, their arms interlocked. "I can feel something," Daphne whispered. Harry nodded. "Me too." A link is being formed, like a contract. After a couple more minutes, McGonagall approached them as Dumbledore finished his chanting. "It's my turn. I'll do the last part," McGonagall said, pointing her wand at their hands. She uttered a few words, and a red rope appeared, wrapping around their wrists and hands. The rope began to emit a powerful light before vanishing in a flash, leaving behind a mark on their arms that disappeared soon after. "It is done," McGonagall announced. "Magic is now bonded until death sets you apart." Daphne and Harry's arms unwrapped, and she threw herself at him, kissing him passionately. "This is not part of the ceremony," Dumbledore pointed out. "Oh well, I don't want to see this," Lyra muttered, looking away. Lily, however, was signaling James to take more pictures. McGonagall waited until they finished their kiss to continue. "Congratulations. By the laws of magic, you are now husband and wife." "Yes, congratulations." Lily began clapping, and the rest soon followed. "So I guess I'm Daphne Potter now," she told Harry with a warm smile. "You are welcome to the family," James exclaimed, snapping another picture. "Congratulations, sis," Astoria said, approaching her. "Thank you, Torre." Daphne then glanced at her parents. She hadn't seen her father this emotional since the day she dueled a Malfoy. "I'm so proud of you, Daphne," said her mother, Selene. "Hold on, there is one more part written here," Dumbledore said, flipping through the book again. "I believe it's this part here. Let's see." McGonagall hurriedly took the book from him. "I think the groom and bride are a bit young for that part yet. Did we miss something?" Harry turned to Daphne for an answer. She had been the one studying these old magical customs. Daphne pulled out her wand. "Hold me," she said. Harry immediately grabbed her free hand, and in the next instant they disappeared from the astronomy tower. "Where did they go in such a rush?" James asked, looking around. "Minerva, do you know something?" Lily inquired, confused. Her own wedding had been more Muggle-styled, so this ceremony was unfamiliar to her. "The last part," McGonagall began, "would be the bedding, but that's—" Oh, James finally realized where his son and his new wife had gone. "Ah, I see," Lily said, appearing unbothered. She reminded herself that Harry was, at least mentally, an adult. "Albus, we cannot allow this." "They are too young," McGonagall said, frowning. Dumbledore glanced at the parents, none of whom seemed to object. "If the parents don't mind, it is not our place to complain." McGonagall turned to the Greengrass parents. "It is a sacred custom. I have no issues with it," Lord Greengrass said. "Yes, and we trust Harry," Lady Greengrass added. "Where did Harry and Daphne go?" Holly asked, tugging on Lyra's robes. "Aim." Lyra's face turned slightly red. You're too young to know." "What? Why am I always too young to know everything?" Holly pouted, glaring at her sister. "Wait, did Daphne use apparition inside the castle? How did she do that? Aren't the wards working?" McGonagall suddenly asked. Dumbledore looked pensive. "Now that you mention it." On the outskirts of the castle, there was a small hill covered in trees overlooking the large clearing around Hogwarts. Daphne and Harry appeared on that hill. "This is—" Harry looked around, quickly recognizing the spot. It was a place he often visited when he needed to think or find peace. He had shown it to her a while ago. "It's one of my favorite spots near Hogwarts. I thought it was appropriate for tonight," Daphne said softly, touching the ground with her wand to conjure a large, comfortable-looking bed. "We could have gone to the room of requirement," Harry suggested. "No, the first night has to be outside, under the stars," Daphne replied, glancing up at the clear sky. The moonlight provided more than enough illumination, and the stars above were countless. "Isn't it beautiful?" "It is," Harry said, though he wasn't looking at the sky. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked mischievously. "Admiring my new wife, I suppose." Daphne sat down on the bed and stretched her arms. "You don't have to admire me. Come closer." "Are you? Don't ask me if I'm sure again," Daphne interrupted him. "Unless you want to spend the night with Madame Pomfrey instead," she scoffed. "Of course I'm sure. I want to enjoy every second we have left together." She tapped the bed beside her. "Now, are you going to make me enjoy every second?" "I will try my best to fulfill my lady's request," Harry said, joining her on the bed. "They're missing again." Hermione glanced around the classroom. They had defense against the dark arts with the Slytherins, and it was clear that both Harry and Daphne had skipped class. This had become a common occurrence over the past 2 weeks. "I bet they're doing it in some empty classroom," Lavender commented with a mischievous grin. "Lav, don't be so vulgar," Hermione scolded her, cheeks flushing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, Parvati said. They're a married couple, so it should be normal, right? They're still students and need to attend classes, Hermione insisted, her face turning rosier at the mere implication. But are they really married? No one saw the wedding. Maybe it's just an excuse to sneak around together, Parvati suggested. You don't need an excuse for that, Hermione retorted, casting a side glance. You can ask Lavender about that. What's that supposed to mean? Lavender snapped, defensive. She means we saw you leaving a broom closet with Michael Corner the other day, Parvati said, pointing a finger at her. What? No, I mean, you know he's dating like 3 other girls, right? Hermione asked, unimpressed. It's not like that. It was just a one-time thing, I swear, Lavender exclaimed. Yeah, well, excuse me. The girls jumped in their seats as they heard someone tapping on their table. Turning their heads, they saw the towering figure of Albus Dumbledore, his expression calm but curious. Is my class so dull that it cannot hold your attention? Hermione's face turned pale. Not at all. Your class is fascinating, Professor. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Then what topic could possibly divert your focus from it? We were just talking about. Hermione hesitated, struggling for words. Harry and Daphne, Parvati finished for her. That's right, Lavender said quickly, pointing toward the empty desk. They've been skipping a lot of classes. We were just wondering why. She hoped this would redirect the professor's attention. I see. Dumbledore glanced at the vacant seats. He, of course, knew exactly where they were. Today, they mentioned going to Italy. Dumbledore himself had provided them with several international portkeys, allowing them to travel freely. His heart felt heavy as he thought about the immense sacrifice they were preparing to make for the continued existence of the wizarding world. I wish it could be me instead. Professor, Hermione's voice broke his thoughts. She didn't understand why his expression had suddenly turned so somber. The usual twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes, accompanied by a small smile. It's nothing, Miss Granger. I will speak to those 2 about their absences. As for you 3, I recommend focusing on the lecture. Next year is your OWL year, and it is arguably the most important examination of your academic career. Yes, Professor, the 3 girls responded in unison. Now, let us continue where we left off. Dumbledore returned to the front of the classroom. Harry and Daphne appeared at the entrance to Hogsmeade in the late afternoon. Finally back home. Wait, Harry, this is not Hogwarts. Daphne frowned. She had expected the portkey to drop them off closer to the castle. Harry shrugged. The return must have been programmed here by default. I doubt whoever made the international portkey thought it'd be used by school students. Dumbledore got them, but the international portkeys had to be created by authorized personnel at the ministry. I suppose it doesn't matter. We can apparate from here, Daphne said. What's the rush? We still have 3 hours until curfew. Let's have dinner in the village and then head back. Daphne smiled, warming to the idea. All right, we can do that. As they strolled through the village, Harry asked, So what did you think of the Italian magical village? He had cast a mild disguise charm on them to avoid being recognized, as this was not an approved Hogsmeade weekend for students. Daphne considered his question. It was nice. Smaller than Diagon Alley, but the food was amazing. I know, right? That 3-layer pizza was incredible, Harry said enthusiastically. Daphne made a complicated expression. I don't know about that one. They put pineapple in the middle layer. Harry laughed. Where do you want to go next? We could visit Spain. I went there with my mum a couple of years ago, or maybe. Daphne moved closer and took his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Daphne? Harry glanced at her. She smiled softly. I don't care where we go. As long as I'm with you, I know it will be fun. The next 2 weeks were spent traveling across the globe. This was, in many ways, their honeymoon. Thanks to Dumbledore's assistance, they avoided any trouble with the school, and Minister Shacklebolt ensured they had no shortage of portkeys. No matter where they went, Harry and Daphne were welcomed with open arms and treated like royalty. During their travels, Daphne made a point of visiting her mentor, Lady Morgana Yafel. She spoke about everything happening in their lives, but deliberately left out the soul-binding ritual and the plans she and Harry had made. Morgana, however, was not easily deceived. She sensed something significant was in the works, but chose not to press her protégé. Time flew by, as it often does when one is happiest. Before they realized it, 2 more weeks had passed, and the day to perform the ritual had arrived. After that, they will have no choice but to inform their families about the reality of the situation and what they intend to do. D-Day, Ministry of Magic. In the deepest parts of the Department of Mysteries, there lies an extensive chamber containing nothing but a single stone arch, situated at its center. This stone structure is ancient, predating even the construction of the ministry itself. No one knows who built it or for what purpose. A grey mist covers the interior of the arch, making it impossible to see what lies on the other side. Any living being who gets too close risks having their souls sucked out of their body and dragged into the mist. The Unspeakables have named this mysterious artifact the Veil. This room is rarely visited. Of course, everyone working here is well aware of the dangers posed by the Veil. They know they'll be safe as long as they don't venture too close. But the Veil has become closely associated with the physical representation of death itself. That thought makes people uneasy. After all, no one likes to think about death. Today, however, this room was crowded. They weren't here to observe the Veil, but to bid farewell to two young individuals. Harry and Daphne stood surrounded by their loved ones. The soul bonding ritual had been a success, and now it was time for them to leave. This was their last day in this world. Lily Potter was crying, held tightly by her husband. No matter how much they understood the necessity of this event, losing their son was still an incredibly painful experience. Lyra and Holly had been left at home. Though their eldest daughter had a basic understanding of what was happening and the reasons for it, Lily and James had decided she was too young to witness this moment. Holly, being even younger, wouldn't understand at all. They'd explain it to her later. And that was not a conversation they were looking for. Dobby was also present, as Harry's personal house elf. Daphne's parents stood stoically, visibly affected, but trying to remain composed. Albus Dumbledore was at the head of the group, alongside Minister of Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had granted them access to the room. The minister had been given a summary of the dimensional anomalies, though he could comprehend only a small part of it. Still, his faith in Harry and Dumbledore was absolute. When told this was necessary, he did not hesitate to offer his full support. The final person in the chamber was Professor Silverbell. As the foremost expert on space-time anomalies, his presence was crucial to confirm that Harry's sacrifice would achieve the intended effect. While Daphne exchanged goodbyes with her family, Harry did the same. "Is there really N? Please stop asking that," Harry interrupted his father, cutting off the same question for the 100th time. "It's not fair." Lily said through her tears, "You've already sacrificed so much to save the world from that monster. Why must you do it again? All my efforts will be for nothing if this world collapses and you all die. I won't let that happen." Harry's tone was firm. "It should be the parents' job to sacrifice themselves for their children," James said bitterly. Harry stared at them for a moment. "But you already did. I wouldn't be here if not for your sacrifice. I got to live this long because there was a time and place when you gave up your lives to protect me. But that wasn't us, it was," Lily began. "They were still you. Different versions, yes, but I know you would have made the same choice they did. That's all that matters," Harry explained. "Master Harry Potter," came a small voice. Harry turned to see Dobby, who looked hesitant. "You got my name right," Harry said with a small smile, kneeling to the elf's level. He pulled a piece of fabric from his pocket. "No." Dobby's eyes widened in panic. "I'm sorry, Dobby, I can't take you with me. I know being free can be scary, but remember, the Potters will always be your family." "Can Dobby stay?" the elf asked hopefully. "Of course you can stay, Dobby," James reassured him. "You're part of the family after all," Lily added. Harry placed the handkerchief into Dobby's hands, breaking their bond. "You can make your own decisions now. That's what being free is all about." Harry then stood and hugged his parents tightly. "I love you," Lily said softly. "We'll never forget you, son," James added. When the embrace ended, Harry turned to face the others. "Minister Shacklebolt," he said, "just promise me you'll take good care of magical Britain. There are still issues buried deep beneath the surface. Voldemort was just a symptom. Don't let another rise." "I'll do my best," the minister promised. Finally, Harry faced Dumbledore. "I guess this is it, Professor," Harry said. "I don't recall teaching you enough to deserve that title," Dumbledore replied, a twinkle of sadness in his eyes. "Perhaps it was in another life," Harry said, "but you earned it." "That may be so, but I believe it would be adequate for you to address me by name now. That was a lifetime away after all," Dumbledore reasoned. Harry nodded. "Goodbye, Albus. Goodbye, Harry, and who knows, we may meet again soon enough." Harry walked further toward the Veil and stopped before the steps that led to the stone arch, and felt a hand grabbing onto his own. "Afraid?" Harry asked, looking at her. Daphne shook her head. "I thought I would be, but I'm not. The ritual was a success and our souls were bonded together. Whenever this takes us, we will be together." "That's right," Harry said, "and who knows, this may just be the beginning of our next grand adventure. That would be nice." The force of her grip became firmer. "Ready?" Harry asked her. She leaned forward and gave him a soft kiss on his lips. "Ready?" Harry's black robe seemed to react to their words, and it began to grow in size. In an instant, it became large enough to envelop both their bodies in its protective embrace. Their hands were now connected by the robes as if they were one. Like this, they walked the steps towards the veil, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Normally, when a person got this close to the veil, their souls' wowls be pulled out, killing them instantly. But Harry and Daphne were allowed to walk all the way until they reached the grey fog, and then they moved inside and disappeared into the unknown. "They are gone," Shacklebolt exclaimed. "There are no records of any living being able to completely venture inside the gate with their physical bodies. Even someone like Dumbledore, who understood the nature of Harry's robes, could not know for sure if this anomaly was caused by the protection of the robes or by Harry's status as Master of Death. It was also unknown how much of that protection has extended to Daphne. "Harry, is he really gone?" Lily asked no one in particular. "Personally," said Dumbledore, "I would like to think that they still exist somewhere else now. Magic is a wonderful thing, and we still don't know what it's truly capable of." The group stood there, looking at the veil for almost an hour after their departure, waiting to see if anything happened. But nothing did. Harry and Daphne were gone forever and will never return. Whatever their fate was beyond the veil will remain a mystery for those present in this chamber. Professor Silverbell took several days to complete all his tests. Once finished, he went to inform Dumbledore of the results. The excited gnome brought incredible news. The spatial anomalies had completely disappeared, and the walls between realities were stable once more. In fact, they were much stronger now, and Professor Silverbell estimated that no further issues would arise for at least 1,000 years. However, the cause of this stability was likely the unknown number of dimensions that had collided and subsequently disappeared, much like the one Victoria Potter had come from. After a long conversation with Silverbell, Dumbledore decided to personally visit the two families and deliver the news. He felt he owed them the courtesy of confirming that their children's sacrifice had not been in vain and that they had truly saved everyone. He first arranged a meeting with the Greengrass family, who received the news with their usual dignity and calm demeanor. Then, the headmaster went to Potter Manor. Since the school year had not yet ended and both parents were busy working, Dumbledore made sure to inform them ahead of time about his visit. Other than James and Lily, the only ones at home were Holly and Victoria. Dumbledore was sitting in the living room, sipping delicious tea while chatting with James and Lily. They never doubted that Harry was going to succeed, but they were still glad to hear the confirmation from Dumbledore. Suddenly, he felt something hit his leg. He looked down. "What is this?" A small white golem lay on its back. It was evident that it had been moving around before falling over after colliding with his leg. "Sorry about that," James said. "I told Holly not to let it run around by itself." "It moves by itself? Fascinating," Dumbledore remarked as he picked up the tiny construct. It was much lighter than expected, and he could easily hold it with one hand. "This looks..." The white golem reminded him of the ones resting beneath Hogwarts. "Harry and Daphne made that one for Holly," Lily explained. Dumbledore nodded. That made sense. If Harry and Daphne created it, they must have based its design on the marble golems. "A very refined piece of work," he commented, examining the runes engraved on the golem. He knew that runes had never been Harry's forte. "I assume Daphne wrote the runes." "No, actually it..." "Wait," James began to say, but Dumbledore interrupted him, visibly agitated. "What's wrong?" Lily asked, concerned. "These runes. They were the same as those engraved on the real white marble golems." He had studied them for years, but had never found any reference to them in books. The only conclusion he could draw was that they belonged to an extremely ancient language lost to time, and now he was seeing them again, on a child's toy. "Did Daphne do this?" "No, I was saying, it wa, Goalie 3. Holly came running into the living room. "There you are." She rushed directly for the golem. "Holly, what did I tell you about letting it run wild?" "The last time it began chasing poor Mipsy," James scolded gently. "I'm sorry," Holly apologized as she picked up her toy. "You wanted to know who did the runes? That would be me," Victoria said, appearing behind her. Dumbledore's gaze shifted from Holly to Victoria. "You did?" "Yes, Harry made the original rune functions, but they were very sloppy, so I fixed a few of them. Now the golem can run, jump, and even dance. Why are you so interested in it?" Victoria asked, still wary of the old man and refusing to come closer. Dumbledore pointed at the golem. "The strange runes on the lower part. Where did you learn those?" "Ah, I know what you mean," Lily interjected. "I also found them peculiar when I first saw them. Of course, Lily didn't know the reason for Dumbledore's alarm, as she was unaware of how rare those runes were. I learned them from a book. How else? Victoria replied. A book? You mean a book from you? Yes, Victoria admitted. Is something wrong with those runes? Lily asked. I learned them myself and they're very efficient. I wish I'd had the chance to use them when I was still in school. Did you also teach this to Harry? Dumbledore inquired further. I would have, but he wasn't interested in learning a new rune system, Victoria said. Dumbledore seemed deep in thought, but Victoria added, I did teach them to Daphne. That girl has a lot of talent for this kind of magic. Dumbledore gasped. That's it then. Albus, what is going on? James asked. Yes, why are you so fixated on those runes? Lily pressed. She could understand curiosity, but could tell this was more than academic interest. Do you remember those white marble golems used during the battle? Dumbledore asked. Of course we do, James said. How could he forget? I also saw them last year during the werewolf attack, Lily added, glancing at the small golem in her daughter's arms. Daphne based that little one on them, I'm sure of it. There is more you should know. Those golems are ancient, tremendously so, even more ancient than the castle itself, Dumbledore revealed. More ancient than Hogwarts? How can that be? James asked. You mean they were already there when the four founders arrived? Lily asked. Dumbledore nodded. Exactly. The golems and the chamber where they rest were built by someone else, long before the four founders existed. I didn't know that, Lily said. Like James, she had assumed the golems were creations of the founders to protect Hogwarts. But that's not the strangest part. Dumbledore pointed at the small golem. Those runes were used as the foundation for their creation. Do you realize what that means? That's not possible, Lily said, glancing at Victoria. They wouldn't even exist in our world if… I don't get it. Is this more of that time travel nonsense? Victoria asked. Albus, are you implying that Daphne? James trailed off, staring at the small golem. It's just an idea, the Alpha and the Omega. An end needs a beginning as well, Dumbledore said before turning to Victoria. Do you remember the name of the book's author? The one where you learned these runes? Of course I do. He was very famous, Victoria replied. He was known as Rune Master Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he wrote many books on the subject. The room fell into silence. 9 years later, Lochout, Scotland. Hello, old friend. James knelt down and placed a pair of socks on top of the stone plate. We should have brought flowers, Lily frowned. This seems disrespectful. James shrugged. He liked socks. What can I do? Their eyes went back to the tomb in front of them. The plaque bore the name Albus Dumbledore alongside the date of his death, just 2 years prior. The former headmaster of Hogwarts had retired a few months after Harry's departure, leaving McGonagall in charge of the school. You think he at least enjoyed his last years? James asked. I mean, it's hard to say since we didn't see him much. He was always traveling around, but we did speak to him in his last year and he seemed happy, Lily said. I hope he didn't have any regrets. James sounded somewhat bitter. He couldn't think of death without thinking of his son, Harry, and how he had died so young. Unlike Dumbledore, Harry probably still had so much he wanted to do. James. Lily placed a hand on her husband's shoulder, already knowing what he was thinking because she felt the same way. Tonight, Holly comes back home. She tried to change the subject to something that would lift his spirits. Right, I almost forgot. Wait, tonight? Shouldn't the train be back in the afternoon? Yes, but Lyra and their friends wanted to celebrate. I think they had reservations at some fancy restaurant in Diagon Alley, Lily said. Ah. I can't believe our little daughter has already graduated. Time sure flies, James sighed. It does, Lily agreed. But hey, we still have another 1T. Mom, Dad, a young red-headed boy with amber eyes came rushing toward them. Hey, what did I tell you about running in the cemetery? James said. Oh, sorry, the boy looked down. I thought you were going exploring, Lily asked. The boy shrugged. I did, but I was getting bored. There's nothing interesting to see here. It's a small island. We can visit London after this if you want, James suggested. You were talking about Hogwarts, right? Holly was coming back today, the boy said. That's right, but you probably won't see your sister until tomorrow, Lily told him. And when am I going to Hogwarts? He asked. James glanced at his wife. Why is everyone so impatient to go to school? When I was a kid, I only wanted to play with my friends. Lily knelt down next to her son. You'll go in less than 3 years. Trust me, time will pass faster if you don't think about it. And before you know it, you'll be on the train on your way to Hogwarts. Will I be in Gryffindor? He asked. There are no guarantees on that, James said. But I want to be in the same house as all my siblings. Harry was there too, right? He had heard so many stories about his oldest brother that he almost felt like he'd met him already. At this point, there were more books about Harry Potter than the boy who lived. Doesn't matter what house you get in, we will always be proud of you, Lily assured him. Yes, and to be fair, I still think that Holly should have been put in Ravenclaw, James commented. Lily flinched. The reason Holly was put in Gryffindor was that she had threatened the Sorting Hat. It had been one of her few acts of rebellion, but she had been very adamant about being in the same house as Harry, and she was made head girl, Lily muttered. Huh, the boy looked confused. Nothing. Don't worry about the sorting, Hadrian. I'm sure that no matter what house you end up in, you'll have a great time at Hogwarts, Lily said. Yes, Hadrian F. Potter said with excitement. King's Cross Station, the train from Hogwarts arrived just in time. The doors opened, and students began rushing out into the station, eager to meet their families. A red-headed girl in her mid-20s was seated on one of the benches, continuing to look toward the train doors as she fiddled with her wand. She wore the latest model of reinforced combat robes, and a golden aura badge hung from her neck. Come on, don't tell me you're going to be last, the girl huffed with annoyance. The students walking around the station glanced at her and murmured loudly amongst themselves, but none dared approach her or speak directly to her. It's her. I know it's Potter. The girl's green eyes sharpened as she turned to the nearby students who were obviously talking about her. What, do you have something to say? The students started and quickly scurried away. Tusk. The girl went back to staring at the train. The rush of students had diminished considerably now, indicating the train was almost empty. Boy head girl finally, the last two students exited through the doors, which closed behind them. A boy and a girl, both senior students, had red badges on their robes with the words head and respectively. They exchanged a few words before the boy walked away, leaving the girl alone. She began scanning the crowd, but didn't have to look long to find the person she was searching for, sitting alone on a bench and staring at her with an unfriendly expression. Oops, the girl hurried over to the bench. Sorry, Lyra, did I make you wait? Yeah, you made me wait. Why did you have to come out last? Lyra huffed. The girl's amber eyes shifted away from her sister. Well, you know, it was my duty to make sure everyone got safely off the train before I did. Lyra rolled her eyes. Holly, you just finished school. You need to stop taking everything so seriously. Holly's eyes snapped back to her, and she crossed her arms. I will not do that. And even if I've finished my education at Hogwarts, I still have a long way to go. Next year, I'm beginning my master's in Goalmancy under Professor Wagner in Germany. Lyra sighed, knowing there was no point in telling her sister to relax more. Holly had been dedicated to her studies since her first year. Take it easy for today at least. We're all going to Diagon Alley to celebrate. Victoria reserved a table for us at that fancy restaurant near the bank. Speaking of taking it easy, Holly glanced at her sister up and down. Why are you in full combat garb? You're not on duty, right? Lyra raised her wand. Constant vigilance. She stood from the bench and offered her arm to Holly. Come on. Wait, can't I at least stop at home to change? And I need to store my luggage, Holly said. Just call your elf to take care of the luggage, and I'm sure you can change the look of your robes yourself, Lyra replied. Holly furrowed her brow. She wanted to shower first but didn't want to keep her friends waiting. Darby, the elf appeared with a loud pop. Holly, Mistress Potter, what can Darby do for you? You could get her name right for once, Lyra muttered. Hi, Holly greeted the house elf warmly. After being freed by Harry, Darby didn't waste time returning to the Potter Manor, where he requested to bond with Holly. Other than Harry, she had been the one Darby grew closest to during their time together at the house. Can you take care of this? Holly handed over her large luggage case. And tell Mom and Dad I'll be home tonight. But not too early, Lyra added. After dinner, we're going drinking and dancing. Holly grimaced at the thought. She wasn't as fond of partying as her sister. Once Darby disappeared, she looked down at her school robes. With a wave of her wand, the robes transformed into elegant attire, a long black skirt and a silk jacket. Geez, you're only 17 and already dressing like a 30-year-old, Lyra teased. Careful, Lyra, you're almost 30 yourself, Holly shot back. I'm only 24, Lyra exclaimed. Holly glanced around the station. Most students and parents had already left, so she didn't worry about her proper girl image being tarnished by arguing with her sister. Okay, let's go. She stepped closer to Lyra and grabbed her arm. The two sisters disappeared from the station. Huh, the bar. Holly was surprised to find herself at the apparition point for the leaky cauldron rather than the one inside Diagon Alley, which was closer to the restaurant Lyra mentioned. Yes, I need to pick up my husband first, Lyra said, venturing inside the building. The bar was lively despite nighttime being hours away. Patrons played games, drank butterbeer, and chatted at the tables. Lyra headed straight for the counter with Holly trailing behind. Oh, Agent Potter, the bartender greeted her warmly. Hello, Tom, everything quiet today? Lyra asked, her eyes scanning the room. Everything's fine. I still haven't properly thanked you for the other day. You and your partner, the weird blonde one, really saved my bar. Lyra shrugged. Luna, and it was nothing, just a couple of drunk fools who shouldn't have access to wands. I still owe you one. Can I get you something? It's on the house unless you're on duty, Tom added, noting her combat robes and badge. Not on duty, but no thanks. I'm just looking for my husband. He said he'd be here. Tom pointed to the far corner. He's over there with his friend. Lyra thanked him and walked away. Soon they spotted Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley deep in conversation. Ron, I don't think that's true, Neville said. I'm telling you, she was totally checking me out during dinner, Ron insisted. But Fleur is married to Bill, Neville argued, sounding exasperated. I swear I owe the party poopers here, Ron muttered when he noticed Lyra approaching. Is that what I am now? Lyra crossed her arms. Hey, come on, don't call her that, Neville said apologetically before turning to his wife. Sorry. Lyra shrugged and kissed Neville on the cheek. It's fine. She glanced at the counter, noting the numerous empty beer mugs. Most of them were undoubtedly Ron's, as Neville wasn't much of a drinker. Great, she thought. Anyway, we should get going. The girls are probably waiting for us, Lyra said. Right, we sh. Is that little Holly? Ron's eyes fixated on the younger Potter sister. Whoa, you've grown a lot since I last saw you. It's been a while, Ron, Holly said politely, though her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Ron was easily her least favorite Weasley. Ron smirked and raised his half-empty mug. Why don't you join us and have a drink? You're an adult now, right? Lyra snapped, stepping between Holly and Ron. She's 17. She jabbed a finger at Ron. And you'd better stop ogling her like a piece of meat before I… Okay, Neville interjected, hurrying to calm his wife. We need to go anyway. We can catch up this weekend, he told Ron. Ron shrugged. Whatever. He turned his attention back to his drink. As they exited the bar, Lyra turned to Tom. Hey Tom, don't serve that redhead guy in the corner anything else today. He's had enough. You got it? Tom gave her a thumbs up. They passed through the brick gates and ventured into Diagon Alley proper. Shopping district had become much busier over the last few years since the threat of the Death Eaters had disappeared, and everyone felt safer venturing out. There was also a new addition at the center of the alley, right before Gringotts. A metallic statue of one particular wizard had been erected in the middle of the busiest intersection so everyone could admire it. Ugh, it's so tacky, Lyra cringed at the statue. I don't know why you don't like it. They did a good job capturing his expression. Neville glanced at the statue. It had only been placed there 2 years prior by order of the Minister of Magic, but most people seemed to like it. Holly smiled at the statue and approached it. At the base of the statue was a large tray where people often left offerings and gifts. Above it, a plaque depicted the name of the wizard, as well as his many accomplishments. Hey Harry, Holly said, as she looked up at the face of the statue. She pulled her wand out and conjured a small golem, similar to the first one her brother had created for her, and placed it on the tray. It should last for a week at least. I'll visit you again soon. Holly, come on. Lyra noticed they were attracting a lot of stares. This always happened when people recognized them as the Potter sisters. Holly nodded and hurried to her sister's side. That's not his tomb, you know. It's kinda weird when you do that, Lyra whispered. Harry didn't have a tomb at all. This was because, as far as the rest of the world was concerned, he wasn't dead but had gone on a long journey across the world for research. At least, that's what the minister came up with. Only a few knew the truth. I know, but I feel a bit closer to him when I do. I wish I could tell him so many things. Holly lamented that Harry had left when she was so young and couldn't witness her accomplishments. Holly, Neville looked at her with pity. He had a lot of experience when it came to losing family members. Oi, over here. They looked ahead and spotted Luna and Astoria. Luna was enthusiastically waving at them, while Astoria realized her friend's shouting had attracted a lot of attention. Lyra, over here. Luna waved excitedly from a nearby cafe. Psst, Luna, stop it. They've already seen us, Astoria said, looking embarrassed. Hey, Holly greeted the two girls. She hadn't seen them since the Christmas party at the ministry. Hello, Holly, you're all grown up already, Luna chuckled. It hasn't been that long since we… Congratulations, you graduated first in your class, right? Astoria interrupted. Holly looked a bit nervous. Yes, why are you two sitting here? Lyra cut in. I thought we were going to that restaurant. She pointed at the fancy location just a little ahead. Apparently, there was some problem with our reservation or something like that. Ginny already went to take care of it. Don't worry, Luna said nonchalantly. Ginny is already here. What about Victoria? Lyra asked. Isn't that Victoria? Holly said, looking back toward the bank. A black-haired beauty had just come out, closely followed by a young girl carrying a large stack of papers. "Yep, that's Lady Black all right," Lyra said. "Is that a new assistant? I've never seen her before," Holly asked. "I guess. She gets a new one every month or so," Lyra pointed out. Victoria recognized them quickly and walked toward them while her assistant struggled to keep up. "Vicky," Holly was the first to greet her. She ran up to her and gave her a warm hug. "I missed you so much," Victoria smiled. "I missed you too, my dear." To Holly, Victoria had always been more like an aunt than a sister, and the two of them were very close. "And I have something to congratulate you for your amazing performance at Hogwarts." Victoria turned to her assistant. "Give me the thing." "The thing?" The assistant looked lost. "The present for Holly. Come on, it's in bag number 3. "Oh, number 3. The assistant tried balancing the papers in one hand while fumbling with her ring. "Number 3 should be this." The ring transformed into a large bag which the assistant barely caught before handing it over. Victoria didn't look very impressed. "I bet she gets another assistant by next week," Luna whispered to Astoria. "That's rude," Astoria whispered back. "Let's see." "Oh, here it is," Victoria said with excitement, pulling out a leather case with an intricate design. "Here, my dear, I'm sure these will come in handy in your near future." Holly opened the case and was surprised by the contents. "Vic, this is..." Inside was a complete set of rune-carving tools. Even an amateur could tell they were nothing ordinary. They're made with a mixture of magicite and goblin steel. The tips were crafted with the claws of the last ancient red dragon and designed by a renowned expert from France, Victoria explained. "Isn't this too much?" Holly hesitated, not wanting to imagine how much they had cost. "Nothing is too much for you," Victoria said with a smile she rarely showed in public. In the Wisengamot court, she was known for her cold and calculating persona instead. "Here, take this back." Victoria handed the bag to her assistant. "Leave everything in my office, and you can retire for the day. I have private matters to attend to now." "Why yes, Lady Black, immediately." The assistant grabbed all her belongings and hurried away. "It's difficult to find competent personnel," Victoria sighed. "Maybe you're too exigent," Lyra suggested. "Nonsense. There is nothing wrong with expecting the best for what I pay them." Victoria glanced Lyra up and down. "Please, tell me you are not planning to have dinner in full combat garb." "This is a fancy restaurant. You think they won't let me in?" Lyra asked. "I didn't say that, but..." They all heard hurried steps approaching and turned just in time to see Ginny arriving. She did not look very happy. "What's wrong?" Holly asked. "Yes, what's wrong, Gin? Did someone offend you? I will have them punished," Victoria promised. "What's wrong is that you bought the whole restaurant," Ginny exclaimed, pointing at Victoria. "Of course, you asked me to," Victoria responded with an innocent expression. "I asked you to make reservations." Ginny wanted to shout more but refrained, aware of the attention they were already attracting in the crowded street. "I was going to do that, but then I discovered that the Rosiers also had a reservation for tonight on the top floor, and I refused to share the air with those people after what they said to you during the Christmas party," Victoria huffed. "Isn't buying the restaurant a bit of an overreaction?" Neville asked. "Not at all. It is a flourishing business and it will be even better in my hands. I'll consider it an investment," Victoria assured him. "Okay." Ginny felt a bit less angry now that she understood the reasoning. "But can you consult me next time, please?" "Sure." Victoria moved closer and held her hand. "Can we go now? I'm starving," Lyra complained. "Excuse me, Miss Weasley." Two young boys approached them. "Yes." Ginny turned to them. One of the boys held out a small piece of parchment. "Can you sign this, please?" "Ah, of course." Ginny was more than used to this. She pulled her wand from the holster and used it to mark the paper. "The Holyhead Harpies are our favorite Quidditch team," one of the boys said. "Yeah, and you're the best seeker in the world," the other added. "I appreciate your support." Ginny handed the autograph back to the boys, who thanked her profusely. Once they were out of earshot, Ginny then whispered to herself, "I can think of at least one better seeker than me, though." "All right, let's go," Victoria said. Holly and Lyra followed closely behind. "They're an odd couple. Do you think those two will get married one day?" Luna asked Astoria. "Should you be talking about marriage like that? It's only been 6 months since you got divorced," Astoria pointed out. Luna didn't seem bothered. "Didn't work out. My crumple-horned Snorkack didn't get along with his aim. What did he call them? I forgot." "Maybe next time you should date someone who doesn't see imaginary creatures," Astoria suggested. Luna chuckled. "Now where's the fun in that?" "Come on, don't fall behind," Holly called to them. "Yeah, tonight is going to be a fun night. Let's go," Lyra exclaimed with excitement. It was a cloudy morning, as was typical for these grassy plains in the Highlands. 2 red deer were quietly grazing. their ears twitching as they remained alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a cracking sound broke the peaceful silence, sending a wave of panic through the nearby wildlife. Animals scattered, fleeing toward the safety of the trees and undergrowth. A small black mass emerged from the crack that had formed in the fabric of space-time itself, hovering unnaturally in midair. It remained there, ominous and still, for several minutes. Then, the object began to change. It grew rapidly, expanding from the size of a tennis ball to a mass twice the height of an average man. Its shape was erratic, shifting as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. The wild animals, now at a safe distance, watched warily from behind the cover of trees and shrubs. This strange object was not merely black. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb all light around it. The air grew heavy, and the clearing dimmed in its presence. None of the creatures could comprehend what they were seeing, but their instincts warned them. Fear the unknown, for it often brings danger. The black mass appeared to hover somewhere between solid and liquid, continuously shifting its form. Almost an hour after its arrival, it descended slowly to the ground. Its shape began to stabilize, eventually taking on the vague outline of a large human figure. Then came the sound, faint at first, like distant murmurs, until it grew clearer. "Harry, I can't breathe. You're talking so clearly you can. The space is too small. Have we stopped moving? We were moving? I think so. Wait, hold on, I think that. What's wrong? Wait a moment, I can see. Me too, we're in a field. Let me open it then. Yes, please, I want to breathe fresh air again," or something like that. The black robes of death, which Harry had used to shield their bodies as they crossed through the veil, unfolded. From within emerged two figures. Daphne rushed out, gasping, "Air, fresh air." Daphne," Harry called out, scanning their surroundings cautiously. "Whoa, this place is beautiful. Is this the afterlife? It looks too familiar, don't you think?" Daphne's voice brimmed with excitement. After so much time in darkness, even a cloudy sky and a grassy clearing felt like paradise. The setting might have been ordinary, cloudy skies, mountains, trees, and grass, but to her it was heaven. "Daphne, you might want to." She turned to look at Harry. He stood wrapped in his black robes, gesturing toward her. "What is it?" she asked. Then she glanced down and froze. "I'm naked." Harry adjusted his robes slightly. "I don't have anything on under these either." Though embarrassed, Daphne didn't panic. After all, there wasn't anything Harry hadn't already seen. She reached for her wand to conjure some clothing, but quickly realized her holster was empty. "My wand is gone too," she muttered. "Yes." It seems the black robes were the only things allowed through. "Well, those and our bodies," Harry replied. "If these even are our bodies," he thought privately. "Here." With a wave of his hand, Harry conjured simple white robes. "I can't manage anything too intricate without a foci, but these should do for now." "Thanks." She quickly donned the robes. "Looks like I'll need to brush up on my wandless magic." The two stood in silence for a moment, taking in their surroundings and organizing their thoughts. "Harry, are we really dead?" Daphne finally asked. "I don't think so." Harry pinched his arm experimentally. The sharp sting confirmed his theory. The sensation of grass beneath his feet, the humid air filling his lungs, everything felt too real. "I can't say I know what being dead feels like, but I know what being alive feels like, and we are very much alive," he said firmly. "But how? We went through the veil. Nothing survives that." Daphne struggled to comprehend. She'd resigned herself to death, only to find herself alive and well. "I don't know either," Harry admitted. "I have a lot of questions too, the first being, where are we?" Daphne looked around. "The weather, the air, this feels like Scotland. It's all so familiar." Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes, there's something about this place." "But Harry, if we're alive," Daphne's voice wavered, "does that mean the world is going to end? Did we fail?" "That would only be true if we were still in the same world," Harry replied. "You mean, how can you be sure? For now it's just a feeling, but there's a way to confirm it." Harry raised a hand. "Apparition." "Of course," Daphne exclaimed. "If we apparate to Hogwarts and talk to someone we know, we'll notice any differences right away." "Exactly." Daphne gave him a skeptical look. "Are you sure you can apparate without a wand? I'd rather not lose an arm or a leg in the process." "It may not be perfect, but I'm confident I can avoid mutilation." "Fine." She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Let's go then." "Right." Harry closed his eyes and focused on Hogwarts' back garden, picturing it vividly in his mind. But after willing his body away, this one refused to move. This is strange," Harry said. "What's wrong?" Daphne had never seen Harry fail a spell. "I can't make a connection to Hogwarts' inner gardens." "Could the wards be keeping you out? I mean, if we are in a different world, then you wouldn't have access to them." "Right, I know what you mean, but no, this is different. I can tell when there's some ward preventing me from apparating." Now, it's just like the place I'm trying to go doesn't exist, so I cannot connect to it. Harry frowned. This was the first time this had happened to him. Try a different one then, Daphne suggested. Okay. He was now thinking of the clearing next to Hagrid's house at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. It's working, he said with a bit of trepidation, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot. They reappeared before a thick forest. Daphne had no idea where they were supposed to be appearing, but this just looked like the same location they were just in. Harry looked around. There was indeed a forest ahead of him, but it was different from the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's house was not there either. Hold on. He looked around and realized something else. Harry, we are in the same place. Daphne pointed ahead. See those rocks over there? That's where we were before. This is the same clearing. Harry frowned. That's not possible. We should be inside Hogwarts grounds at least. Did you get the location wrong? Of course not. I never miss a spell. Harry glanced into the distance at a particular mountain range. Wait a moment. Something occurred to me. He knelt down and placed his hand on the dirt. The ground shook as Harry poured magic into it, and soon a stone platform began to form beneath his feet. Harry, what are you planning on doing now? Daphne observed the platform with curiosity. We don't have flying brooms, so this will have to do. Hop on. Harry pointed at the platform. You want to fly? It was then that Daphne realized. As Harry did the same thing, she looked into the distance toward that particular mountain range. Without saying another word, she jumped onto the platform, and Harry used his magic to make it levitate into the air. With the two of them standing on it, the stone structure continued to rise upwards until the trees beneath them looked like tiny points. They now had a fantastic view of the whole clearing. Harry had seen this landscape a lot more than Daphne, since he liked to take flights around the castle on his broom, but even for her, it became very obvious once she got a complete view of the place they had been standing in. This is Hogwarts, but there is no castle. Hogwarts was only built 1,000 years before our era, Harry said while moving the platform toward the mount where he remembered the castle being. You mean we traveled in time, 1,000 years into the past, Daphne said. I think we're much further back than that. Harry observed the grounds very carefully. What makes you say that? Daphne asked. He made the platform descend once more, but this time it rested on the flat part of the mount where the castle was supposed to have been built. There was something else built here before Hogwarts existed, the foundations on which the castle was resting, and it's not here yet. You mean the chamber with the golems? Right. You did mention that it was older than the castle. Daphne realized, much older. The chamber, the Arkstone, and the golems were created by someone else, and it was done long before the four founders existed. I can feel the flow of magic rushing beneath us. This is no doubt the place where the foundation was created, but there is nothing yet. So we are in the distant past, but is it still the same world? Daphne wondered. It would be terrible if, after all of this, their sacrifice was for naught. Harry shook his head. You could say yes and no at the same time. We are before all of that. Before all of that, she wasn't sure what he was referring to. In 1899, the first time travel experiment was conducted by the Department of Mysteries. A woman named Alois Mintumble traveled to the year 1402, where she remained for 5 years and then died upon her return. She died. She went back 500 years, and when she returned, all those years were added to her age. It all happened very quickly, and her body wasn't able to take it. This had been one of the issues that people had encountered with time travel. If you go back too far, you will age on your return the same amount of years that you traveled. I never heard any of this, Daphne said. It's a bit of obscure knowledge that I gained from my research, but that's not the important part. Because of this discovery, time travel became more restricted and only allowed for very short amounts of time. At first, it was 1 year, then months, and finally, days. The current time turners can only travel a maximum of 12 days back in time. They cannot go further than that. Yes, I do know about that, but I still don't see where you're getting at, Daphne said. All of the alternate worlds and different timelines were created because people traveled back in time and changed things. These paradoxes gave birth to different worlds where events changed. The differences could be small or big, but they were all related to some time travel someone had done. Daphne gasped, finally understanding what he was trying to say. So you mean that we are in a time before time travel existed, so there cannot be multiple worlds. We are currently in the original world, likely many thousands of years into the past, the one and only in existence before everything splits apart, Harry explained. So, we did it then, Harry nodded. The world that we came from should be stable now without me in it. Daphne went to his side and hugged him tightly. We did it, she felt like celebrating. And we're alive. We are, although without knowing which year we're in, I don't even know if there are people around. We could be in the caveman era or even before that. I doubt we're that far back. I mean, I saw some red deer back in the plains, but still, the important part is that we have each other. Daphne leaned forward, and the two kissed. Always, Harry told her. They remained in each other's embrace for several minutes, thinking about everything that had happened and everything they could do now. So, what now? Daphne asked. How about living here? Harry suggested. Here, yes, we could build a house right here on this mount, Harry said. Maybe a cozy cabin for the two of us. Daphne smiled warmly. That sounds like a lovely idea. Time passed for the two of them, but they would soon realize that their aging process had been affected after their journey. Decades after their arrival in this ancient era, Harry and Daphne still looked to be in their late teens. It was unknown to them if this was a side effect of their trip, or something related to Harry being the master of death and Daphne having tied her soul to his, thus inheriting some of his abilities. They explored the world, but humanity was still in its infancy, and they had little interest in them. So, they eventually returned to their home and began a large project. It had become clear to them at this point that they were the only ones who had the skills and knowledge to create the foundations for what would one day be Hogwarts. It took centuries of work to create the massive chamber, carve the gigantic arkstone that was linked to the river of magic flowing beneath it, which would go on to power the entire castle, and construct the 101 golems that would serve as protectors for future generations. After finishing it, Harry and Daphne's little wooden cabin was sitting on top of this massive underground structure. Unfortunately, the concentration of magic from the arkstone would attract the attention of a magical race that populated the island, the elves. At first, Harry tried to reason with them. As long as they left this place alone, neither he nor Daphne cared if the elves took the rest of the British Isles, but the elves got too greedy and tried to attack them. That did not go well for the elves. Daphne ended up cursing the few survivors to become what wizards would know as house elves. Bit later, they received the visit of some vampires, who were also quickly exterminated. Harry didn't know it at the time, but a young vampire lord called Inkara was one of the few who survived to tell the tale. It was hard to tell how long it had passed after that, but it was a very long time before they finally received the visit of a wizard named Godric Gryffindor, who was looking for a location to build a school where all wizard kind could study magic without fearing being hunted by muggles. Soon the other three founders would arrive. Harry and Daphne gifted them the land and even helped with the construction of the castle, but did not remain there. Their aging process had slowed down tremendously, but it did not stop. By the time Hogwarts was complete, Harry and Daphne had the appearance of an elderly couple. Knowing that they had little time left, the two of them decided to travel the world once more to see how much it had changed since their last trip, almost 3 centuries later. They died in each other's arms while watching the sunset from a small wooden cabin. They died satisfied and happy after living much longer than anyone thought possible. They had done everything they had wanted to do and knew that the future would be in good hands after their departure. Now it was time for their next adventure. Still together, as always. The end.